Throughout the continent, the name of an uncontrolled heir was widely known. He spent his whole life locked up behind the four walls of the castle. Despite the title of Master of the Sword, imprisonment gradually corroded his mind like a slowly acting poison. That is why the aristocrats called him the useless eldest son of Count Bertium, Ghislain Bertium. After many years, when the strongest warrior of the North collided with our hero in a mortal battle, he could not believe his own eyes. Did he really defeat such an insignificant geek? The hero laughed, explaining that he had spent a huge fortune on the manufacture of a cunning trap specifically for his capture. Approaching the defeated enemy, the warrior hoped that he would appreciate all his efforts. Obviously, the enemy could not understand how some lousy loser managed to solve all his plans in advance. However, the swordsman knew not only about this. He knew the exact number of spies, their location, and who exactly sent reinforcements. He owned absolutely all information from the very beginning. The Knight of the North could not believe it. After all, he always had a trump card in his sleeve, so he could not understand how such a mediocre piece of shit managed to destroy all his ideas. After such insulting words, the heir immediately awarded the man with a crushing blow right in the face. Looking displeasedly at the defeated enemy, Ghislain Bertium coldly ordered him to never open his mouth again. The enemy could try to raid as much as possible. The warrior will win this war and will win constantly, because he knew all their plans in advance. Events are transferred to the past, to the territory of the kingdom, near the magnificent Bertium mansion. There our hero finally came to his senses. Frightenedly feeling his body, he could not believe that he was really alive. It simply could not be like this, given that he had recently broke up with life. The young heir lost his weapon in the last battle with the enemy. In addition, he was mortally wounded and could no longer continue the battle. The enemy understood that now Ghislain Bertium, one of the 7 strongest swordsmen of the continent, died. His opponent was no less powerful warrior, a noble swordsman named Idun. The dying Ghislain did not have the last words. He only regretted that he could not take revenge. The last words of the king of the mercenaries was the curse and desire to death to the enemy. He only laughed at the night shadow. Obviously, no one realized that the oldest son of the fallen family Bertium, who left his family after the death of his sister, was hiding behind the mask that the mercenary king was hiding. Ghislain was curious where the alien from another kingdom could know so much about him. However, Idun knew not only this, he tracked the past of the warrior, especially considering that it was the representatives of the Dolphin clan at the same time that they tried to overthrow the Bertium family. It seemed that the heir did not know about this, and did not even know. But now he realized who was behind the incident besides the Duke of Dolphin. Idun decided not to crucify before the hero, realizing that he would kill him anyway. In the end, Ghislain Bertium only shouted that he would never forgive such a creature. However, instantly after that, his head was demolished from his shoulders. But now the young man was alive, and his head was still in place. He suggested that perhaps consciousness plays a cruel joke with him, given that he was noticeably younger. Probably he was transferred to the experiments to some magician, and everything that was happening was part of the experiment. If so, the hero was going to take revenge on everyone. However, suddenly he heard a long, forgotten voice. The knight of the Bertium family named Ricardo decided to greet the master, and asked him to go out to his warriors. However, the hero did not allow him to not even move and put his blade to his neck. The warrior promised that he would leave this a young man alive if he obediently answered his questions. Obviously, Ricardo did not understand what happened to the young master. He only sighed heavily and asked the guy to stop going over with his jokes. The hero did not understand why this person is so calm, especially considering that he was threatened. However, at that moment, the knight recalled that Ghislain Bertium already exhausted his nerves with his tantrums before going to bed. Seeing that the young master did not understand what it was about, the warrior suggested that he might hit his head during sleep and forgot everything. Therefore, Ricardo recalled, the heir rolled a hysteria due to the fact that he wanted to lead the detachment for stripping the orcs. It was a real absurdity. The young man did not remember anything like that, and the knight was already clearly tired of dealing with a spoiled offspring, so he asked him to finally pull himself together. Then the embarrassed Ghislain Bertium decided to find out where they were heading at all, but their path lay in the Bertium mansion. Without believing what he heard, the hero immediately grabbed the knight by the shoulder, forcing him to repeat what was said. It seemed to him that it was really an angry joke if it was about the same destroyed mansion. Soon he saw the family estate whole and unharmed. It was strange, given that he personally witnessed the devastation there. The knight considered that the hero finally went crazy if he called his own house destroyed. The guy is waiting for the punishment if his father finds out about this. Ghislain Bertium was still trying to check whether he was sleeping or not. However, no matter how pain he caused himself, he still did not wake up. Then he combined all the facts together, his younger face and a whole mansion. Only one thing came out. He returned back to the past. He was infuriated with this mansion. Due to the feeling of inferiority caused by his own immaturity, he created problems, and over time, more and more residents began to turn away from him. Then the heir could not stand criticism and decided to escape from the house. A few years later, he became a mercenary, passed many fights, increased strength, and made a glorious name for himself. Then he returned to the lands of Birdium to atone for the mistakes of the past, but discovered only the ashes of the mansion, which was compared with the ground. It was that day that became the moment when he lost everything. However, now everything was still untouched. In addition, Ghislain knew the people with whom he cherished were also here. From happiness, he was ready to dance right here and now. However, he realized it was early to rejoice. The hero remembered well the day when he went to clean the orcs. Indeed, on that day, most of the participants in the campaign died. In a last life, he asked for a detachment to become famous. Intelligence reported that the orcs were only 3, and Ghislain decided that even for such as him, the command would be easily held. However, it turned out on the spot that there were at least 20 opponents, and people died because the heir stubbornly sought to command. Now he understood. For him, such a task was not impossible. After all, the orcs understood little in tactics. The problem was only whether the warriors would believe him, because everyone considered him an unbearable boob. However, suddenly behind his back, the hero heard a loud scream. Immediately after that, the knights raised a panic, noticing the onset of the orcs. Huge muscular monsters rushed into battle. Birdium could not remember that last time the monsters attacked so suddenly. However, at that moment the commander appeared and ordered the troops to take positions. He asked them to remain calm and move on to the defense, but he rushed into battle, protecting his people. Approaching, the captain realized how critical the situation was. They lost their vigilance, and a sudden attack unsettled them. In addition, there were much more orcs than the scouts reported. At this pace, everyone could die. However, unexpectedly, he heard the voice of the young master, who warned him about the danger from behind. The man would not have time to bounce and was already preparing to say goodbye to his life. However, at the very last moment the hero intervened, pushing the warrior and standing on his defense. As a result, the young gentleman with one attack demolished the orc paw, in which he held the weapon. After a massive loss of blood, the red-skinned monster fell to the ground dying. The hero himself, looking at his blade in his hands, realized that the use of mana was still inaccessible to him. After that, as if nothing had happened, he went to check the commander. Then he held out his hand to help rise from the ground, and also asked the man to give him command with this operation. Obviously, such a requirement could not but surprise the captain. He always knew that the eldest son was still a boob, but it seemed to him too arrogant to demand the command when the lives of the soldiers stood at the stake. Therefore, the rising warrior calmly refused Ghislain and recalled that they did not play toys. Even if the hero was the son of his master, he could not simply take and give him the power to which the Lord endowed him. The heir could not help but admit that such distrust began to annoy him. Although he understood, in the place of the captain would have done exactly the same. At this moment, the next enemy attacked both warriors. The captain asked Ghislain to hide and promised to take care of everything. After all, the young man did not have enough experience to lead the knights. The hero, having prepared for battle, realized that he, apparently, simply had no choice. Therefore, he pushed the man away, throwing his blade into a flying enemy. The captain was clearly seriously angry, because he considered that the boy wanted to prevent him from because of his harmfulness. Only then did he realize that the orc roar was not heard and disappeared instantly. And when he looked around, he saw the blade thrown by the master. He hit the monster right in the middle of his eyes. As a result, from such a wound, the orc immediately fell to the ground to the dead. Obviously, the captain did not understand how his master could get directly into such a vulnerable place. The young man calmly turned to Captain Skovan, recalling that the most important in battle was determination. Now he clearly saw. They can't win for anything if the troops are shaking with fear. Right now, all fighters needed an incentive. Therefore, the hero, simultaneously pulling his blade from a defeated enemy, he ended with him in the thick of the events, where the soldiers kept the defense with all their might. There, right in front of all subordinates, he struck a huge monster in the most vulnerable place. After that, the heir ordered the soldiers not to stand a pillar, but to attack. After all, now he was angry enough and was ready to chop the opponents into small pieces. He fulfilled his promise and continued this battle. The captain was constrained. Looking at what was happening, he thought he was in a dream. Even him, possessing mana, was difficult to do anything against these opponents. And the skinny boy created this. Despite the fact that he was already clearly tired, it was clear that he used the minimum number of movements to evade attacks. At the same time, he beat very accurately, only in weak places. The young man looked like a master of a sword, which was not able to use Manu and relying on his strength. It even seemed to shine in that perhaps he had now met the real genius. The hero only fueled the interest of the observers when he demanded that the orcs attack faster. After that, he began to run away from them, leading after themselves and mocking that they did not justify their reputation as a warlike tribe at all. It was evident that Ricardo was very frightened that all the orcs pursued the master. The soldiers immediately turned to the commander, not understanding how to do it better. However, the man himself did not know what to order. He absolutely did not understand what was happening in the guy's head. His attack and attracting the attention of the orcs were good, but now he began to run. However, the captain quickly recalled, in the direction where the air raced, there was a cliff. From these thoughts, he literally began to roll in his face with fear. The warrior immediately ordered his soldiers to immediately raise the shields with a wall. They had to go right here and now, follow the master in order to help him. At this time, the hero still fled, heading straight to the cliff. He had to hope that he was stuck in his plan. After all, he was a very experienced commander. Of course, the air could easily chop all the opponents, but he was seriously lacked with endurance. But even so, he hoped that his plan would help to cope with the enemy. Finally, the enemies, who thoughtlessly chased the hero, were distracted by the noise behind themselves. There they saw a system of warriors protected by shields and attacking spears. The young man only smiled, rejoicing that Skaven managed to comprehend his plan. After that, he jumped off the cliff, ordering the captain to attack. As a result, on his team, the soldiers rushed to the enemy to push them from the cliff. A whole bunch of opponents flew down, not being able to cling to anything. When they landed with a deafening roar, they turned into no more than a chopped one. The knights could not believe that they really managed to win and get rid of these orcs. Only the captain suddenly remembered his master and, frightened, began to call him from the cliff. However, the air remained intact and unharmed. In the last second, he managed to cling to the rocky edge of the cliff, holding onto the handle of the blade tightly. Hanging over the abyss, the young man noticed the frightened face of the old knight and smiled, soothing. The old man answered him with the same smile, albeit complete surprise. The captain held out his hand, ready to help his master to climb the hard ground. But suddenly the forces left the exhausted hero. His hands weakened, and he began to slip into the abyss. His body could no longer hold on to the saving support. All that remained left upstairs was to scream desperately, continuing to call the young aristocrat. Falling in the blackness of the abyss, Ghislain heard a familiar voice, the voice of his younger sister. How many years have passed since he had the last time Elena? Surprise covered his soul. However, these were only fragmentary memories associated with the girl. The last thing he remembered about her was how his sister hated him, not understanding what was happening with his brother recently and why he became so unbearable. Suddenly, in a vision, the younger sister grabbed his shoulders, pulling him to him. And she screamed loudly, demanding that her brother would pass away with her. At that very moment, Ghislain Bertium woke up, as if from a nightmare. Inspecting himself, the heir realized he survived. Apparently, they still managed to get him out of the cliff. Perhaps the fact that he saw his sister in his dying dreams was only a strange dream. When the young man tried to rise, unbearable pain pierced the whole body. Probably these were the consequences of the battle. After all, he did not have serious physical training. The heir was grateful at least for the fact that he was alive. At that moment, his personal maid Valand entered the young master. The girl immediately began to report Ghislain for how much she was worried. A faithful mentor has repeatedly asked her ward to leave all this fuss with the orcs' ordinary soldiers. However, the hero, despite the pain in the body, rose sharply and hugged the girl tightly. The maid obviously did not understand what she did wrong, since the master so suddenly decided to hug her. But the young man explained that he was very glad to see her. This devoted girl was his personal mentor. Only she remained next to him until the very end, suffering all his idiotic antics. After the fall of the Bertium, she was never found. Since then, the former king of the mercenaries has not seen her anymore. He never thought that they would meet again. Valand clearly did not understand why Ghislain Bertium was so rejoicing in the meeting, especially considering that they saw each other every day. And the hero did not know whether to tell the girl the whole truth to protect her. As a result, daring, he warned the young maid that soon a misfortune would hit Bertium. Then he explained that he knew this for sure. After all, he returned to life after death. Obviously, the mentor could not believe this, given that her pupil had just returned from the mission. She considered that the orcs were greatly beaten. In addition, calmly adjusting the bed, the girl warned, the most likely outcome would be that the misfortune will fall on the Ghislain, and not the whole mansion. After that, the maid began to report the ward for the fact that he continues to engage in all sorts of stupid things. This is clearly not good and will end badly. In addition, she was wondering why the young gentleman always risks. What would he do if he had suffered so seriously that he could not even get to the festival? Looking at Gislin's face, the girl realized. It seems that her ward completely forgot about the festival. Therefore, she explained that Lady Elena is looking forward to the day when the older brother takes her to the holiday. This is a good chance to get closer to his sister again. Then the hero remembered. There was one festival, which was just celebrated at this time of the year. In a last life, due to the negative experience experienced, he could not enjoy the holiday with his sister. There was very little time left before the festival. It was supposed to take place next week. The heir thought deeply about this, because the festival was the day that changed his life. These memories did not let him go for many years, even after he left the Birdium mansion. The thing is that his sister had to die a week after the festival. Just at that moment, the girl entered his room and Gislin Birdium, without hesitation, immediately ran to his sister and put her in his arms. From this, even the maid of Valand experienced a cultural shock. Elena did not understand what happened to her brother. It seemed to her that he was playing her. However, the older brother, tightly clutching the girl to her, explained that he was very missing her all this time. From fright, the younger sister immediately pushed his brother away from herself. After all, he went too far in his behavior. The young man was even amazed at what power his sister had, although he was still a child. He did not remember that she was so strong in a past life. Elena herself, shaking down displeasedly, explained that Valanda asked her to come in. She did not understand that her brother was invented, because even if something happened to him, it does not change anything between them. Gislin Birdium clearly did not understand what was at stake, and the girl was struck by the fact that her brother had a broken memory after what happened to him. She recalled how recently he drove her away and forbade even breathing next to him. The young aristocrat really awkwardly remembered that they were not too close in a past life. He was very ashamed of the fact that in the past he was such a piece of shit. As a result, the heir apologized. It was difficult for the maid to believe, and Elena was convinced. The orcs really strongly put his brother on the head during the attack. However, the hero immediately shouted that they were mistaken. It was he who defeated them, and he did not understand why everyone doubts his mind so much. At that moment, the young man was so much nervous that the pain again chopped his whole body. When he fell, bent on the ground, Elena only laughed. After all, she could not believe that if her brother defeated the orcs, he could be in such a deplorable state. After which both girls began to laugh a little over him. However, Gislin Birdium was not at all offended. After all, these women were exactly the same as the hero remembered them in his past life. He did not understand why he had worried so much before because of nonsense. The heir remembered how Elena refused to go to the festival a week later, justifying himself in the disappointing results of the campaign. This was the last time he saw her alive. Then the girl was found in pieces along with the bodies of her bodyguards. Gislin Birdium then really blamed himself, realizing that he had to go with her. Suddenly, they knocked on the door of the room of the young master. These were Elena's bodyguards, Jamal and Philip, who came to pick up the girl. Of course, the lady was surprised by their appearance, because she asked to wait outside. However, as it turned out, the servants asked Elena to evaluate their preparations for the festival. The brother was wondering why the servants turned to his sister about this. Then Valand reminded, while the lord was idle, he completely lost sight of the fact that in the Birdium mansion there was not enough workers. So even their ladies sometimes had to work. Gislin Birdium really did not know about this, because in a past life it did not bother him. Therefore now, looking at the departing sister, he decided to offer her his help. Obviously no one expected such a turn. Therefore, both girls were again convinced with the master. Clearly something is wrong. Soon they had already gone to the square where the festival was supposed to be held. All the servants froze when he heard a terrible dispute between the younger sister and the elder master. The girl forbade the hero to follow her, believing that the rest would not work normally in his presence. Therefore, she asked him to just sit down and sit quietly. However, Gislin Birdium could not leave his sister without protection. He knew that her body was supposed to be found near the slum, not far from the venue of the festival. Perhaps someone forcibly dragged her there. To prevent this, he needed to find all the outputs and entrances. However, at that moment a frightened knight ran to the arguing brother and sister. Gislin Birdium immediately recognized the familiar face of the old man Fergus. He calmly exhaled when he saw that everything was in order with the young master. The heir was intact and unharmed. With tears in his eyes, the faithful knight explained that he was running away as soon as he heard the news from the detachment that was stripping the orcs. Elena was also happy that the old man finally came. After all, his brother behaved very strange after returning from the mission. She asked the knight to take him back to bed. The image of the idiot clearly spoiled Gislin's life, but he could not do anything. It was only possible to slowly collect information about the castle until the end of the week. To begin with, the heir asked Fergus to take him to the training ground in the palace. Obviously, the old man was amazed. Why did the hero need this? Obviously, the heir intended to engage in training. Hearing such words, even the devoted Fergus was finally convinced. Something inexplicable happened to the young master. However, the old knight did not dare to argue with his ward. Soon they were already in the walls of the family castle. When the procession reached the training site, the revived swordsman froze in amazement. The place for classes looked amazing, much better than he could imagine in the most daring dreams. Everything necessary for improving combat skills was collected here. The heir did not meet such a splendor even in many years of work as a king of mercenaries. The elderly mentor proudly explained that they tirelessly supported the equipment in perfect condition, in case the young master would ever want to use it. The old man's joy was genuine. The boy finally came to. All these years, a faithful servant did not lose hope that the difficulties of a young heir would sooner or later be resolved. The reborn warrior with pain remembered how, in a past life, this kind man personally looked after a training site, which then Gislin stubbornly neglected. Shame on his soul. How vilely he did with a devoted old man. The heir said that he wants to live a long life, so he intends to change a lot. Such words sounded extremely strange from the mouth of such a young man. Fergus even had a terrible impression, as if Gislin Birdium had already died. The hero was amazed at the old man's insight and decided to reveal the truth to him. Yes, he really died, and then revived. Of course, it was incredibly difficult to believe in such a sensible person. After making sure that he would receive Fergus's support, the revived swordsman sent a mentor away. It was necessary to practice a little alone. Leaving, the old knight could not help but remember how hostile the young gentleman was to the whole environment. And the truth, only having survived death, the heir understood his own blindness. Now he had only a week to correct fatal errors. In a past life, they managed to find out the terrible truth. One of the neighboring lords stood behind Elena's death. It was this tragedy that pulled Rod Birdium into the war, which they lost with a bang. The death of the younger sister was the starting point of the fall of the whole family. So, from here, his new path to salvation began. First of all, it was necessary to engage in their own body. It is annoying that there was a catastrophically little time, but in a week it was necessary to at least arouse the ways of mana. Mana is a supernatural force that allows people to exceed natural restrictions. Many consider her awakening an accumulation of an incredibly difficult task. However, Gislin Birdium was able to cope with this even in the chaos of real battles. Now he had to feel particles of mana soaring in the air, and to concentrate them, as if wrapping invisible threads on a coil in the abdomen. Of course, for the one who spent thousands of battles, improving the creation of mana nuclei, similar, real trifles. However, not only the abilities for Manet allowed him to become one of the 7 strongest swordsmen of the continent. A huge role was played by a special method, read from a half-born book. As you know, each person has 1 natural mana core, but the hero could create 3 additional cores, and then build a network of connections between them in order to recreate truly destructive power. However, in the process of training the ability, they failed. Blood poured out of the nose. Alas, so far it was the limit of the possibilities of a weakened body. In a past life, the warrior reached a level that allowed to create all 5 nuclei. This method made it possible to release colossal power in a short time, but in return, demanded a huge amount of mana. It was this that caused the defeat from Idun. The vile enemy attacked the entire knightly order at the moment when mana was exhausted. In an honest duel, the victory would be at the king of mercenaries. Of course, the revived swordsman understood that the special technique was not distinguished by reliability. But now I had to rely only on it. Fortunately, there was a young body at the disposal and enough time to prepare. He will have time to gather all his strength in order to put his head to the sworn enemy in the future. Naturally, it was necessary to deal with the bastards from the Dolphin clan and their accomplices, who had a hand in the fall of the family. The reborn warrior perfectly remembered what suffering he and the whole family survived in a past life. Now he will destroy enemies before they have time to harm. This is how the whole week flew in tense mode, and the day of the long-awaited festival came. Before you go out, the hero thoroughly prepared, collecting the arsenal of weapons for all occasions. Ignoring the amazed views of passers-by, the heir headed towards his sister. Elena was clearly surprised that the elder brother really agreed to come. Such behavior seemed incredible. Before he had never attended folk events. However, the heir only recalled that sometimes he was obliged to attend tribal festivities. This is the fate of future representatives of the Birdium house. Elena could not restrain laughter. Her brother has recently been incredibly changed for the better. In addition, rumors reached her that he did not leave training rooms for a whole week. Gislen Berdium did not see anything unusual in this. In the end, he was the heir to the ancient family. However, before the eldest son told his sister the exact opposite, that his father annoys him so much that he does not intend to indulge in any hereditary rules and traditions. Elena only pleased such changes in the character of his brother. She had the feeling that the former Gislen finally returned to her. Looking at the peaceful smile of the younger sister, the heir even froze, holding his breath. Over the past week of intensive training, he had enough time to rethink a lot. Due to the cardinal changes in his behavior, the very course of events, the present and the future. Of course, he understood that the largest milestones would remain unchanged, but it was impossible to predict the influence of his actions on minor incidents. Therefore, the warrior was obliged to use the knowledge of his future incarnation as efficiently as possible. It was required to think through the optimal strategy for each possible development of events. All this week, the former king of mercenaries was carefully prepared even for the fact that events could go in a completely different way. And so, according to his plans, he had fun with his sister during their family festival. By evening, the tired girl sat on the steps to catch her breath. The day really turned out to be rich. However, it seemed to the younger heiress that she was already boring. Every day, every year, the same thing happened. Nothing new happened. Gislen was surprised. Despite the fact that the holiday was coming to an end, nothing critical and did not happen. Perhaps because he did not leave his sister all day protecting her. However, it was at that moment that her bodyguards approached Elena. The knights told the young mistress that a new entertainment appeared nearby and offered to escort her there. Of course, the girl immediately agreed, hoping to have some more fun. And then Gislen finally realized who those traitors from a past life were. He could not expect that the family warmed 2 snakes on his chest in the guise of Elena's defenders. Jamal and Philip seemed so good, natured. They were unconditionally trusted. After all, they guarded the younger heiress from birth. In the past incarnation, he was informed that both knights were killed by protecting the girl. However, obviously, everything was completely different. Soon, both guards led the pupil to a certain square. But to general bewilderment, an absolute emptiness reigned there. Neither the soul nor signs of entertainment. Elena was clearly disappointed, not understanding how to have fun in such a forgotten place. Jamal began to make excuses, assuring that someone would come here. However, the young lady was convinced. No one would arrange representations in such slums. Gislen, carefully looking around, was convinced of the correctness of his fears. At first glance, the place looked like an ordinary newt. However, the sharp eye of the warrior quickly noticed all the locks and obstacles that blocked the paths to retreat. It seemed that everything here was prepared in advance for the murder. At that very moment, Elena grabbed her brother's hand and decided to leave, without waiting for a mysterious show in such an ominous place. The heir was even surprised. Since when did his fragile sister gain such power that almost dragged him along? However, it was at that moment that Philip blocked the girl with some kind of unkind grin. The knight suggested that the young lady wait a little more until the troupe of the artists arrived here. The baby was clearly scared of such the behavior of her defender. Her body was seized with a small trembling. She noticed that both guards behave extremely strange, as if something was wrong with them. Jamal awkwardly scratched his head, explaining to the mistress that he did not want to scare her. Then he slyly rubbed his palms, telling that they had received a small order. Of course, this even more alerted the young heiress. Soon another person joined the square. He was accompanied by 2 assistants, whose faces hid hoods and wide-brimmed hats. Their leader was a man named Frank. He thanked the knights for such a qualitative work. Jamal only explained that they delivered the young mistress according to agreement, so it's time to complete the deal. However, suddenly Frank noticed the eldest son of the Berdium clan. He could not remember in any way to order him too. At that moment, the frightened Elena was already pressing to her brother's shoulder, shaking with horror. Jamal explained that he had brought the guy as a bonus. Since he had gotten up for his sister, he would pay for it. Gislen Berdium was clearly amazed that the knights planned to sell them, and warned that they would not get away with such a thing. However, the traitor only laughed, advising the young master not to worry in vain. After all, they will calmly hide, and they will not be found. These impoverished lands were already pretty bored with, and constant raids of the barbarians did not cause joy. However, it is obvious to everyone that the possessions of Berdium are waiting for only misfortunes. People only run from here. However, the bastard did not have time to finish, as the heir cut his body in 2 with his blade. From such monstrous power, even Philip and Frank opened their eyes with amazement. Gislen calmly explained that their lands could really be hugged. However, this is by no means a reason to trade other people's lives. Then he cast a displeased look towards the second traitor. Philip, grabbing Elena, was indignant at his comrade. The director could not understand how such an experienced knight managed to die by the hands of such a wimp. However, he did not have time to harm the girl. The eldest son struck his head with his sword. The bastard died in torment, without understanding when the young master reached such an awesome power. The warrior, meanwhile, pressed his sister tightly so that no one else dares to harm her. The mercenaries obviously did not believe that in front of them the very eldest son of Berdiumov. Everyone believed that he could not fight, because he did not train. However, judging by appearance, it was definitely he. And although Frank understood that the knights themselves were to blame for the fact that they were distracted, the power of Ghislain could not be denied. In addition, he saw, in the attack of the young man, clearly covered huge potential. Elena, shaking with horror, wanted to know from her brother what was happening at all. The heir could not explain anything to her. For this reason, he carefully hit the girl around his neck so that she lost consciousness. Then he carefully laid on the ground. She should not see what would happen next. At that moment, Frank thanked the young master for completing all the dirty work for them. They themselves planned to get rid of these boobs. In addition, they were amazed at how much the heir was different from the rumors that went about him. Frank even suggested that the guy may have hid his true skills for a long time. However, Ghislain Berdium understood that this should not be interested in his enemy. Then he analyzed the enemies approaching him. Two behind were nothing of themselves. However, Frank himself radiated an abnormal amount of mana. It is better to deal with him as quickly as possible until his own forces were exhausted. First of all, the warrior decided to find out who acted as the customer of an assassination attempt on Elena. Of course, Frank did not understand why to share information with the dead man, and it seems Ghislain Berdium expected about a similar answer. However, he was not averse to talking on this type, if he so stubbornly resisted. The assistants of the mercenary instantly exposed blades, ready to deal with a daring young man. However, Frank stopped them with a decisive gesture, ordering them to take the heir alive. The sadistic smile distorted the leader's face. He wanted to break all the limbs of the boy so that he was writhes from his own impotence. Indeed, in order to create a real masterpiece, it was necessary to go through a lesson in unbearable pain. Both thugs rushed to the young Berdium with naked steel. However, the heir has already prepared something special for such a meeting. Throwing a small gun towards one of the opponents, the young man took advantage of the moment of distraction, and rapidly reduced the distance and pierced the enemy's skull with his blade. The comrade of the deceased inflamed with anger from such tricks from a noble offspring and tried to attack from the back. But the hero with amazing ease has evaded a deadly blow. After that, in one graceful movement, he demolished the head of the second mercenary. In the last moment, the young warrior noticed how Frank decided to take revenge on the fallen henchman. The leader aimed right into the head of the enemy, and the blow could be fatal. However, excellent reflexes saved the heir. He managed to defend himself with a blade at the very last second. Even an experienced Frank was surprised that the young man managed to block the attack from the blind zone. The hero with lightning speed changed his position, moving from defense to the offensive. The only attack, he struck the enemy's neck, but unfortunately the wound was not deadly. Only a thin red line crossed the mercenary's throat. The angry leader brought down a series of powerful blows on the young Berdium. Frank really was struck by the skill of the enemy. He did not have a defensive mana, his head would have long flown off his shoulders. The heir was perplexed how the enemy managed to survive a direct hit in such a vulnerable place. Probably, an experienced fighter concentrated Manu around the neck, significantly reducing the damage from the blade. Frank more conveniently intercepted the hilt of his weapons, still trying to understand where such an unusual skills have such a young enemy. The leader warned that, despite impressive skill, today will be the last day for the young Berdium. Indeed, with such a meager supply of mana, victory was impossible. Despite all the threats, the young opponent only mockingly grinned in response. Suddenly, the hero stuck the blade into the ground, transferring all the tension into his hands. Then he made a rotational movement and struck the enemy with a powerful blow of the leg directly in the face. Frank flew a few meters, his glasses were smashed to smithereens. But the leader continued to mock the enemy, recalling that with such a miserable supply of mana, such tricks are useless. But then the mercenary felt a strange pain that pierced the whole body. Frank collapsed to his knees, blood poured out of his mouth. It seemed incredible given the relative weakness of the blow. Then an experienced fighter realized that even with such a low level of power, the hero managed to break through his magical protection. The young Berdium calmly explained that in his last life, he did not suspect a real conspiracy hiding behind his sister's death. Now he finally realized whose hands this is a matter. The heir asked the enemy not to pray for mercy and released his third nucleus of mana. And experienced in battles, the enemy instantly felt a monstrous increase in magical power among the enemy. Armed with two swords, the young Berdium quickly attacked. He moved at such a speed that the wounded fighter barely managed to evade deadly blows. The attacks were so powerful that Frank's blade could hardly withstand them. The leader's hands were trembling, and the weapon threatened to fall apart. Fortunately for the mercenary, any mana has its limits, and the effect is always limited in time. But Frank has never seen a way that would release magical power with such powerful impulses. There was a feeling that the young man suddenly became a completely different person. Finally, the enemy's sword could not stand the destructive power. The hero inflicted a huge wound to the enemy, stretching from the spleen to the shoulder. However, even with such damage possessing the protection of mana, Frank would not die. Therefore, the young Birdium decided to end him here and now. The blade stuck right into the bastard's stomach. And then, making sure that he could not escape, he pressed the leader with force to the nearest wall. After that, the heir invited his friend to continue their spiritual conversations. He wanted to know who ordered his sister to attack and kill her. However, Frank was not going to give up so easily. A trump card in the sleeve was stained at the experienced mercenary. He understood that he had to take at least the girl with him to the grave. The leader tried to get a throwing blade, intending to impress the vital organs of the girl. But the hero tied the enemy's hands with the threads of mana and suggested making a deal. And he asked that the geek does not make stupid things, but simply answers questions. Then the young Birdium will agree to pull out the sword and let the wound drag on. Frank could not move, and because of how strongly the air pressed him against the wall, the leader began to breathe hard. However, the mercenary was more interested in something else. How the young man managed to create a technique that was inaccessible even to him. The young Birdium pressed more on the hilt of the sword and explained to Frank that he could heal his wounds if he would let him go now. But it is worth the blade to move a little, and the mana core will be destroyed, and with it the head of the head is also over. Frank did not believe such words, considering the destruction of the nucleus mains impossible. However, the hero missed a little his own magical power through the blade, and the whole body of the mercenary was instantly numb. The leader felt how mana began to gradually dissipate, and small cracks followed the core. Frank realized that the young Birdium is really a madman, and reminded, if the core is destroyed, the magical power escaped will smash everything to hell. However, the young Birdium understood that the death of the mana explosion expected only amateurs. For an experienced warrior, such fireworks had no threat for a long time. Looking into the young man's serious, cold eyes, the mercenary realized with horror. This guy would not bluff at all. The only one who will die today will be he. Frightened by his miserable life, Frank blurted out the whole truth. The customer of the murder was Count Desmond, the aristocrat ordered to deal with Elena, explaining the need to create a precedent to incite a bloody war between Birdium and Degrad. The heir was amazed at the revelation heard. In the past embodiment, he did not suspect that precisely the Desmonda stood behind the tragedy. Then all the dirty work was dumped on families, the allied duke, and the true puppeteer remained in the shadow. It was especially angry that the Duke Dolphin conducted this ominous concert from behind the curtains, remaining untouchable. The thirst for revenge flashed in the chest of a young warrior. Why did they need the death of his innocent sister? With these words, he put the blade into the enemy's stomach even deeper. The dying leader did not understand what this crazy boy was doing. After all, he promised to have mercy on him for frankness. The heir only contemptuously laughed at the naivety and miserable appearance of the enemy. A person who has destroyed so many innocent souls must meet his own death with calmness. Despite the approaching death, Frank also laughed, understanding the futility of the efforts of the young man. With the degrades, the issue was already successfully resolved, and no one will believe the tales of some boy. Soon the Birdium clan will inevitably get into a war, from which they cannot hide. Squeezing the handle of his weapons tightly, the hero decided to explain a simple truth to the dying bastard. He reborn after death, and this time everything will be completely different. With these words, the young warrior turned the blade, finally destroying the nucleus of the enemy mana. The released magical energy soared high into the sky and exploded with a dazzling salute. Breathing heavily, the hero looked around the battlefield. The bodies of the murdered knights and servants of Frank lay everywhere. Then his gaze fell to his sister. The knowledge that everything was in order with her made the young man exhale in relief. Only after that did the heir felt his own body failure. He collapsed to his knees, choked with his own blood. Previously, the embezzlement of as many nuclei mana was not a problem. After all, then he was the king of mercenaries. Now he was to become even stronger to prevent the tragedies of a past life. Soon the young warrior burst into another house standing in these gloomy slums. In the past embodiment, a second body was discovered here besides the remains of the sister. Judging by the stories of Frank, the hero understood who would find it inside. Seeing the young man, he was convinced of his suspicions. It was the son of Degrad. The guy was killed with all the knights. Thus, the conspirators forced the witnesses to shut up the soldiers, putting them with Elena killers. It is this incident that would be the reason for the start of a bloody war. The heir Bertium resolutely intended to get rid of all the evidence. He settled the house with the bodies, not allowing the plans of enemies to be realized. The young man did not suspect that at that time he was carefully watched a hidden spy. After the hero left, the observer hastily disappeared to report on everything to his master. Soon, customers learned about the failure of the operation, and indignant, Frank not only died with the best fighters, but did not even manage to cope with the girl. But the task seemed to be a ridiculous simple one. The spy was desperate to somehow justify himself, but could not come up with anything except the truth. In the breakdown of the plan, the eldest son, Gislen Bertium, was to blame. This caused only displeased muttering among aristocrats. They could not understand how this useless cretin managed to prevent a perfectly planned operation. One of the conspirators recalled that the heir Bertium was known as a complete dumbass and a geek. It is difficult to believe that it was he who changed the course of events. However, the spy stated with complete confidence that Gislen Bertium was completely different from what rumors described it. There was a terrible feeling that the soul of a completely different person settled in the body of this young man. The spy also reported that they coped with the task of degrades successfully. Now it is not difficult to untie the territorial war. Therefore, he begged the customers to give him another chance to deal with the obstacle. After all, the shame was unbearable. He could not kill an ordinary child, which is why they were waiting for a lot of troubles in the future. Suddenly, only one of those present stood up for the unlucky killer, asking the rest to stop this noise. He wanted to find out from the spy what kind of chance it was required for the successful completion of the case. Then a spy with gloomy determination said, "He can personally deal with this Gislen. After all, he has a special trump card in his sleeve." This trump card was Cain, the legendary warrior who has gained glory with his destructive power techniques. Despite his youth, he was a real embodiment of power, and the secret observer declared with complete confidence not to find equal to him in the whole North. In addition, Cain was cousin Gislen, which made the task of pushing them with his foreheads to a ridiculous simple one. The aristocrats fell silent, pondering the proposal. The idea was clearly to their liking, but everyone was waiting for the decision of their head. He also approved the plan. However, he was severely warned of the loser. If he fails the mission again, there will be no next chance. Events moved to the Bertium mansion, to the training ground. The alarmed old Fergus hurried there to call the young master to the dining table. At this moment, the heir was just practicing with the release of mana threads. With a deft movement, he grabbed the blade, standing near the manager, and gracefully pulled the weapon to him and began to spin it, training the flexibility of the joints. Only then did the young man notice the old man who came and welcomed him cordially. Fergus immediately bowed, apologizing for being distracting the master from exciting training. However, he was extremely curious. How did the young owner manage to pull the blade at a distance? The heir willingly demonstrated how mana controls the threads. He explained that these magic fibers allow the use of weapons as a continuation of their own body. In a last life, he often used a similar technique, but with the current level of skills, he has to squeeze out the maximum from each drop of energy. Although when using only one thread for savings, he could use them at the same level of skill. The old man Fergus became embarrassed. He considered himself a very knowledgeable in training with mana, but he had not yet met such exquisite skills. In addition, he was amazed that he had recently not used magic at all. But in such a short time, he managed to master the incredible way to use it. Remembering his original goal, the manager handed over the message to the heir, and also with a bow, he thanked the young master for the salvation of the young lady. Gislen Bertium did not understand such gratitude. He simply did what he was obliged. After that, the young man invited the old man to go dinner. The festival had to be cancelled. This was necessary to ensure Elena's safety. However, the girl herself was unbearably offended that no one believes her stories about how exactly the older brother saved her from the abductors. She even begged Gislen himself about this incident. But the heir did not care that others doubt his strength. Even Valanda still could not believe that the knights Jamal and Philip were planning to sell the young mistress. The maid always suspected something is wrong with this couple. The young Bertium only smiled, realizing that his sister was silent for a lot, so as not to disturb Veland. The hero himself was pleased that at least temporarily prevented the war, but he knew very well that the enemies would not give up so simply. He alone cannot stop their intrigues. This required a whole army. At that moment, the lady came with dinner for young gentlemen. The heir just reflected on the need to create an army. For this, he needed much greater power. However, to his shock, he saw on the table only a miserable piece of bread. Gislen Bertium was surprised, and even thought that this was some kind of dessert. but the maid only reminded of their deplorable financial situation. Suddenly, the hero heard loud cries outside the palace. An angry fat man demanded that the family compensate him for the damage from the abolition of the festival. He appeared the leader of all local merchants. Those were indignant. Aristocrats bathe into luxury, and they cancelled a holiday on which they could earn. The intrigued hero looked out to understand the essence of what was happening. Valen seemed to be the only one who expected such a turn of events. She explained to the master that their lands are full of merchants living in income from such events. Last year they earned a lot of money, but now the holiday was closed in just a day. Gislen Berdium could not believe how bad the situation was. If nothing is done, the situation will become even worse. He asked the old man Fergus what the soldiers were busy, and why they did not disperse the angry crowd. As it turned out, they had almost no troops left. Most of them were sent to clean the forest from monsters because of the increased raids. The young Berdium was amazed. He knew that the lands of his family initially suffered from wars with the barbarians of the north. And on the other hand, they were tormented by a forest in a monster, who were ready at any time. There was a catastrophic situation. There was neither soldiers nor money, and a continuous chaos reigned around. The heir immediately took the maid for a private conversation. He knew that it was the woman who disposes of finances, and asked to allocate funds to calm the merchants. But the young master had empty pockets. Gislen Berdium was shocked by what he heard. As it turned out, the count ordered not to give out money to his son, because he thoughtlessly spent it on all kinds of nonsense. The heir clearly did not expect to find himself to be poor and completely devoid of funds. Then he asked Valen to borrow the necessary amount, but she also had no savings. Returning to his room, the hero plunged into thought about further actions. The situation was even worse than he imagined. Without a single coin in his pocket, he, despite the knowledge of the future, was practically helpless. It was urgent to find a way to earn extra money. There are probably some opportunities for this in the estate. Suddenly, the worried knight Ricardo burst into the room. Gislen Berdium was surprised. What could have caused such a rush that Ricardo was literally suffocating from running? However, the problem was serious. Young Mr. Cain Loads appeared at the estate. Gislen did not expect this in any way and immediately hurried to the scene. There, a depressing picture appeared there. The captain suffered a brutal beating from a young master. Because of his situation, he could not do anything and only silently demolished humiliation. At that moment, a hero appeared. Seeing the state of his captain, he literally boiled with rage. His gaze immediately rushed to the one who dared to raise his hand on his people. Cain Lodge greeted his younger brother with the most arrogant look, and the hero perfectly remembered this arrogant physiognomy. Cain was the heir to the lands of Logius, with whom they had an alliance. In the old days, this guy seemed his only friend. Only then it became clear that he was actually an enemy. Observing what was happening, Gislen Berdium demanded explanations from Ricardo. He, stuttering from fright, told the following. Recently, they were reported to him about the riots in the local tavern. Arriving at the place, they found Cain accompanied by their knights. He began to ask if rumors about the young master were true. Their captain began to tell everything in the smallest details. It only angered Cain stronger. Grabbing the man by the face, he stated that he dared to brazenly to lie in the face of the heir Logius. This is what brought the captain to such a deplorable state. Cain only explained, when he requires a report, he must be true. And the captain dared to claim that Gislen Berdium, who did not really train, managed to defeat the Orcs with his bare hands, and then also trace the pursuers. So he decided to teach a lesson once to arouse the remnants of common sense. However, he added, this would not have happened if the man had not told the fables. Looking at this man, Gislen Berdium was not even surprised. Cain was always like that. He always treated him as a six, much lower in status. Each time he arranged riots, Berdium declared the lands, and even when he was bending the stick, no one dared to say a word to him. Therefore, even Gislen was forced to obey him. The whole reason covered that no one ever looked down at him, including the past Gislen, which suffered from an inferiority complex. The confidence and arrogance of this guy was perceived as the features appropriate to the heir to his level. Edited text of retelling Manhwa. The criticism of the young heir only intensified due to his connivance to his cousin. Cain was struck by the calmness of the hero during their meeting. Earlier, he began to hysterically scream, even from minor provocations. Events are transferred to the lodge's estate shortly before current events. Then a spy came to the owner with a proposal to eliminate Gislen. For the successful completion of the assignment, one influential person promised to provide significant support to his family. Of course, the customer understood the complexity of the task. After all, Gislen Berdium was the heir to his lands, and it was impossible to get rid of it. Then the spy proposed a tricky plan. To provoke the young Berdium on the duel, and then stage the accident. From the outside, it would look like a typical quarrel between the heirs of noble birth. The spy himself intended to accompany Cain under the guise of a Truster Knight and control the development of the situation. There were no reasons for concern, and the prospects seemed very tempting. Having not for a long time, the guy honestly admitted that he did not expect to receive an order for his own cousin. However, moral principles were never his strength, so he decided to get down to business immediately. Cain Lodes suspected that customers want to get rid of his cousin right now, since they noticed some changes in him. However, he was completely indifferent. He knew that he would commit this crime anyway. For this reason, the giant looked displeasedly at his cousin, not understanding why he was still standing a pillar. Then he demanded in honor of their meeting to bring him what is supposed by tradition. Gromila knew very well that Gislinberdium cancelled the festival, so he offered to revive the atmosphere and have a good time. In addition, he was sure Kuzin probably understands what was talking about, because they always thought about the same thing when it came to entertainment. For some time, the hero only thoughtfully tried to remember what the cousin was hinting at. However, soon understood the true meaning of the words of Cain Lodge. Whenever this type was declared on the estate, he demanded women and drink. Previously, Gislinberdium dutifully danced under his tune, fearing beatings. But now everything has changed. He was not going to spend his money on Kuzin anymore. In addition, the heir suddenly recalled Valinda's words that his father generally stopped allocating his funds. Then he looked at his cousin with genuine interest. Now the young man saw in him not just a tyrant, but an ideal source of income. While Gislin was thinking about this, with his protracted silence, he even more angry Gromila. He demanded that Kuzin immediately bring everything necessary right here, because he was not going to wait any longer. Gislinberdium, of course, promised that he would prepare everything right now. However, for starters, he would like Cain to pay off the bills. These words, even the spy accompanying them, led into a stupor. The cousin also absolutely did not understand what was being discussed. Gislin calmly recalled that all this time the brother shook at his expense, and it was time to pay. Including interest, the giant owed him 1,000 gold. Of course, the guy tried to argue, saying that all his expenses did not cost more than 100. In addition, the treats from Gislin were literally a duty of friendship. However, the heir could not consider it friendship, given that the cousin all this time wiped his legs on him all this time. Therefore, he demanded an immediate payment until he began to knock out this money by force, because now he was extremely necessary for him. After hearing, everyone caught his breath. Even Ricardo could not believe that his master dared to say this. The cousin only laughed from the words heard. Thunder rose, rising above the hero, and realized that because of his kindness to the boy, he seemed to have decided that he could dare without consequences. And perhaps the cousin really believed that he became stronger, spreading a couple of false rumors about his victories. However, Cain reminded the young man that he was not a hero, but just a shame that disgraced the lands of Berdium. That's why everyone in the north considers it a geek after all. Everything that he did as an heir suffered from what was not known from what. And this giant began to step on the hero, aiming huge fists right in his face. Despite the fact that even the enemy's hands were thicker than the hero's body, he was not at all scared. Due to his enormous size, Cain was very slow, so Gislin easily evaded the attack. Then the thug tried to hit him again. However, this time the young man also easily evaded the attack. After that, with his small fist compared to the dimensions of the enemy, he struck a crushing blow to the solar plexus. Without waiting for a response, the second blow followed. This enemy has already managed to block. But despite the defense, Thug fell to his knees, screaming in pain. Blood poured out of his mouth, and his spy immediately approached, assessing the state of the master. The heir, only in cold blood, asked his cousin to stop whining, because he perfectly saw that he blocked the blow. When the young aristocrat began to come closer, the support warrior immediately ordered him to leave. The rest of those present in the tavern began to whisper, literally not believing that the young master of their lands managed to create something similar. Only at this second, hearing their move, the hero finally realized what the giant was planning. At that moment, the boy only smiled, realizing that everything seemed to play his role well. The spy only whispered that he managed to create the appearance of what the younger Berdium started to start a fight. This was more than enough for a duel. The cousin understood that he had tried to enlist the support of influential people, such a rare opportunity. He had to impress. In addition, it was a great opportunity to get rid of the impoverished family of Berdium forever. As a result, taking his glove, Gromila accused the enemy of daring to spread rumors defaming the dignity of aristocrats, and besides, to attack him for trying to establish the truth. Cain was going to call Kuzin to a duel. However, he threw him a glove in the face much faster. Thus, it was he who became those who called his relative to the duel. The giant was clearly furious of such neglect by the younger, and the hero said that he was tired of how this insolent unjustly offends the heir Berdium right in front of his own people. In addition, the scoundrel attacked his subordinates, which deviated the dignity of the aristocrat. The young man hoped that the guy would not deny the obvious. For some time, the shock was just silent. He always knew that his cousin was a dumbass, but now he dug up his grave. As a result, taking his huge blade corresponding to its size, the giant said that he was taking a challenge to a duel. However, he demanded that the enemy does not spare if he died after that. However, before the battle, the heir turned to his personal guard. He asked to bring here all the protesters at the gate of the dealer's castle, and he promised that very soon he would get the money for them, which they lost due to the abolition of the festival. Obviously, after the cancellation of the holiday, the atmosphere of fun, striving for the apogee, suddenly slept, leaving behind them dissatisfied, who did not hide regrets. They remained in a state of intensity because they could not spend time idly and spend money. In such a situation, a good show would help them lower the steam a little. Soon, under the exclamations of the crowd, opponents met on the training ground. Everyone rejoiced, anticipating the duel between the young master and the younger Bertium. The merchants immediately resumed their activities by selling goods. Everyone was satisfied, because such an event attracted a lot of attention. They also began to accept bets, and obviously, everyone put on Mr. Cain. The cousin himself was very angry that the enemy dared to turn the sacred duel into such a cheap show. He also warned the relative directly that his sword would not stop, even if the hero would be humiliated on his knees. The young aristocrat was not at all surprised. He saw a spy standing next to his brother and understood what the true goal was. The young man already calmly offered to start a duel because a lot of people have gathered. However, the spy suddenly intervened. It seemed to him that the bet was not entirely honest. Having counted the bets, the grief bugmaker noticed that there was not a single bet on the master from the Bertium clan. The reason was that the result of the battle seemed too obvious to everyone. Everyone believed that the hero did not have a single chance against the giant. But they needed at least one fool, which would put on the opposite side. From this, Cain laughed even more, realizing that even his own people did not value the enemy. Then the heiress even suggested changing the bet to how long the younger Bertium will last against him. However, a beaten captain suddenly appeared, who put a huge bag of coins on the table. All this bet was made on the heir to the Bertium clan. The hero's heart trembled with the sincerity of his faithful captain. Next came his sister, who made an even more impressive bet. The maid also invested there. Everyone put it on their master. Many were amazed to see Lady Elena, given her difficult relationship with her brother. The bookmaker counted the money in the same way. This was quite enough for an honest match. Valand still reminded Elena that she warned. This idea was reckless enough. The giant was only angry that at least a few people appeared who believed in his miserable enemy. He understood that they were in vain spent money, and offered to start the battle. Then the young aristocrat recalled that despite the dimensions of the opponent, he was a little older than his cousin and considered to attack the first wrong. For this reason, he calmly pulled out his blade, preparing to repel the attack, after which he invited his younger brother to experience his blow first. Thunder only laughed in displeasure, realizing that the opponent was very late with the behavior of the elder. After the signal, he attacked him, ready to cut literally in two parts. Having rejected the attack, the heir realized how physically his opponent was. The giant advised Kuzin not to pretend to be strong, because he had already fallen too low to try to keep his face and honor. At first, the young man just had to run around the field dodging blows. The crowd whispered about how strong the young Mr. Lodes was, believing that the younger Bertium could not withstand a single direct attack. At this time, the hero himself examined the impudent face of his brother. The close ones watched the fight, holding their breath, intending to intervene at any second and stop the massacre. However, the spy understood that they could no longer save the young aristocrat. After all, anyone who decided to cross with the giant blades was doomed to death. This guy had a huge advantage in force, which made a counterattack impossible. So everything that remained was to dodge. And as soon as the opponent exhales from endless attacks and opens, he will meet his end. The young man knew very well that his cousin always defeated this scenario. Now he only mocked the hero and how flexible he became, even slightly adding in skills from their last meeting. It was not surprising. The eldest was always known for being fled well. In the next attack, Cain hit with such force that he sent the enemy into a free flight straight into the sky. All viewers immediately held their breath, Ricardo scared, and the spy understood that the final would come now, and the heir would die. However, despite the flight, the hero did not lose his balance at all. He only calmly warned his brother that he was always condescending to him. However, now he clearly crossed the line, and he is not going to spare him. Thus, the young man attacked in the air, concentrating mana in his legs. After an attack, he noticed that his cousin somehow did not own his blade well. He probably imagined himself the strongest only because he intimidated his opponents with his dimensions. However, the young aristocrat decided to open his eyes to his true power. The enemy was clearly amazed that the youngest was still on his feet. He tried to attack him with a sword, but the hero easily beat off his foot with his foot. After that, he twisted, choosing a convenient point for attack. As a result, he inflicted a series of lightning attacks, one of which came right along the neck of the enemy. He collapsed to the ground, pressing bleeding wounds. The audience froze in amazement, not understanding what had just happened. They could not believe that the heir to the Birdium clan advanced so much that he managed to win in this battle. Elena only smiled proudly, looking at her brother. Even the captain sighed approvingly, realizing that it was not for nothing that he believed in their young master. The spy perfectly saw that the wounds on Cain's body were shallow. Obviously, the winner had the opportunity to kill him, but he did not deliberately do this. The mercenary was very interesting when the younger Birdium began to own his sword so well. At that moment, seeing the condition of his cousin, the heir exhaled, throwing his sword away. He explained that he would continue to fight with his bare hands, because such a huge difference in forces did not look very spectacular. In addition, he wanted to use this duel in order to teach his brother a lesson. And for this he was only fists, otherwise he could accidentally kill him. The cousin almost laughed at the fact that the younger was going to teach him a lesson. The young man calmly explained that in fencing the giant was not an opponent. Therefore, the heir decided to give him a head start and fight in his fists, because the enemy will have an advantage in rough power. Also, the young aristocrat put 2,000 of gold, twice as much as his initial rate, that he will win in hand-to-hand combat. The inhabitants immediately began to whisper uneasily, not believing that now it really happens before their eyes. The spy also did not understand how the hero could dare so much as to challenge Cain himself in a fist battle. The mercenary never thought that the day would come when he would be grateful for someone's reckless stupidity. Luck was clearly smiling at him at that moment. The bookmaker immediately began to take additional rates on a fistfight between the heir to Birdium and the heir to Lodes. Obviously, many immediately put Cain to the victory, realizing that in the hand-to-hand combat he certainly could not lose. However, some, surprised by the unexpected abilities of the young master, began to carefully bet on him. At that moment, he smashed mockingly at the daring proposal of his brother mockingly. As a result, he agreed to fight. Having discarded his heavy cloak away, he freed himself from the mocking fabric. And grabbing the handle of the sword, he explained that he, in turn, would remain with the blade. Obviously, the maid was angry with how vile the cousin was, and begged for their master to choose his blade as soon as possible. However, the young man only smiled at the arrogance of his cousin. He understood that it was time for him to drive common sense into his stupid head. Having got rid of heavy weapons, the heir became even more agile than before. Now he could gradually sneak up and apply spot strikes to the enemy to the most vulnerable places. A little dancing around the giant, the hero hit him right in the jaw from the bottom up. It seems that the thug has even lost a couple of teeth from such a powerful attack. The guy even knelt down, not understanding when this miserable younger Birdium managed to learn such movements. All other viewers gasped delightedly, watching the unfolding drama, and realized the young master was really able to win. The young aristocrat asked the enemy to rise from his knees because he did not even warm up enough and would like to be angry again. He provoked his opponent with such arrogance. Obviously, he was furious from how this hero communicates with him, the very coward that had not even dared to raise his eyes on him. He personally made him bow his head all this time in his presence. In addition, he should have killed this lousy for the sake of a bright future family of lodges. However, now he suffered a crushing defeat from his own cousin. It was difficult to count how many dozens of ruthless strikes endured a giant until he completely lost his strength. Soon his face was already so swimming from the edema and hematomas that he literally could not rise from the ground. The hero came up, raising his cousin's head by the hair. And looking at his miserable appearance, he admitted that he was very sorry for his late father. Count Lodes helped Birdium when they were on the verge of collapse, only because he was friends with the father of the current heir. And the young man was unbearably sorry that his son was not worthy of his father's noble ideals. The young aristocrat recalled the events a few years ago. Everyone condemned the head of the family, who only returned to his homeland, but was about to go to the aid of these wilting lands. Especially considering that even a week did not have passed since his return, and he was about to leave for an old friend. It seems that even the little Cain Lodes himself did not understand this. Seeing the leaving father, he asked him not to go anywhere. Of course, the boy did not understand why he wanted to help them so, given that all relatives and advisors stopped his father. However, he called the only reason. He and Count Birdium were real friends. The father never called any other reason. At this moment, the hero prepared to deliver the last blow to the cousin. He only closed his eyes, not even daring to resist the inevitable. Then the heir realized. It seems that the guy finally learned this cruel lesson. Therefore, he held out his hand to him, allowing him to rise from his knees. The defeated thug whispered quietly that he recognized his complete defeat. As a result, the whole crowd was whispering, and the victory was deservedly awarded the young master. The audience screamed joyfully, rejoicing that he managed to disrupt an incredible jackpot. Elena rejoiced most of everyone else, because her older brother was so magnificent. At that moment, the spy quickly burst into the arena, not understanding how Cain Loads dared to give up so shamefully. He recalled that he trusted him, and he could not let him down like that. However, the exhausted giant only ordered this type to fall away. Then the mercenary realized how catastrophic his position is. Because of this worthless weakling, he could die as a traitor and a spy. But by this point, the hero sank silently from the back. He realized that now it was time to deal with their most important and dangerous enemy. Then he loudly announced the crowd that this kind person volunteered to pay for meat and drink to everyone who came to the performance today. The whole crowd yelled joyfully, not believing in her incredible happiness. But the spy, in dismay, reminded the young man that he did not give his consent to this. The heir calmly laid his hand on the shoulder of a trembling spy, recalling that this was the price of his crushing defeat. He should at least fulfill it, so as not to completely disgrace it. At the same time, the young man coldly explained, "The money spent on a drink and food for local residents will not go to the rate of the bet." The young aristocrat recalled that the man had to him 2,000 gold on top of the 1,000 set. His voice became icy when he warned, "If the mercenary dares to even think about the escape, then the hero will find him and mercilessly kill him." The spy was so frightened by this merciless determination in the eyes of the winner that he immediately agreed to all conditions. The young man nodded in satisfaction and headed home, successfully dealing with the task. The next day, a young master rested in his room. He was solemnly brought by his impressive gain in a huge chest. When he looked inside, his heart shouted with admiration. Many shining gold coins shimmered in the rays of the morning sun. With such impressive wealth, he could hire a whole detachment of experienced mercenaries. However, the soldiers would have worked out these funds for too long, and this method categorically did not suit him. Indeed, to implement the plan of the plan, the young man needed to act rapidly. His faithful maid and younger sister visited the master. The hero instantly noticed their curious looks, chained to a chest with treasures. Elena, with poorly hidden interest, asked where the older brother was going to spend all these wealth. The heir immediately felt a catch. The sister definitely needed something. But the girl said mysteriously. Valand, judging by the meaningful smile, had already guessed about the plans of the young master. The maid recalled that Lady Amelia's birthday was coming soon, and suggested he deliberately organized such a grand show to buy a particularly luxurious gift. Elena barely hid the disappointment. Has her brother arranged such a window dressing only to please some aristocrat? And the young heir blinked in confusion. He did not even suspect the existence of such a bride. At first, the young man decided that the girls were simply mocking him. Valand laughed loudly, his perplexing expression. Did the master completely forget about his engagement? Elena patiently reminded the name. Amelia, the daughter of the powerful Count of Rayfold. Hearing the name of her father, the heir froze, as if struck by thunder. The image of this insidious woman surfaced in memory. Amelia Rayfold is the noblest of the aristocrats, which the ordinary people idolized for their generosity and actions that are unthinkable for the highest class. But in the gloomy future that he remembered, this very lady will lead the bloody uprising and will become famous as a ruthless witch of the north. Worse, she will become the faithful ally of the Duke Dolphin in his treacherous plan to destroy the Birdium clan. The hero's heart sank with horror. He could never be connected with such a dangerous person. The young man urgently asked when his father would return home. So he learned that he had only a week at his disposal to make a plan. So the visit to the Rayfolds could not be postponed. The girls looked at each other perplexedly. Why such a sudden rush, if the celebration is not soon? The heir only mysteriously said nothing, not going to reveal his true intentions. Meanwhile, in distant lands, the young Madame Amelia Rayfold committed another noble act. Having removed her elegant shoes, she put them in front of a peasant girl trembling from the cold. Gently looking up, the lady asked the baby to shoo. A beaten and frightened child stared at a noble lady, not understanding what was happening. Amelia explained with maternal tenderness, "If anyone is destined to walk barefoot through these harsh lands, then to her, not the defenseless people." Viringly turning to their knights, the aristocrat ordered immediately to provide local residents with the crop and food. After a moment, the peasants brought provisions for the first time. Under the grateful sobs of the crowd, the lady majestically retired to her chambers. In the luxurious garden of County Rayfold, her faithful bodyguard Bernard delightedly hidden praise for the lady for the next triumph. Amelia dreamily thought out loud, "The father always requires blind obedience from subjects. but the gray mass is much more willing to follow who gives heat and bread. The warrior with conviction said. With his thoughtful actions, the girl subsequently conquered the hearts of many people. Such folk love will definitely help her win the race for the inheritance. Suddenly, the lady changed her subject, talking about the recent duel Bernard against the famous Master of the North. The knight guiltily began to apologize. He deliberately avoided unnecessary attention to his person. Victory would certainly attract the views of Imperial agents. The bodyguard understood. The time to expose the claws has not yet come. But he could swear. His blade, until the last breath, would serve only his mistress. Amelia was clearly unhappy with such cowardice. Suddenly grabbing the man by the chin, she threw up his face to her cold eyes. Each word sounded like a scouring of beach. He is strictly forbidden to be weak. Having calmed down, the lady moved to the affairs of the Actium Trading Guild. Things went excellently. They bought all the materials to restore the checkpoint in wild forests near the lands of Burdium. This outpost was half destroyed by the hordes of ferocious orcs. Similar maneuvers of the Wraitholds regained all the funds that the Count annually sent Burdiums as allied support. Moreover, they lured to them all soldiers and knights who fled from ruined lands. Among the defectors there were many fighters hardened in battles with barbarians. Amelia nodded approvingly to the work done, but strictly ordered to maintain the appearance of conventional trading activities. Until the decisive point, everything should remain in the strictest secret. In this tense moment, the butler timidly approached the lady. Bernard instantly frowned. Their lady is resting, and what right has a simple servant to disturb her precious peace? The butler had a message from the gatekeepers. Ghislain Burdium arrived on an unexpected visit. The mistress only sighed disappointedly. This walking problem decided to visit them. The servant awkwardly stumbled, explaining. According to the young master, he arrived for an important conversation. Apparently, the conversation concerned something related to trade guilds. For this reason, Amelia Reinhold, although extremely reluctantly, had to accept the hero in the living room. The heir, as if nothing had happened, greeted his bride. Looking at him, even her thoroughbred cat hissed displeasedly. The lady coldly recalled, to declare her home without warning was a bad form. It seemed that the guy finally even outdated the remnants of education. The young man calmly explained. He decided to give the bride a gift in advance, for her birthday. With these words, the young aristocrat showed an elegant flower that acquired from the facade of one guild. From now on, he planned to buy all bouquets only there. Of course, with a curious intonation, he called the bride the name, Guild Actium. The mistress only looked at him warily. Rising from the chair, she pretended not to understand at all what this visitor was trying to tell her. The gift was accepted with a stretched smile. Amelia asked the guest to leave, but he persistently asked the lady to stay in his place. The voice sounded firmly and decisively. A light trembling ran through the girl's body. The pressure was so powerful that even the table next to her trembled slightly. This was definitely not the miserable guy who used to only awkwardly shift from foot to foot in her presence. The young gentleman decided to be brief. He needed money, only 10,000 gold coins. The girl was struck by such impudence. He showed up to occupy the bride on her own birthday. She did not even know whether to perceive this as the will of all the county of Burdium. The heir explained. The father has nothing to do with it. In addition, he knew very well that the girl would not marry him anyway. She would have preferred the knight who all this time guarded the door. However, she should take the place of the head of the family, and this will become impossible. Then the hero, as it were, by the way, noted someone can accidentally whine that a certain person secretly builds up strength in order to win the race for the inheritance of the title. Amelia Reinhold was shocked. Did this insignificant geek know her plans? Having preserved external calm, she made it clear that such words should not be pronounced aloud even as a joke. The young man promised to keep her secret, but if only she does not put him empty-handed. Judging by the stone expression, the lady did not intend to give him a cent. For this reason, she loudly called her faithful knight. He entered sedately and courteously bowed to the young master. The hero carefully concentrated his gaze on the warrior. A powerful energy emanated from a man. He felt that Bernard was always a reliable support of Amelia Reinhold. Already at this stage, the knight possessed a force comparable to the legendary masters of the Sword of the North. The heir calmly warned the bride. If he dies here, a bloody land war will begin. But the mistress did not worry at all. She had already come up with the heading for the announcement. Walking Trouble was killed by the bodyguard for unexpectedly broke into the chambers of the lady. With these words, the aristocrat ordered her knight to get rid of this insolent. The warrior without doubting naked his blade. The hero was surprised. The girl was ready to go so far. In this case, he also needed to become much more serious. At that very moment, the young man noticed that one of the knightly mannequins behind began to move suspiciously. From there, the assassin quickly flew out, aiming the weapon right on the hero. Due to his lightning reaction, he only managed to pierce the chair where the enemy stood a second ago. The heir jumped to the side in time, after which he awarded the mercenary with a powerful kick. He, breaking through the window, flew away under the ringing of broken glass. The young aristocrat only closed his tongue, turning to surprised enemies. He did not expect that they had prepared a sudden attack under the mask of politeness. Having attractedly thanking such a warm hospitality, the hero directly ran into a duel with Bernard. He was clearly disappointed. In the house of Rayfold, it turns out, they did not teach manners. The knight coldly reminded. It was Ghislain Bertium that was the first to show impolite. He burst without warning and upset the mistress. As you know, no one is supposed to be for such a warm welcome. From that moment on, the battle continued seriously. At first, the young warrior could not attack Bernard. He only pushed him away from himself. The knight was extremely surprised. After all, Ghislain Bertium was known to everyone as an arrogant busty without any abilities. And now he clearly saw in the opponent the talent and skill of ownership of the blade. Amelia got angry with the bodyguard, believing that he decided to just have fun with their enemy. The man only said nothing displeased. And the mistress reminded, he must hurry and bring her the head of this geek if she is really faithful to her. Under such a piercing gaze, the warrior fell silently. Aiming the blade on the enemy, he vowed not to let the girl down. After that, Bernard began to fight much more serious and ordered the enemy to attack. The heir was clearly surprised. Is the ordinary knight dare to give him orders? However, he decided to accept the proposal to the battle and carried him on the attack. This time the warrior has become much more dangerous. It became more difficult for a young aristocrat to evade blows. The enemy even touched his face with a sharp blade. As a result, they began to exchange swiftly accurate blows one after another. Amelia watched the fight in bewilderment. When did this worthless geek learn to fight on equal terms with someone like Bernard? The next moment, the hero tried to attack the enemy, but he easily intercepted his blade. When the young man tried to do the same maneuver again, the focus did not work. Bernard took advantage of the moment to tie the enemy to the ground. He succeeded. Now the knight had already intended to pierce the defeated Ghislain with his blade. Nevertheless, the hero managed to break out of this difficult situation and retreat to a safe distance. He was seized with surprise. Bernard guessed to use magic, albeit in small quantities, to confront his reception. The knight himself was also amazed, because Ghislain was really very different from what rumors whisper about. He was taught to recognize the enemy in the case. And the fencing of this young man clearly indicated that he was tempered by real battles, not systematic training. Perhaps the whole thing was in frequent skirmishes with barbarians. Bernard explained that although such a technique worked well on a chaotic battlefield, a warrior aimed at one enemy, this would not work. Therefore, he warned, here and now the hero is saying back with life. The young man realized that his expectations regarding Bernard were really insufficient. The exact blows with a minimum swing in the most vulnerable places, the neck, head, coupled with the perfect timing and a sense of distance, made a serious enemy out of him in close combat. It was definitely difficult to overcome the difference in physics with technology alone. It seemed that this guy was not worth it at all. However, the hero had enough time to train with magic. He held out the threads of mana behind the enemy's head. Then he grabbed his blade and pulled it to him, simultaneously hit the enemy on the head. Thus, he distracted Bernard, and then awarded him a knee with a knee with a knee. Obviously, such an unexpected attack found the knight by surprise. He hesitated, not understanding what had happened. At this time, the hero had already regained his sword and aimed at the enemy. Amelia Rayfold scared frightenedly, realizing that her knight really lost. However, Bernard still managed to evade a rushing attack. Returning to the lady, he made it clear that she was better off to leave so as not to suffer. From that moment on, he could not guarantee her safety. After all, he was to lay out at the limit of his capabilities in this battle. Ghislain only sighed in displeasure. The enemy should fight him so from the very beginning. In addition, he himself rejoiced at this skirmish, because for a long time he did not come across a really strong and interesting enemy. Soon the lady and her cat had already fled around the territory of the estate. She did not understand how this impudent Ghislain Bertium dared to humiliate her in her own house. In addition, she wanted to know who exactly dared to merge the guild information to such a hollow. Otherwise, he could not recognize so many details. Perhaps even these rumors that he killed the Orcs, saved his sister from the assassin, and defeated the heir to the lodge in an honest battle, were true. Earlier, she believed that all this was either by falsification or a simple success, but the reality was completely different. Now Amelia ran after her guards, not understanding why they still did not come to the aid of Bernard. However, having entered the room, she saw only a lot of lying bodies and a female silhouette in the middle. It turned out to be a faithful maid of Valand, who calmly apologized to the mistress for the invasion. Amelia immediately realized that this girl was a servant of Birdium and wanted to know who she was, really. However, the girl only laughed awkwardly. Then she crept behind the mistress and put her blade to her neck. After that, she calmly took off the spider from her lips, amazed that nothing had changed, and she still carried such a creature with her. She recalled the overheard conversation between Count Rayfold and the Lord. She knew very well that this girl in childhood constantly suffered the bullying of the brothers, who teased her and scared her with terrible spiders. Therefore, she took and personally raised such a manual copy to take revenge. She did not even know if it was because of a childhood injury or for self-affirmation. However, having thrown off the spider, she calmly made it clear that Lady Amelia did not go at all. After that, she crushed a small insect with her heel, and she calmly offered a woman to cooperate from that moment on. At this time, Ghislain Birdium still looked at his mighty enemy. When he began to concentrate Manu, even the air was heavier. He had a really incredible amount of internal energy. In addition, Bernard was surprised that Ghislain considered him a worthy opponent. Such a phrase was worthy of some miserable mercenary, and not an aristocrat who considered himself equal to his lady. Birdium recalled that he was still an aristocrat, and did not understand how some ordinary bodyguard dared to condemn him. After the exchange of Kolkovo, both converged in battle. Bernard brought down a lot of fierce attacks on the hero, because I did not want such a geek to continue to defeat the honor of the aristocracy. Exploring such attacks, the hero realized that his opponent is very rampant in battle. Having experienced all the enemy's power, the young warrior realized, you can't just evade and retreat more. Fatigue from the constant flight prevailed, and he decided to seize the initiative, moving on a decisive offensive. Alas, Bernardo with amazing skill left every attack, as if dancing a deadly dance on the verge of a blade. Noticing a vulnerable place in the defense of the enemy, he struck a lightning punch, aiming at the very heart. The blade pierced the hero's shoulder, painting steel scarlet, but the celebration lasted only a moment. The wounded warrior grinned, and then the knight realized the brutal truth. It was a trap. His enemy deliberately set his shoulder under the blow, using his own flesh as a shield to stop the deadly blade. Such an incredible dedication forced the young man to get colder. It was impossible to weaken vigilance against such an enemy for a second. Despite the desperate resistance, the difference in forces became more and more obvious with every blow. The grueling battle dragged on, sucking the last forces from a young warrior. His movements became slower, his breath became heavier, and the blows are weaker. The enemy demonstrated the overwhelming superiority in speed, technology, and endurance, fully controlling the course of the duel. Each attempt to get closer to a decisive counterattack broke down about an impenetrable defense of an experienced fighter. In a direct clash of blades, Bernardo masterfully created the illusion of an equal struggle, forcing the young man to believe that their swords intended in a deadly embrace. Having invested the rest of Manu in an attempt to turn the situation by force, the hero realized bitterly, even this is not enough. In an honest duel, the victory slipped out of her hands like a morning fog, but fate smiled at the desperate warrior. His opponent did not suspect a secret trump card, the unique technique of cultivating mana, owned by a young fighter. At the decisive moment, Ghislain released the power of his third nucleus, and his speed increased many times, as if he had turned into a zipper. The only crushing movement, he knocked out a weapon from the hands of a stunned enemy. Bernardo froze in shock, unable to evade or defend himself. His mind refused to believe. Where did such a destructive force come from in this young man? How could he have so transformed right in the middle of the battle, at the very moment when the victory was already so close? The imperious female voice cut through the tense silence. The lady ordered to stop the massacre. She graciously allowed the daring guest to pick up everything that he wants, and immediately disappear from her eyes, without touching the defeated Bernardo. Ghislain Birdium only laughed mockingly in response. The irony of the situation was obvious. The arrogant girl brought the matter to the bloodshed, although she could satisfy his polite request from the very beginning. Valand, watching what was happening, also could not restrain the grin. Looking at her pogrom, who was taught by her by Mr., the maid understood that such a devastation could hardly be called the usual quarrel of lovers. Without reacting to Knuckles, the young warrior calmly declared the bride the unpleasant news. Now his conditions have changed, only 20,000 gold, not a coin. Having taken the money, Ghislain Birdium majestically retired, leaving behind the real battlefield. Amelia Rayfold, in a rage, rushed over his chambers, throwing everything that came to hand. Bernardo apologized humiliatingly for his failure. He fatally underestimated the enemy. The young hero was incomparably stronger than the rumors spoke. Moreover, he possessed the technique of releasing mana, which surpasses even the possibility of a highest-ranked knight. The mistress could not understand. When did this upstart manage to change like that? Her faithful servant carefully suggested reporting the incident to the Duchess Dolphin, but immediately received an angry slap in the face. Amelia violently recalled how a monstrous person was the Duke. The heads will fly if today's events become public. The reason for her alliance with a dolphin covered in a secret agreement. She will help eliminate the Birdium family, and he will support her plans for the uprising. But if this conspiracy is revealed, inevitable death awaits them. The same thing happens if the secret standing behind the trading guild pops up. Therefore, they needed to find a way to kill Ghislain on their own. The insidious aristocrat noted the weaknesses of the enemy. He was wounded. A deep wound gaped on his shoulder. Numerous cuts were covered with the body, and mana reserves were almost exhausted. He will take time to restore, and this gave them an advantage. However, the problem was different. Bernardo recalled that they cannot use official knights if they want to not leave traces. Then the mistress decided. It is time to release hunting dogs, which they secretly nurtured for such situations. A detachment of wild cats, rootless warriors without status and surname, collected in a deadly flock. Of these, the strongest fighters should be taken away, especially skillful in camouflage. With an elegant movement, she indicated the place of future reprisal on the map. A secluded valley between the territories of Birdium and Rayfold. Almost no one went into this beggar forgotten by the gods, which made her the perfect place for secret operations. The plan was truly genius, and Bernardo vowed to prepare everything perfectly. Amelia mentally swore, Ghislain Birdium will pay dearly for daring to humiliate her. Meanwhile, the hero raced in a carriage, thinking about what had happened. He expected such behavior from his former bride. Old Fergus cast restless glances at him, but the young master assured him, everything is in order with him. The wound was shallow, the risk was justified, and 20,000 gold, selected from Amelia Rayfold, will be an excellent starting capital to restore its lands. This will save years of hard work. Of course, it would be tempting to turn off the snake's neck, but the territorial wars were now useless. You cannot allow emotions to expose its possession, especially when they are already desperately fighting the raids of barbarians. It is better to do with little blood. In addition, knowledge of the secrets of the trading guild has seriously complicated Amelia's game. In this life, he decided to use it as coldly as she used it in the past. Submitted into thought, Ghislain met with the worried gaze of Valinda. According to the facial face of the maid, he realized. She doubts whether everything is going according to plan. Earlier, the young master told her to be on the alert. If he hears the sounds of the battle, immediately take Amelia hostage if she tries to escape. Although he was still perplexed why the girl decided to fulfill the instructions herself and not to entrust to old Fergus. Suddenly, the consequences of using the third nucleus made themselves felt. To the horror of the satellites, the hero again began to bury blood. Of course, this time everything was not as critical as in the past, but over time, such an overstrain could become a serious problem. He urgently needed a safer way to quickly build mana. The alarmed maid resolutely took the master's hand and began to explore his energy flows, and quickly found serious violations in the circulation of mana. She began to apply accurate blows at certain points in his palms. Instantly, Ghislain felt how congestion in the energy channels began to be dissolved. Such treatment required a deepest understanding of the nature of mana. The young warrior was finally convinced. Valand is far from an ordinary person. As far as he remembered from his past life, the hero's mother brought her to the palace. He never considered her a simple servant. But now the burning curiosity tormented him. Who is this mysterious woman really? Why does such a gifted personality vegetate the head of the servant in the outback? However, the more strong allies gathered under his banners, the better. Talented people met on life paths are an excellent beginning of great achievements. On the way home, Valand with sincere devotion assured the young master that she was always ready to help him in any endeavors. However, she asked to explain why he selected such a huge amount from the Rayfolds. Ghislain patiently explained, the money is urgently needed, and with Amelia Rayfold, they are found in abundance. Neither the maid nor the old Fergus could believe that their master got into a deadly adventure only for the sake of gold. In addition, the old warrior warned if Count Rayfold learns about this, serious troubles are coming. But Ghislain Birdium only smiled mysteriously. Amelia will never tell his father about what had happened. He asked his faithful companions to just trust him. Valinde, however, persistently demanded that the master share his plans. People who risk life for him have the right to know what the money would go to. The young warrior calmly mentioned the eternal problem, the forest of monsters. They need resources to completely clean up and protect land. Fergus considered this idea crazy. Attempts to cleanse the damned forest have been made since his grandfather, and all of them failed. Changing the subject, the hero asked the results of the searches that he ordered before leaving. The old man already choked on surprise. It turned out that the one whom the young master was looking for was where it was supposed. However, Fergus doubted the advisability of attracting such a person, given his current state. But for Gislen, only one thing was important. The desired was alive. He intended to immediately go to him, but Valand categorically opposed. At first it was necessary to return to the family estate. In such an exhausted state, the master would not achieve anything. The young warrior reminded the maid to be the harsh truth. His dear bride will not leave it just like that. Knowing Amelia's insidious temper, she will certainly make an attempt to kill him to silence forever. Valand immediately began to boast of her strength, assuring that she and old man Fergus would cope with protection perfectly. But Gislen shook his head. Caring for him is not their direct duty at all. In addition, circumstances have changed dramatically. They urgently needed a reliable commander, and soon they will receive it, if everything conceived is realized. The carriage stopped at a dilapidated, crumbling house. Fergus resolutely knocked on the rickety door, and the maid in doubt looked at the wretched dwelling. Can someone live in such desolation? However, their intelligence approved the opposite. Finally, the door with a creak opened, and a gloomy, untidy old man appeared on the threshold. He cast an uninvited guests with a wary look, silently asking about the purpose of the visit. The hero's companions froze in amazement, not believing that their master really wanted this particular man. Valand could not hide bewilderment. Maybe a mistake occurred. This ragged man did not resemble a responsible commander who could lead their strength. He looked sorry and wretched, like the last tramp. However, Gislen firmly knew. In front of him was the one whom he was looking for all this time. The inhabitant of the shack only said tiredly that he had nothing to discuss with the young aristocrat, and asked not to spend his precious time in vain. Suddenly, Gislen Bertium turned to a gloomy inhabitant of a shack named the captain of the legendary detachment of mercenaries Rataksk, Gillian. Hearing his forgotten title, the old man squinted in war, but the young aristocrat only smiled warmly in response. Holding his hand for handshake, he sincerely admitted he desperately lacked such a master in the ranks of his warriors. Old Fergus, and even the hardened knight Ricardo, almost choked on amazement. Is there really a manager of the very famous detachment of the Rataksk mercenaries in front of them? This elite group of warriors was so famous that only a true master could join it, which possessed all the types of weapons perfectly. Although the detachment broke up for a long time, his glory rattled so loudly that even foreign knights knew about him. And the commander of these legendary fighters was just a man known as Gillian. However, recognition only angered the old warrior. Lighted up that the stranger revealed his personality, he with rage threw an axe right into the daring youth. From such impudence, all accompanying the hero instantly boiled with anger and exposed weapons, ready to protect their young master. Gillian himself, slowly approaching the guy, coldly asked what the young aristocrat from the old hermit needed. Valand at this time persistently asked the master to retreat back, realizing that this man is clearly not in his mind and poses a serious threat. But the hero calmly said two terrible words: endless punishment. Then he calmly added that he knows the way to cure this supposedly incurable disease that Gillian's daughter suffers. For this reason, he invited the old warrior to talk face to face. The symptoms of this cursed disease were terrible. Exhausting fever, hemoptysis, scarlet rashes on the skin, similar to rose petals. This was considered an incurable ailment, and the affected by him is doomed to writhe in torment, like a tortured criminal. Endless punishment. This is the name of this cruel disease. When they entered the house, the daughter of Gillian just began another painful attack. A heartbroken father in despair pressed Rachel, not knowing how to alleviate her suffering. Gislen, seeing the state of the girl, realized with relief it was not too late to help her. In a last life, he tried to hire Gillian, but he left this world after the death of his beloved daughter. Having lost the only meaning of existence, he abandoned everything and committed suicide. Looking at the wretched state of the dwelling, it became obvious. A man spends all his strength and savings on attempts to cure the child. The only thing that remains untouched is his weapon. The girl sobbed with unbearable pain and delighted her father to stop her torment. Gislen understood that there was no time left for fluctuations. It was necessary to immediately start treatment. At that moment, Valand resolutely tried to stop her master. Looking intently into his eyes, she offered to leave. The maid did not understand that he started, but she was sure that they could not help where even the priests with their divine force were powerless. Many said that this disease is a curse of the gods. However, it seems that Gislen Bertium was the only one in this world who really could save a dying girl. Valand continued to argue, but the hero only calmly asked to trust him. Then he handed her a small piece of paper. It was a list of necessary medicines, ordering to immediately go in search of them. An unexpected list forced even a calm Valinda open his eyes wide with amazement. Gislen understood. For a mercenary not tied to a specific place, knowledge is the basis of survival. Endless punishment is now considered incurable, but in the future the medicine will still be found. This will become so disgusted by the sensation that he remembered all the details of the manufacture of the drug. The method was surprisingly simple. The only problem was the incredible high cost of ingredients. Among them was, for example, the rare grass fairy blessing. It had to be thoroughly ground and mixed with other herbs. Then transfer the mixture into the bottles and pour strong alcohol. After energetic shaking for complete mixing the components, the potion was supposed to brew. Next, it was necessary to add the remaining herbs and mix everything again. The result was a shining bottle with purple fluid of life. The hero solemnly handed the precious bottle to Jillian, asking him to give a drink to his daughter. The desperate father, without hesitation for a second, completely trusted the words of the young man. And indeed, as soon as the girl drank the medicine, the damned spots began to slowly disappear from her face. All those present were shocked, watching how sinister marks turned pale and melt before our eyes. The man literally could not believe his happiness. The medicine really worked. Gislen to himself rejoiced that he remembered the recipe correctly, and this wonderful knowledge managed to save Rachel's life. Jillian longed to find out how the young aristocrat managed to find a medicine where even healers with his sacred power were powerless. The hero patiently explained, "The power of saints is not endless, and the effect of healing greatly depends on the health of the body itself and the will to life, which help to overcome the disease. This is completely not the same as real drug treatment." From the awareness of what happened, the hands of an old warrior trembled. He grabbed the Gislen as a drowning man for a straw, realizing, thanks to this young man, his daughter would live. The young gentleman promised that within a maximum of 2 months the girl would finally recover. Hearing this, the man collapsed to his knees. With tears in his eyes, he asked the hero to call his price. After all, he probably made such a way for a reason. Jillian warned that the only thing he had was his useless old body. But for saving the precious daughter, he was ready to become even a dog, at least a slave. But Gislen did not need slaves. He asked the man to return to his former life, and again become the real leader of the Rataksk mercenary detachment. Hearing this, the old man looked up with disbelief at the young aristocrat. He saw determination in his eyes, but did not understand true intentions. However, as promised, he obeyed the will of his savior. As a sign of a new fate, Jillian took an axe and cut off long gray hair, which he grew over the years of solitude. At that moment, even the aura around a man was transformed. He literally in a second became a completely different person, radiating strength and confidence. After that, he busily asked the hero if he had come, accompanied by someone else, and whether the surveillance of enemies is being followed. Gislen calmly explained that all the people whom the old man sees arrived with him. Then it became obvious. The young master has ill-wishers, and the hero admitted that in the future there would be even more. Hearing this, the old warrior confidently squeezed his spear in his hand. Then, like a fisherman throwing a fishing rod, he threw the weapon into the distance. The spear with surgical accuracy pierced one of the hidden enemies. Taking the prey, Jillian squeezed the throat of the spy with an iron grip, demanding that the customer name. The caught scout in shock could not understand how he was discovered at such a distance. Then Jillian turned to his new master, asking what to do with the captive. But Gislen Berdium knew very well who could send this killer. He did not want to stain his hands with blood today, but understood the need to eliminate the pursuer. However, Jillian did not allow the young man to expose the blade. The old warrior decided to take dirty work on himself. A little strengthening the grip, he broke the enemy's neck with a crunch. After that, he calmly bowed to the hero, reporting on the execution of the assignment. Valanda carefully watched Gislen. There was not a drop of doubt or fear in his movements, but she could not understand. Why did he have such a dangerous person surrounded? At this moment, the old man himself sank into one knee in front of the young Duke Gislen, bringing a sacred oath. From now on, his life is completely in the hands of the savior of his daughter. The hero took the oath with satisfaction. He really counted on the help of this experienced warrior and understood. Now, a significant part of the forces necessary to restore the territory was collected. Meanwhile, a panic reigned in the den of the gang of wildcats. The detachment captain learned that their intelligence group was completely destroyed. The surviving fighters looked at each other in fear, not understanding how this could happen. The leader of the gang, Diego, ordered his subordinates to shut up in order to calmly think about the situation. According to information from Master Bernardo, the current power of the heir to the Duchy of Berdium would not allow him to kill, but even find their scouts. He suspected that either the reconnaissance squad was incompetent, or the information received was incomplete. However, subordinates reported to their leader a shocking news. It seems that Gislen Berdium hired Jillian himself to his service, At first, Diego did not believe these words and even began to shake his assistant, believing that he was carrying some nonsense. But the witness swore that he had seen the legendary mercenary with his own eyes. Then the head of the Wildcats smiled slyly. He waited a very long time when Jillian would show himself again, and this moment finally came. Soon a small caravan was already moving back to the Duchy of Burdium. Jillian led a heavily loaded wagon. Although he was not a weapon merchant, he dragged an impressive arsenal of iron with him. Because of this, they had to hire a whole cart. Ghislain asked not to pay attention to inconvenience. In any case, the wagon was necessary for the comfortable transportation of a recovering Rachel. Old Fergus and Ricardo rode behind, guarding the carriage with the young mistress. The hero asked the maid to show patience. All this weapon will definitely come in handy. In addition, it is not known which adventures are waiting for them when leaving the canyon. After a short silence, Velen decided to discuss the issue of spies who followed them. She suspected that it could be people, sent by Lady Amelia Riefeld. It was very problematic. The hero explained that the murdered scout was a characteristic mask of the Guild of Wildcats, a very influential organization in the lands of the Rapholds. However, this guild acted illegally, engaged in smuggling, custom-made murders, people trading, and prohibited substances. Valinda heard about them as the discharge of society taking up any dirty work. Among them, there were often retired mercenaries. It was a powerful shadow organization. Ghislain became curious how Velen could know such details if she spent all the time in the castle. The maid tried to come up with an awkward excuse, but quickly changed the subject. In any case, she wanted to warn the master of maximum caution. These guys are too persistent. However, Ghislain Burdium assured that now nothing terrible will happen. A man is traveling with them to whom he can entrust his life. Just at that moment, as if in confirmation of his words, the caravan began to surround the armed fighters. Although at first Jillian did not show, he had long felt their approach. This couple decided to ambush, attacking from the ground. The man grabbed the weapon with lightning speed. With one shortened sword and an axe, he masterfully stopped two attackers, and then without hesitation chopped off their hands holding blades. At this moment, the mercenaries lurked in the distance, cut the ropes of a pre-prepared trap. Huge logs rumbled right on the wagon, where the hero was. Valand instantly realized they landed in a serious trap, but the experienced warrior Jillian managed to stop the horses in time, not allowing anyone to fall under the deadly blow to Brevin. Ghislain looked completely calm, as if expected a similar development of events. Finally, the main detachment of Wildcats, led by its leader, appeared. Diego, first of all, with the mockery greeted the former leader of the detachment of the mercenaries of Rataksk. He called him a coward, who dissolved the legendary gang for his own daughter, and he accused that the life of many people moved down due to his decision. The leader suggested that Jillian was no longer able to recognize him due to senile insanity, and perhaps the old man simply pretends to be, which he does not remember. But Diego was ready to do everything to remind himself. After which he ordered the strongest fighters of his detachment to attack enemies. Ghislain generously offered Jillian help, but he refused. This person had personal scores with him, a significant argument so as not to intervene. Therefore, the young duke trusted his new commander. With one crushing blow of a powerful axe, the old warrior cut 4 attackers into pieces. After that, with the same ease, he fought with the remaining brave men who dared to challenge him. Then the leader understood with horror. The power of the greatest mercenary has not gone anywhere. The years of hermit did not weaken him. Diego urgently ordered the detachment to divide and attack on both sides. Without losing composure, Jillian jumped on his faithful horse. He took another weapon, a long pole with axes at both ends. Having completely trusted his battle horse, he destroyed the enemies to the left and right, turning into an uncontrollable whirlwind of death. Frightened warriors in despair tried to scare his horse, but the faithful horse was hardened in hundreds of battles and did not react to miserable attempts. Understanding that the detachment of Wildcats suffers a crushing defeat, Diego himself decided to join the battle. Jillian easily repelled his fierce attack with a shield. Then the leader with bitterness spit out that for the sake of honor, Jillian could at least not defend himself from the attacks of a person whose life himself destroyed. But even so, he vowed to kill the traitor in an honest duel. After that, Diego with a throwing weapon struck the white horse of Jillian. The old warrior had to dismount, and the battle continued on Earth. Attacking the enemy with a shield, the veteran recalled that he has not been the leader of the Rataksk detachment for a long time. This statement was even more enraged by Diego. He demanded that the man stop lying in brazenly, but Jillian calmly explained he left the past behind. Now he is nothing more than the arms and legs of the Duke of Ghislain. These words finally took Diego. He could not understand how the great warrior could leave all his faithful subordinates for the sake of some miserable aristocratic geek. The leader intended to kill the traitor here and now. With pain in his voice, he reminded Jillian. After his departure, the entire legendary detachment of the Mox broke up. Because of him, Diego, he lost his goal in his life and was forced to power a miserable existence, simply surviving in this cruel world day after day. Such a tragic fate did not force Jillian to be praised by pity for a defeated enemy. Then Diego, with bitterness, told his story, how he dedicated his whole life to the Rataksk detachment, putting everything that he had into him. But Jillian was indifferent. The traitor threw them all to become a miserable little dog on the errand of a nobleman. Diego can never forgive him for this. The leader remembered very well how powerful their leader was when he commanded the legendary mercenaries. But while he nursed his sick daughter, Diego continued to temper in countless bloody battles. Therefore he was sure the decrepit old man was definitely not even. Taking advantage of the throwing knives, he for a moment distracted the attention of the enemy. This second was enough to reduce the distance and deliver a deadly blow. However, Jillian with amazing ease intercepted the dagger with a bare hand. Then he calmly noticed. This was a very miserable reason for revenge. The head of the Wildcats himself panicked, not understanding how the old man was able to block his blow, just wrapping his hand in Manhwa. He suspected that the man had been fought half-hearted all the time. And it seems to be right. When the next moment Jillian struck a response, Diego flew off like an arrow fired from a crossbow. Jillian slowly approached the defeated enemy, sincerely not understanding his motives. Diego had a lot of opportunities to take revenge earlier. Why did he come for his soul right now? As it turned out, Diego came to him more than once. However, there was no commander of the mercenaries Rataksk. He found only a miserable old man, about whom he was sick to stir. Therefore, he patiently waited for the same Jillian to whom he once idolized. Hearing this, the man threw the mercenary a sword, allowing him to raise the weapon. Then he calmly repeated, now he serves another master. However, he decided to give his former comrade a great honor, and fight him like a real commander of Rataksk. They violently attacked each other, and from that moment the real battle began. It was such a battle that Diego was longing for all this time. Despite the light niceness of the warrior's blows, the former captain managed to catch the moment and injure him with a blade. Having brought an axe over the enemy's head, Jillian finally admitted. Despite the mask, he knew that in front of him was Diego Valanos, purpose captain of the 5th detachment of a group of mercenaries. Diego only smiled, realizing that he was not forgotten, after which he said goodbye to life. Ghislain Bertium calmly praised Gillian for the work done. In addition, from the sale of all the junk which the mercenaries brought with them, it was possible to work well. Jillian himself guiltily bowed for tightening the battle, but the hero did not see anything shameful in this. In fact, in this fight, the man surpassed all his expectations. When the young gentleman was just starting to work as a mercenary in a past life, the stories about Jillian, told by the senior comrades, laid the foundation for his ascent to the title of the King of the Mercenaries. He was glad that they hurried and gained such a reliable ally. Ghislain also realized Jillian clearly recognized the leader of the Wildcats. The man introduced the murdered as his former comrade. Thinking about it, the hero became curious. What are his former associates doing now? After all, before meeting with him, everyone had their own life. However, Ghislain Bertium swore, in this life he will collect them again, just a little later. After 2 more days of the tiring path, the caravan finally reached the lands of Bertium. The hero looked at the picturesque views of their native places with curiosity. It was incredibly pleasant to feel that he had where to return. In a last life, leaving the house, he thought he could return at any moment. However, he was brutally mistaken. Finally, Ghislain Bertium decided to listen to Jillian's impartial opinion about their lands. Of course, the old warrior tried to hide the disappointment, but the insightful hero easily noticed him. He perfectly understood the reason. There were only decrepit houses that were not subject to repair around. Nobody touched the fields for a long time, and all the efficient men went into the army, throwing land to the mercy of fate. Jillian heard that barbarians constantly raid on the lands of Bertium, but the real situation was even worse than he imagined. However, Ghislain Bertium explained with confidence. He intends to solve all these problems. It is for this that he needs the help of such a reliable ally. Of course, this will be a long and exhausting struggle for the destruction of everything connected with the Duke Dolphin, and the protection that he had not previously perceived for granted. But the young gentleman solemnly swore. He will certainly restore these lands in all their former greatness. Suddenly, when they approached the gates of the castle, Valand gasped in amazement. Even the hero's eyes swung wide from shock. Ahead, riding a horse, at the entrance, his father waited. As soon as the Count arrived, he immediately gathered all close in the throne room to discuss the future strategy. He demanded to reduce military power. Of course, his advisors warned. In this case, holding borders will become much more difficult. Some even offered to request more support from the Rayfolds. However, the rest understood. They would not help. Judging by intelligence data, the Rayfolds actively hire soldiers and stock up with food for their own purposes. As a result, there was no choice but to spend the available funds on the restoration of the fortress near the Forest of Monsters, destroyed during the last hunting for orcs. And for this you will have to cut the salary of the knights in order to at least somehow keep afloat. Listening to these conversations, Gislen Bertium realized bitterly. Events develop in the same way as in a past life. All the same people gathered here. The commander of the Knights Corps, Bertium, Randolph. The treasurer of the family is Albert, as well as the manager, Homer. The hero could not say exactly how much time passed since their last meeting. For the young Mr. Gislen, only a couple of months passed. But for the king of mercenaries, they flew 10 years from the moment of their last conversation. However, now he sincerely praised everyone for how well they worked during the military campaign. Then he turned to his stern father, Count Zvalter Bertium. Being a child, he was afraid of his father because of his strict, severe face. Only having lived a new life, the son began to understand it. It was a complete exhaustion of apathy, caused by an exorbitant load of responsibility on the shoulders. This was the burden of all true aristocrats. Father heard that his son leaving a week from the castle. Gislen Bertium calmly explained that he personally traveled to the Rayfolds. The count could only hope that the heir did not cause any troubles. Albert then mentioned, rumors reached them that the young master won money for a duel with a certain young man from the Cain family. The treasurer could only pray that the young man did not manage to waste all the funds. Of course, Gislen would call it an investment, not motivation. However, he explained that he decided to settle one thing with Amelia. The manager reminded the young master of the need to remember his status of the heirs of the lands Bertium when he takes any action. However, the father quickly reassured the restless assistants. Then he transferred the topic to the problems that arose in his absence. He heard that his son killed Jamal and Philip, who tried to kidnap and sell Elena. The hero has almost forgotten those bastards. It happened for so long. The knight, however, understood that Gislen would definitely not cope with this on his own. He suggested that perhaps the young master made the traitors fight among themselves and then finished off the survivor. The hero understood. Although they were traitors, the commander Randolph is clearly not enthusiastic about the loss of his people. Therefore, he decided not yet to expose himself to the hero, agreeing with the version of Randolph and only reinforced his self-confidence. Suddenly, for the first time in all this time, Zvalter Bertium praised his son. Be that as it may, the most important thing is that his sister, the daughter of the head of the family, remained intact and sound. Then Gislen Bertium dared to ask his father about one service. The manager immediately reminded the young master, if the request concerns the cancellation of the payment of benefits, they cannot change anything. Randolph supported Homer, because there were too many sins behind Gislen to atone them with one good act. The commander of the knights mercilessly listed the misconduct. The sale of military supplies with a waste of money for gambling, a fabric of the gates of the castle due to mood swings, impudent theft and arson of a combat horse, and this is only a small part of a long list of sins. However, Gislen Bertium only wanted to get a formal permission of his father. Out of politeness, after all, he will somehow carry out the plan. When he told Valinde about this, the maid did not understand at all what was so important in this matter that the master was literally obsessed with the idea. The hero could not reveal all the cards. If his plan fails, serious problems may arise. But in case of success, the profit will be colossal. He knew that near the entrance to the monster forest there is a place with huge deposits of runic stones. These are minerals saturated with pure magic energy. Runic stone is an incredibly rare resource from which all magicians go crazy. It is used everywhere, to create magical tools, drawing magic circles. Even the manufacture of scrolls and in alchemical studies, wherever magic is used. In a past life, the damned dolphin family took these invaluable deposits to their hands. But now this information was known to the hero, and he would not allow such robbery to be repeated. Valinde was unpleasant that Gislen Bertium began to hide something from her. But still, she hoped that the young master thought out the plan well. In gratitude for confidence, the hero instructed the girl to go to the nearest guild of mercenaries and hire 200 people. Jillian warned, mercenaries are unpredictable, and such an amount is very difficult to control. If they want, they will be able to suppress the hero with numerical superiority. However, that is why Gislen Bertium intended to conduct a thorough selection with Jillian. In addition, if we talk about useful guys, he already knew one small group in the north, whose combat skills were one of the best. Jillian guessed, we are talking about crazy dogs. They are skilled warriors, but if something does not suit them, they will tear the tenant into pieces, just like the real wolves. In another way, they were also called a detachment of mercenaries Cerberus. However, Bertium understood, no matter how dangerous they were, He would definitely tam these dogs. On the outskirts of the Zimbar lands, the Cerberus mercenary camp was located. The sentries immediately noticed the approaching two uninvited guests. The mercenaries only chuckled, realizing that these fools, most likely, were not even aware of where they were. In addition, they noticed, among them was another pompous aristocracy. Having killed it, you can snatch a tidbit of gold. However, only having heard offensive thoughts out loud, Jillian immediately stood up for the master. He grabbed the impudent with an iron grip by the throat, clutching so tightly that he made him scream in pain. Then he contemptuously threw to the side, warning no longer to dare to speak nasty things about his master. At this moment, all the brothers-in-arms grabbed blades, ready to punish the madman. They understood that a high position was granted to them. However, even to aristocrats, they did not allow impunity to enter their territory. Therefore, their elder warned, uninvited guests will not leave here alive. The hero rode down calmly, amazed at their impudence, then imperiously demanded that the leader immediately bring to him. The man only burst out laughing from such arrogance, and he was convinced, before them the next crazy aristocrat. Since he himself climbed into the mouth of the wolves, he must be ready for consequences. The mercenary attacked the hero with his mace on a long chain. However, the deadly weapon did not even have time to get closer to the hair of the young master, as Jillian defended. The man was amazed. Someone managed to pierce the chain link with an ordinary sword. The hero was only convinced, in a good way, these dogs clearly do not understand. Therefore he allowed his faithful warrior to act as he considers necessary, but ordered not to kill. Jillian abruptly pulled the sword, pulling the enemy to him. Twisting it in the air, he generously awarded a couple of sobering blows. The rest of the dogs fiercely rushed to the hero, intending to punish the presumptuous aristocrat, who imagined that his position gave the right to everything. But they did not even manage to get closer. The defender of Ghislain was so strong. After Jillian masterfully figured out all the attackers, he looked menacingly at the remaining warriors. Under his harsh gaze, they literally shook with fear, not daring to budge. Ghislain only impatiently came closer, wondering how long he still wait. He was tired of the fuss with the sixes, and ordered the boss to immediately bring. Finally, a man appeared who was dozing peacefully when he was worried. From one of his appearance, all the soldiers instantly lined up on a string, ready to welcome the captain. Then he calmly introduced himself as the commander of the detachment of the mercenaries of the Cerberus. His name was Kaur, and he asked what Ghislain needed. The young master only grinned at the stupid question. The guy appeared to hire their detachment. It looked quite strange for the commander. First to beat his people to half to death, and then make a speech about hiring. Kaur recalled that Ghislain Berdium, like a true aristocrat, certainly had to know the rules of decency. However, the young heir asked to perceive his daring behavior as a kind of greeting. He was convinced that such an approach would become the best way to make them obey. Such arrogant speeches again caused a grin at the experienced commander, who mentally suggested, the next time this young man would probably arrange a real massacre as a greeting. Nevertheless, he decided to listen to the request of an uninvited guest and find out what grandiose plans he bear. Ghislain Berdium calmly explained that he intends to start comparing the forests of monsters. For such an enterprise, he needed strong fighters. At the mention of this damned place, Cerberus mercenaries involuntarily cringed. The forest literally nodded to monstrous creatures, and even one thought of him terrified the hardened warriors. However, Kaur was curious who was this man who dared to bargain about the campaign in such dangerous lands. The stranger, without hiding his personality, introduced himself as the heir to the lands of Berdium, who appeared to them his own person. Hearing this, the mercenaries of Cerberus only burst out laughing. Now the crazy tricks of the young man ceased to seem surprising. Everyone considered the pure stupidity of his intention to really clean the forest of monsters. Koror dismissively explained that such spoiled aristocrats had nothing to do in such a deadly place, so he decided to even listen to him anymore. After that, he gave a sign to his subordinates that negotiations were over. However, the heir Berdium only laughed mockingly. It seems that Kor was simply scared. He turned to them since rumors about the skill of their detachment went. However, now it seemed that the reputation of the mercenaries was seriously exaggerated. Hearing such words, the leader only threw his legs on the table, ordering a young man to get out asleep. As he said earlier, they were mercenaries, and if working conditions are not suitable for them, they will not take on it. However, the aristocrat recalled that the weaklings are always looking for excuses, and this was another similar case. Kor calmly explained that he would play with a self-confident boy, but miserable provocations ruined everything. He perfectly understood. Such children who do not even realize how the world works is not worth touching with a finger. Therefore, the commander decided to let go of an annoying guest, asking him only to compensate for the damage and immediately get out. However, Berdium categorically refused to leave their base. Then he turned to the leader of the detachment of the mercenaries of Cerberus with an unexpected offer. He demanded from him the recognition of Marianne. Hearing these words, everyone immediately tensed to the limit. Kor even thought that perhaps the young aristocrat does not understand the true meaning of these words. However, of course, the heir would not scatter such terms just like that. The recognition of Marianne is a sacred traditional duel in the world of mercenaries. Participants in the duel should fight exclusively on blades without using magic, while their free hands are connected with each other. The fight is carried out in a tiny circle. The intersection of its boundaries automatically means defeat. This is a cruel confrontation for life that limits the movements and space for maneuvers. It often happened that as a result, both participants were dying. The young nobleman explained. According to ancient rules, the loser is obliged to unconditionally recognize the superiority of the opponent and completely obey the decrees of the winner, roughly speaking, to become his faithful dog. He wanted to know whether the Corps was ready to take a chance and compete with him on such conditions. It seemed that even his commander was surprised that the noble master was about to follow the cruel customs of the mercenary world. But the hero knew that among the free swords, the rejection of such a fight is equated with dishonor. The Corps will definitely not be able to evade. Here, an experienced warrior burst out laughing loudly, attracting the attention of all those present. Then he dismissively explained to his comrades that their little noble master longs for recognition in the style of mercenaries, and of course, they simply must respect his ardent desire. Very soon the opponent's hands were tightly connected, after which both took up their positions in a close circle. All those present immediately began to scream gambling that the arrogant puppy would finally receive the desserts, and called for the captain to mercilessly kill him. Kaor warned youth, even if he learned a couple of tricks, this will not help him to win. The way back no longer existed. Then he pulled the enemy to him, and he quietly whispered in his ear that in such fights he had already won 5 times in his rather short life. However, such a number of victories only disappointed the young heir. He pulled the enemy to himself and coldly said that this fight would become his 100th victory. After that, both warriors, the head of Cerberus and the young nobleman, were aimed at blades on each other's vital organs, and so their fight did not start for life, but to death. Captain Cerberus did not disdain with simultaneous attacks. However, when the enemy deftly evaded all his blows, the experienced mercenary was forced to recognize the skill of the young man. Nevertheless, he could not believe that the aristocrat really participated in the recognition of Marianne. After all, even one similar duel is extremely difficult to survive. Therefore, the Corps asked the guy next time to come up with something more believable for boasting. The dogs surrounded the miniature battlefield, waiting with excitement while their captain crushes this arrogant aristocracy. However, one look at Jilin forced the mercenaries to shut up in fright. The faithful servant himself understood that for his master such a fight was extremely unprofitable. The radius of the circle was too small, even for one lying person. Given the strict ban on the use of mana, this became a confrontation where everything was solved exclusively by physical abilities. The difference in weight acquired decisive importance, and tied hands even more limited mobility. In addition, the young gentleman can hardly effectively block attacks or dodge, which means that the pots will easily intercept the initiative in battle. However, Jilin understood. If the situation becomes too dangerous, he will have to immediately intervene. At that moment, the Kaur grabbed the enemy for interception, intending to throw him outside the circle. However, at the last moment, the young heir managed to maintain balance and not jump out of the battle zone, although his leg was very ill from blocking the blows. As he expected, without protecting mana, the pain would inexorably accumulate in the part of the body that he repelled the attacks. Kor laughed mockingly. Judging by the distorted face of the enemy, it became difficult for him to continue the struggle. The commander only grinned contemptuously, considering the miserable attempts of the aristocracy to the resistance very funny. However, of all the nobles he met, Berdium turned out to be the most stubborn. However, an experienced warrior perfectly understood what his young opponent is now thinking about. He could block with a blade or dodge, skipping small strokes if they did not interfere with the general strategy. Only now the recognition of Marianne is a fight without mana and the damage only accumulates. Constantly blocking the attacks, the young man probably already felt how his legs began to be reduced from growing pain. This was written on his face. Kor wanted the guy to continue to resist. After all, their confrontation became only more fun. At some point, when the commander clamped the enemy into a corner and attacked his knee, the heir again had to block the blow with his foot. However, the pain was unbearable. It seemed that she pierced the whole body. Then an experienced mercenary decided to finish the battle. He aimed straight to the enemy's neck under the surprised size of the crowd. At the same second, Jilin grabbed his axe, intending to intervene. However, what remained unnoticed is how his master smiled at this critical moment. As a result, the young nobleman managed to evade even in such a desperate position. Then he deftly twisted the enemy and inflicted a dissecting blow to him straight at the level of oblique muscles. Without stopping, the aristocrat accelerated and added a couple more cutting wounds. Everyone immediately began to whisper about what happened. The warriors believed that their captain dominates the battle, and wanted him to show who is the main one here. However, after that, the commander began to receive one blow after another. At some point, the enemy even managed to pierce his hand using his blade. Obviously, Kor was furious, like a person who, just a minute ago, barely held on his feet can do this. Jilin, in turn, quickly understood the tactics. Power jerks overstrain muscles, significantly limiting the movement of the body. In attempts to intercept the initiative, a person constantly loses mobility. The young master did not particularly resist. On the contrary, he led a calm defense in his own rhythm. Earlier, the servant did not even realize that the weight in wait can be used in this way. Cerberus dogs were indignant, demanding that the captain finally began to fight at full strength. They would be bored to observe. The hero sincerely admired the enemy's stamina. In his place, many would have surrendered for a long time and used Manu. Only now the enemy understood. Gislinberdium spoke as if he really passed 100 such fights. And the commander explained the captain thanks to the recognition of Marianne. And, as you know, to the one who violates the rules of this sacred ritual, there is no place in the world of mercenaries. Therefore, he did not use Manu. As a result, an experienced warrior admitted that in terms of technology, it is clearly inferior to the enemy. However, he reminded himself that the conditions of victory were not limited only to striking. Therefore, Kor tried to tighten the air and throw him away. After all, as you know, the one who touches the boundaries of the circle will be considered a loser. And it doesn't matter how smart the enemy is. If you throw it out of the combat zone, he will surely touch on the land beyond its borders and lose. Therefore, the commander was sure that the victory would be behind him. However, the young aristocrat in some completely inconceivable way twisted, heading for his enemy. And in the end, it was he who managed to knock the enemy off his feet and tie to the ground, forcing him to touch the border of the circle. On this, the fight was over, and the heir calmly declared his victory. Kaor was indignant. Who is this Gislinberdium? Where did he get similar skills? However, the young nobleman only calmly reminded his new dog that he lacks reverence for those who had just become his master. Then he calmly raised a defeated warrior from the ground. The commander only viciously indignant. After all, the fight was already over by his shameful loss. However, Gislinberdium has not yet finished. He did not leave the circle, believing that it was time to subjugate a new dog. Then he immediately awarded the red-haired guy with a powerful blow in the face. The warrior screamed from such a strong blow, recalling that according to the rules, after the person left the circle, the fight is over. However, Gislinberdium was not interested in this. He continued to beat the enemy, recalling that the rules do not exist on the battlefield. The mercenaries were only indignant that the aristocrat did not know the manner at all. However, the young nobleman recalled that doubting the words of the master is strictly prohibited. As a result, it is not known how many blows he awarded the defeated enemy until he calmed down. Even the former subordinates, Kaora, did not know whether it was worth interfering or not. However, the heir understood. Until he left the circle, he can do everything that he pleases, and no one dares to interfere with him. Kaor realized, a little more, and he would die at all. Therefore, he demanded that his dogs immediately kill this crazy guy. However, they were stopped by Jilin, armed with his axe. He just made it clear that he would kill anyone who would at least touch the young master with a finger. Obviously, frightened mercenaries froze in place. And only then did the quarrel realize the deplorableness of his position. When he slowly turned to the winner, he only smiled, ready to continue their conversation. Obviously, the image of this young man did not fit the usual stereotypes. Until now, the commander has met different people. Arrogant pigs, cunning parasites, and narcissistic daffodils. As soon as they scared them a little, and they immediately began to repent. It was fun to empty their pockets. So he earned a reputation as a frantic dog and demonstrated his strength. However, now he seriously miscalculated with this self-sided nobleman. Soon the commander's legs were already completely groaned. Everyone understood that the captain Kaor would die soon. The heir was clearly not sure if this would be enough to finally subjugate a new dog. As a result, he decided to stop, ordering the mercenaries to bring him water, dressings, and compresses. Then he calmly pointed to their leader, explaining, "If he does not help him, he may die." With frightened cries, everyone immediately rushed to look for everything that the winner had just listed. Even Jilin was surprised by what was happening. In an instant, the rebellious mercenaries obeyed the order, like the dogs of the Duke. As you know, the fist is stronger than the law among the mercenaries. And the young gentleman authoritatively demonstrated the most effective way, who is the main one here, and made them to repent in front of him. Soon, when the captain came to his senses a little, the winner put an agreement on the table. Put the feather and forced to sign this paper. As soon as the matter was done, the core rudely pushed the document from himself. However, the obvious perseverance of his newly made dog did not like Gislinberdium. Therefore, the frightened mercenaries embarrassedly asked the young master to take care of them properly. The heir calmly grabbed the defeated commander by the hand. She shook her tightly, and also solemnly announced that from now on they all became one big family. So they act next to each other and tirelessly care about each other, like blood brothers. Events quickly moved a couple of days later to the picturesque surroundings of the lands of Berdium. Numerous mercenaries gathered there, clearly perplexing what reason they could bring them to such a distant place. In addition, they were collected very early in the morning. Many of the hardened warriors did not even have time to have breakfast as it should. Then one of the more informed fighters explained to the comrades that they were hired by the heir to the Duchy of Berdium, which caused only a universal friendly laughter. Everyone unanimously considered Gislins too young and inexperienced in order to competently give serious orders to professional mercenaries. Many were already ready to make bets on the fact that they would be able to calmly escape from work and still regularly receive generous money for this. However, unexpectedly, one of the real giants among the mercenaries resolutely came forward. He authoritatively explained to the audience that they need a worthy representative who would effectively communicate with this unfinished employer. It was precisely this legendary mercenary, Gordon Steel Muscles. He calmly and reasonably explained to his colleagues that he would sincerely wanted to greatly facilitate the universal difficult life. After all, if they do not combine their efforts properly, they definitely cannot see positive results. An experienced warrior invited his comrades not to cross the dangerous facets of the reasonable. He will act as their plenipotentiary and slightly frighten the inexperienced employer with suitable methods. The rest should have simply agreed with him and support the initiative. Of course, everyone unanimously expected that with such an impressive muscles Gordon, it would be easily to be intimidated by everyone. It was definitely possible to rely on him because this warrior stubbornly trained all day. As a result, while the mercenaries carefully planned their cunning plan, they suddenly heard the rhythmic clatter of horse hooves. Turning around with curiosity, they saw their young employer, who arrived at the appointed meeting, accompanied by his faithful dogs. Obviously, the mercenaries immediately laughed amicably. After all, in the place of this fragile guy from the only frightening species of Gordon's mighty muscles, they would have long compressed from genuine fear. Gordon himself, Steel Muscles, confidently went, in order to thoroughly talk with their inexperienced employer and create the necessary intimidating atmosphere. In addition, he firmly decided to teach this pampered nobleman several tough life lessons, which he clearly did not receive in his luxurious chambers. However, completely unexpectedly behind the broad back of their young master, they found a whole impressive crowd. On the one hand, there were the hardened knights of the noble family of Berdium there, and on the other hand, the illustrious mercenaries of the formidable Cerberus were located. Of course, many instantly recognized them, because their characteristic clothes and the legendary captain were widely known in certain circles. Everyone was eager to find out what happened to these rebellious rebels, that they suddenly decided to obey the young aristocrat so peacefully and dutifully. Soon, the young heir slowly drove up to the audience and first looked carefully at the impressive Gordon, taking him for the obvious leader for obvious reasons. For this reason, he politely asked that the mighty man kindly introduced himself. He somewhat awkwardly called Gordon Steel Muscles. Gislinberdium first looked slightly surprised by such a nickname. However, after that he simply hit the mercenary in a wide chest, in order to personally check how much his vaunted muscles were really strong and trained. The young aristocrat nodded approvingly, obviously remaining satisfied with the satisfied test results. After that, he also courtly introduced himself as the heir to the powerful Duke Berdium named Gislin, after which he resolutely ordered Gordon to immediately gather all his scattered guys. Then he thoroughly explained that today they are all together, a united team, go to a dangerous stripping of the ominous forest of monsters. After that, the expedition participants set up a temporary but well-organized camp, where devoted Valand carefully helped her respected master put on special hunting clothing suitable for upcoming tests. By this important point, all thorough preparations for a large-scale study of the dangerous forest were completely completed. A temporary but reliable base for the expedition was installed, and sufficient supplies and equipment for a long period were provided. After that, the young leader cast a gathering gaze with an assessing impressive army. The heir stood somewhat separately along with his loyal subordinates, and the first thing he turned to a faithful girl, asking her to make an accurate recount of all participants in the upcoming expedition. Then she thoroughly explained that they had 148 contract mercenaries, as well as 41 experienced fighter from the legendary detachment of Cerberus, including their small but cohesive team. In total, they had 192 well-armed people. Also, a zealous girl has already managed to thoroughly convey the position to Skoan. Initially, she thought that an experienced military leader would actively object to such an enterprise, but he even voluntarily volunteered to reliably cover their risky penetration into the mysterious forest of monsters. He already had a rich experience of a skilled command of a garrison in the monster forest, so there was absolutely nothing to worry about. For this important reason, making sure that all the necessary preparations were finally completed, the young leader solemnly ordered all the fighters to build in a battle order. He authoritatively explained to the assembled warriors that the sinister forest of monsters, which they had to completely clean up from all evil spirits, rose menacingly. Surely they have repeatedly heard frightening stories about the unknown danger, which is hidden in its dark depths. Bloodthirsty monsters live there, ancient secrets are stored, and perhaps something much more terrible and incomprehensible lurked. Nevertheless, the complete stripping of this damned forest was a vital necessity for their lands. Obviously, many participants in the expedition were seriously scared, because they did not even approximately knew that they were going to go to such a deadly place. When an alarming whisper went among the concerned fighters, faithful Valen threatened thundering that they did not dare to boldly interrupt the majestic speech of their great master. The heir, carefully looking at their natural fear, generously explained that anyone can go home without hindrance right now. But in case of brilliant success of the entire expedition, he solemnly guaranteed all participants to the triple payment of their valiant works. Then all those present instantly realized that such an enterprise is clearly worth all possible risks. The devoted Valand was seriously scared. What such a grandiose was invented by her reckless master? After all, they have already spent almost all the money available on a thorough preparation for the expedition. However, this tempting promise was set exclusively for a significant raising of the fighting spirit and motivation. In any case, if they are overtaken by the long-awaited success, everything will pay off many times and more than. Therefore, the young gentleman urged the faithful girl to unconditionally trust him. And of course, she had to implicitly obey the will of the owner. Even the experienced Kor laughed mockingly at such a reckless promise. It is interesting how Gislin Bertium would dodge if everything really goes successfully and he will have to pay. As a result, at this solemn moment, a large-scale expedition into the ominous forest of monsters officially began, and the decisive leader led his many mercenaries after him into the unknown. Also, in parallel, all participants thoroughly armed themselves with sharp axes and all similar tools in order to methodically cut out a sufficient number of interfering trees. Thanks to this painstaking work, the long-awaited sunlight has finally begun to penetrate the dense forest. Therefore, Gislin Bertium resolutely ordered the zealous mercenaries to continuously continue to clear the winding path in this promising direction. To blame interfering trees, chop thick thickets, and carefully load the wood into prepared carts, as well as thoroughly digging stubborn stumps, so that later they are much easier to finally uproot. According to a detailed report on the conquest of the Forest of Monsters, the Duke of Dolphin, who was carefully studied by Gislin Bertium in his past life, this mysterious forest was incredibly extensive and full of hidden dangers. Once, all evil spirits will certainly try to conquer the surrounding lands and seize their valuable resources. But now it was much more important to focus on receiving immediate profit from this risky enterprise. The profit from this ambitious expedition was critical to effectively interfere with the numerous envious of the Bertium family. Many mercenaries were sincerely surprised that even their employer decided to lumber his aristocratic hands with rough work. In any case, they patiently expected that the pampered Gislin Bertium would soon fall from unusual fatigue and stop this demonstration. Hearing such disrespectful conversations, devoted Valand immediately screamed violently on impudent mercenaries, persistently adjusting them to work much faster and more efficiently. She was very angry that mercenaries allow herself to respond so dismissively about their generous employer. The worried girl herself approached the hard-working master in order to find out why he personally works on a par with ordinary people. If he has so many subordinates that will make them start looking at him with undisguised contempt. However, the far-sighted heir perfectly understood. The more people actively work, the more quickly the whole thing will go. In such an ominous place, no one sane will want to linger for a long time without extreme necessity. These meaningful words sounded especially strange and mysterious, as if he had already knew something certain about this mysterious place from some sources inaccessible to other. The experienced Kor only contemptuously laughed at the fact that the faithful lady was so sincerely worried about her selfless employer. He even slightly envied such devotion. However, he sarcastically recalled that they were here humble dogs, who were recklessly driving straight into the underworld. After these sharp words, Jelen seemed to accidentally hit Kayor with a heavy log, which forced the experienced Captain Cerberus extremely awkwardly falling into the raw land. After that, he hastily ran to the old man, indignant at the fact that he specially ran into a serious fight with him. The hero sincerely rejoiced at the fact that while everything goes relatively smoothly and without serious incidents, the Duke Dolphin was primarily focused on the complete conquest of this mysterious forest. Gislinberdium himself did not immediately understand why the great ancestor decided to take this place in the first place. But then he got a secret report from that historical expedition, which details the key places for the location of valuable minerals and dangerous habitats of various monsters. Thanks to this priceless information, he was able to prepare as clearly as possible for the upcoming tests. So far, the complete absence of any incidents has forced him to worry a little nervously, because all that he has is theoretical knowledge and dry notes, and not real combat experience in such conditions. Therefore, with the onset of a gloomy evening, he urgently ordered all the fighters in no case to weaken vigilance, because gradually the surrounding forest became thicker and darker with each meter passed. At some point, attentive mercenaries noticed that it was already too dark around, as if a deep, impenetrable night had suddenly come. Some frivolous fighters of this alarming fact did not notice and carelessly laughed at the fact that, according to numerous stories, this forest is supposedly so dangerous and bloodthirsty. However, not a single harmless ant, not like a real monster, was visible here. Therefore, many mercenaries even seriously considered that all these frightening stories were possible. Some kind of leisure rumors and exaggerations. Yes, even if it were clean, for the promised triple payment, everyone was ready to boldly risk their lives. However, completely suddenly, when the mighty Gordon fell another massive log, he noticed a certain strange and anxious feature. He persistently reminded his comrades that they had already through a whole bunch of various trees, methodically laying a winding path here, and that was the case. However, now the path to retreat suddenly disappeared. It was blocked by a literally huge ancient tree of unprecedented sizes. Obviously, all the participants in the expedition immediately experienced the wildest primitive horror. However, they soon heard the decisive voice of their young captain, who ordered everyone to immediately prepare for a possible battle. Immediately, everyone noticed how experienced warriors were rapidly armed and strongly strained in anticipation of danger. The heir called the mighty Gordon, warning that if he remained in the same place, he would inevitably die. Therefore, he urgently ordered the giant to very slowly return to the main group, step by a cautious step. However, the frightened and acting slightly awkwardly Gordon, returning to his comrades, inadvertently touched one of the trees with his heavy body, because of which there was a deafening noise. Soon, the whole mysterious forest began to once and ominously grunt. All this terrible rattle emanated from a strange tree of huge sizes. The young leader understood that something was clearly wrong with this place. However, nothing critical happened, so the frivolous mercenaries even began to laugh carelessly at the fact that their noble customer was scared of every insignificant rustle. After that, one of the brave men calmly explained to the rest that nothing special happened. They just lost a little from the right path. This is not a den of bloodthirsty monsters, but simply a particularly thick area of ordinary forest. Gislinberdium seriously warned this self-confident brave man that it was better for him to immediately return to the rest of the team, otherwise he would definitely die in the next minutes. However, he only boldly accused the young employer of that he specifically scores on all unreasonable fear, possibly so that subordinates would be much easier to control and keep obedience. However, at this critical second, something, like a flexible liana, instantly wrapped his waist. And then, with loud, desperate cries, the unfortunate was dragged somewhere in the deepest wilds of the ominous forest. The thing was that this boss monster completely hid his sinister presence. It was impossible to feel it in advance. In addition, their sudden appearance could never be predicted or prevented. This is a terrible essence for which any careless person becomes easy, helpless prey, if he does not immediately understand exactly who is facing him. In a past life, an experienced hero called this terrible thing Endiros. Obviously, all the frightened mercenaries, at the sight of a real monster, immediately began to scatter in different directions. They were panically afraid that this bloodthirsty monster would devour them and indiscriminately. Therefore, the only reasonable solution seemed to immediately escape away from danger. However, everyone who created the noise too much during the flight immediately ruthlessly connected tenacious vines. After that, hungry monsters began to methodically throw unfortunate sacrifices straight to their mouth. Only the frightened Gordon was lucky, who managed to grab the nearest tree tightly at the very last moment, desperately trying to resist inexorable traction. And then his faithful comrades quickly ran to him in order to try to cut these damned vines with sharp axes. However, to their great surprise, plant bonds were completely unaware. Even a strong axe broke in half, and the flexible Liana remained completely unharmed and continued her mortal work. As a result, this terrible monster inexorably pulled the mighty Gordon behind him when he could no longer resist the supernatural power. However, at this critical second, the young hero himself reached the creation, masterfully chopping off the tenacious Liana, holding the unfortunate warrior. After that, he also aimed at the demonic eye of the monster, skillfully chopping him in half with one exact blow. The shocked mercenaries were deeply struck by the fact that their young customer managed to easily cut the invulnerable bonds, and also instantly realized that the vulnerable eyes of this monster were his only weak place. At this tense moment, Bertium shouted loudly, ordering the bewildered mercenaries urgently pulling themselves together. If they share and act in a single way, then they will inevitably become light, helpless targets for hungry predators. Therefore, he resolutely ordered to raise the protective shields and rally into a single group so that not a single creature could quietly slip past them. After that, he persistently ordered all the soldiers to concentrate exclusively on reliable protection and patiently wait for his new teams. At this critical time, Ghislain quickly ran to the experienced Kaor in order to urgently pick up pre-prepared oil lanterns. He resolutely ordered them to set them on fire and methodically throw burning shells in the approaching creatures. Only then, the smart Kor finally realized why these special lanterns were so necessary on the expedition. At this moment, bloodthirsty monsters already stared closely towards the mercenaries desperately hiding behind the shields. For this critical reason, all the remaining fighters began to feverishly set fire to oil lamps and conduct such fiery shelling on the clusters of enemies. However, unfortunately, these cunning monsters quickly guessed what people planned to do, and as a result, they began to skillfully destroy all the flying lanterns before the fire managed to touch them. It became quite obvious. In such an ineffective way, they will consume all precious lamps, but they will not be able to set fire to a single enemy. In this critical second, tenacious vines have already headed for the remaining transport trolley near the transport trolley. However, the faithful old man Gillen stood on reliable protection, skillfully tearing the vines rushing in their direction. At the same time, the devoted Valand skillfully armed itself with her favorite throwing blades. She aiming straight to the weaknesses of their many enemies, demonstrating amazing accuracy. Ghislain Bertium urgently asked Gillen and the faithful servant to help Cerberus fighters, and also actively prepared to throw burning lights into the clusters of opponents. At this time, he himself ended towards his new deadly enemies in order to maximize their close attention from the main group. Of course, the frightened maid urgently asked her brave master to be extremely careful in the upcoming battle. At that moment, the young hero already fought in a bloody battle with unprecedented monsters. When he moved far enough from the main group, these cunning monsters began to actively pursue him on their strange legs created from distorted roots. The mercenaries who watched the fight held their breath, clearly realizing that their young Ghislain could mercilessly trampled in a matter of seconds. They saw that absolutely all bloodthirsty creatures focused exclusively on their brave customer. Noticing that all the dangerous monsters were completely distracted by the persecution, the quick-witted Valand immediately ordered to throw all the remaining lamps with one powerful gulp. As a result, due to the fact that the hero was able to effectively distract them, the monsters did not notice the rapid approach of numerous fire shells and instantly lit up. Obviously, the experienced Cerberus only smiled smugly, looking with satisfaction at this impressive picture of the mass destruction of opponents. However, Bertium resolutely ordered them to not stop and continue intensive shelling. They needed to ensure that these damned monsters finally and irrevocably lit up to the ground. Soon, the whole surrounding place was illuminated by a bright golden light from the raging flame. The shocked mercenaries could not believe that these terrible monsters were still possible to defeat ordinary fire. However, many were seriously worried that the raging fire would unknitfully spread throughout the mysterious forest, creating an even greater danger. However, Ghislain Bertium urgently asked them not to lose vigilance for a second, because it was far from the last attack of opponents. Now they were even more angry with the monsters living here, and they will certainly show their true frightening form. And completely suddenly, a thick, sinister smoke moved in their direction, enveloping everything around. Obviously, even experienced Gillen and devoted Valinda completely did not understand what was happening, and instinctively held closer to the young master. Then the air explained to them that the outer shell of the monster was extremely vulnerable to the destructive fire, but not its internal contents. When the flame finally reaches the watery rod of the creature, then a rapid release of hot steam occurs. Finally, the monsters fully manifested themselves when their protective shell finally burned down to the ground. Obviously, the frightened mercenaries began to panic, believing that it was already possible to win and the danger has passed. However, the hero in his confident, commanding voice decisively interrupted universal fear and confusion. He persistently ordered his confused fighters to immediately take up military weapons. Then I decided to clearly show how to properly fight with these insidious creatures. For this important reason, with a loud fighting cry, he immediately bravely rushed straight into the toothy mouth of the nearest monster. Obviously, none of those present believed that you could really fight with such frightening thugs in hand to hand. Even the strongest experienced mercenaries were panicky, afraid to remain ruthlessly trampled under their heavy paws. But, it seems, Cerberus hardened mercenaries only waited for the convenient opportunity to prove themselves in business, and rushed forward in hot pursuit. Even fragile in the appearance of Valand ran in order to provide all possible assistance to her brave master in an unequal battle. Gillen, with discontent, looked at those cowardly who froze in place with horror. He strictly reminded them of the direct order of their employer and urged them to unconditionally trust the young master. As a result, the confused mercenaries realized that until this moment their hero had never failed them in critical situations. Therefore, everyone together followed him, firmly realizing that Birdium would definitely come up with something smart so that it would not happen irreparable. Now that the protective shell of the monsters was completely burned, they have become extremely vulnerable to ordinary physical blows. Even without investing magical mana, these creatures turned into no more than miserable scarecrow, which could be easily interrupted from 1 or 2 accurate blows. That's how the real chaotic battle ensued, more like crazy chaos of destruction. Gislen perfectly understood. Uncertainty always led dumped people to inevitable death. Therefore, his main task was to dispel all the doubts of those brave men who follow him. To do this, he was extremely necessary to instill an unshakable faith in people, capable of turning the impossible into a possible one, and despair into determination. And so, in the end, their small cohesion detachment managed to defeat all local bloodthirsty creatures. The young hero urged the tired mercenaries to hurry up with stripping. Nevertheless, they were in the heart of the forest of monsters, where even at every step there were a lot of different monsters like these carnivorous plants. However, he sincerely asked them not to worry in vain, because he would always go ahead of everyone and take a blow to himself. All that was required of them was just to unconditionally trust him and boldly follow the experienced leader. From such an amazing inspirational speech, everyone immediately froze in complete numbness. Then they screamed loudly, promising to strictly listen to the wise advice of their master. So they still met many diverse obstacles on their dangerous path during a large-scale cleaning of monsters. At some point, they even met something frightening, reminiscent of a bizarre cross of an ancient dragon and an angry bull. However, even in such extreme conditions, uniting all their efforts, they managed to defeat this powerful monster. And the hero, like a real experienced captain, inflicted the final crushing blow to the defeated enemy. So simple, after many fierce battles, no one from the expedition no longer died, and everyone remained intact and unharmed. The prudent heir asked everyone to be relentlessly holding next to him in case of the next sudden attack. Even experienced Jalan was sincerely surprised at how good and rapidly they moved forward around the territory. As soon as the next group of monsters was cleaned, everyone immediately returned to methodically cut the winding path further deep into the wind. Only some cowardly in their souls gradually started serious doubts. Indeed, in fact, no matter how brave people were brave, what happened in this damned forest resembled a real collective psychosis. But soon they managed to break through this ominous forest of monsters, reaching a small, picturesque lake. The exhausted warriors immediately joyfully ran in order to get drunk with clean water and refresh after a difficult path. However, the devoted Valind was seriously worried that somewhere from the depths, some water creature could suddenly jump out. But while everything went exactly according to the carefully thought-out plan of the Gislen, after all, this quiet lake was the main landmark on the way to the deposits of iron ore and precious stone. He decided to break the thorough camp right in this strategically important place and make a small, well-deserved halt. Many expedition participants have already seriously worried that they were waiting ahead if the plot past was only the edge of an extensive forest. However, everyone was happy that the last 2 nights were quite calm and without incident. The same coward secretly wanted to quietly leave, sincerely worried about his future life. He insisted that no money cost such deadly risks, because life was much more expensive than any gold. Of course, honest Gordon was categorically against this cowardly idea. After all, they have already passed a lot, and judging by the words of the employer, their goal was very near the edge of the forest. So, they were already close to a successful conclusion. But the vile type recalled that it was not just that their tenant was nicknamed the Reckless Thug of Birdium. Surely he just wanted to curry up in front of the higher ones, forcing simple mercenaries to explore this mortal forest. But of course, the majority of the mercenaries did not particularly worry. because the whole essence was that they honestly perform dangerous work only because they rightly pay. In addition, the young hero has repeatedly saved their precious lives in critical situations. Of course, this provocateur understood that their tenant was fighting excellently in battle, but so far everything that was happening considered only successful luck. But if they made at least one serious mistake, then everyone would inevitably die. In addition, he viciously believed that as soon as the situation became even more dangerous, they are certainly used as thoughtless cannon meat. Indeed, with mercenaries, they always acted so ruthlessly. All the aristocrats were equally cruel. In fact, he said all this insidiously in order to gradually begin to sow the troubles among his comrades. After all, trying to break through alone through a crowd of bloodthirsty monsters is literally suicide. However, nevertheless, faithful friends did not go to provocations, because without an experienced employer they would have long died in the claws of monsters. Then he pointed towards the young hero. In front of him literally lined up a long line of wounded fighters, whom he treated with expensive healing ointments. Now he helped a guy with a seriously injured hand, asking him not to wet her, because the wound could be dangerous to fade. Even the devoted Valand carefully reminded the master that it was a very expensive medicine that would be better to save for more serious critical cases. However, Berdium did not see any point in saving in public, given that it was for this that they were bought in advance. Then the mercenaries finally realized that the drugs that their employer generously used were more expensive than their own lives. It is unlikely that he would be so carefully treated with simple mercenaries if he really planned to use them as consumables of cannon. So they were absolutely sure. This young master was radically different from the tenants with whom they had to work earlier. At least he was clearly not going to treacherously abandon them at a critical moment. As a result, this provocateur remained extremely dissatisfied that the troubles among the comrades were not able to bring it. To get out of here alive, he needed to lure at least a couple of doubting people to his side. At this moment, the heir himself approached them, who politely asked the guys to stop idle talk and relax well while they had such a rare opportunity. After that, Gislen called the faithful Jilin and the experienced Kaor with him for an important private conversation away from prying ears. However, the Corps was seriously worried about this vile rat. In the place of Gislen, he would have ruthlessly pulled out his long tongue for provocations. However, Berdium calmly understood that he could not do anything real alone. And even if he decides to leave, then local monsters will be devoured immediately. They had things much more important than small squabbles. At this time, the devoted Valand carefully counted the remaining lamps by order of the hero. There are only 24 of them left. Berdium seriously suspected that they had become much less since they first entered this damned forest. The monsters attacked regularly during the day and night, but the last 2 nights were surprisingly calm. This meant only one thing. They entered the dangerous territory of the night monsters. Experienced Jilin knew very well that these creatures were incredibly strong and cunning. The young hero also clearly understood this, because of which he was a little nervous. The thing is that they will further expect a real mortal danger, which cannot be prepared in advance. At this time, the mighty Gordon, along with his small group of faithful comrades, calmly slept. At least until the moment the oil lamp itself moved to his peacefully sleeping face, forcing him to wake up abruptly. When he carefully opened his eyes, he found that this very oil lamp was already ominously levitating directly above his head. A frightened man immediately threw a strange lantern from himself, completely not understanding what was happening. And at that moment, a sinister monster with dozens of rows of sharp teeth suddenly appeared straight near his face. Obviously, the frightened Gordon immediately screamed, wildly waving his heavy axe and driving away the incomprehensible monsters away. These mysterious monsters were living shadows, which it seems no one else had seen. Obviously, with his loud screams, he immediately woke up the sleeping comrades, who ran to reassure him as worried. The frightened Gordon excitedly explained that the bloodthirsty monsters are located right in front of him and are preparing for an attack. But none of the comrades of these mysterious monsters already saw. Everyone unanimously believed that perhaps their comrades simply dreamed of a particularly bright nightmare. In principle, everyone could perfectly understand him, given that recently they all suffered greatly from constant raids of various monsters. However, the Cerberus fighter who appeared explained to his comrades that this was not a regular dream or hallucination at all. He clearly felt a strange sinister presence, and the oil lantern suddenly disappeared right in front of his eyes, as if dissolving in the air. Many other mercenaries also clearly felt this, and even heard something like a terrible otherworldly laugh, which is in a night silence. The hardened Cerberus was absolutely confident in one important fact. It was definitely a real monster. So this creature all this time treacherously hid somewhere among them, patiently waiting for the right moment for the attack. The young hero sincerely thanked the attentive comrade, who correctly noticed and explained the situation in a timely manner. After which he resolutely ordered all the scattered guys to immediately gather around him in a dense protective group. At this time, the heir, along with his loyal close ones, urgently gathered in the team tent in order to thoroughly discuss and develop an action plan. The mighty Gordon clearly looked seriously scared, having heard that they were surrounded by invisible monsters from all sides. And this was their main frightening feature. Most likely they began to quietly pursue the expedition from the moment of stopping at the picturesque lake. This is a special type of bloodthirsty monsters, which are completely dominant in the night forest. They were called the Hunters of the Darkness of Falor. It was reliably known about them that they have the ability to completely merge with the surrounding darkness. They are not only completely not visible, but physical attacks did not act at all. Hundreds of Hunters of Darkness methodically pursue their helpless prey, gradually absorbing the whole world around it. This method of hunting helps to lure the victim in pitch darkness, their natural habitat. Finally, the quick-witted Valand finally realized why the lanterns began to mysteriously disappear one after another. And the Koror instantly realized that these cunning creatures simply want to cruelly play with them, and then mercilessly kill everyone to one. He absolutely did not understand why to wait further, and decisively suggested that he immediately go and actively kill them all. However, the wise heir calmly explained, it is necessary to wait until they decide to attack the camp. The devoted Valanda was seriously worried about such a passive solution. Where to wait further if they have already disappeared more than half of the lanterns? However, Ghislain Bertium explained to the alarmed comrades, if they undertake such a blind, meaningless attack, they will only provoke cautious monsters for a temporary retreat. But then they will certainly radically change the tactics, and will pursue the expedition even harder and ruthless. And then they will miss the only chance to end the opponents for one decisive sitting. Even the experienced Gillen was deeply surprised to learn that the young Ghislain has a real way to kill a whole 100 almost invulnerable monsters at once. The prudent heir explained that Valinde had already prepared and distributed special magic scrolls to each of the mercenaries participating in the expedition. Therefore, Bertium solemnly gathered all the fighters in order to explain in detail the thoughtful tactics of the upcoming battle. With his sharp sword, he painted a detailed scheme on Earth, according to which a bloodthirsty flock of darkness hunters surrounded their temporary camp on 3 main sides. They destroyed protective lanterns and inexorably narrowed the positions of the defenders. People were significantly inferior to opponents in numbers, so they simply cannot work out to effectively protect the entire extensive territory from these numerous monsters. And if the enemies decide to attack the forehead with all their might, their fragile defense will inevitably collapse under the onslaught. But due to the fact that their camp was strategically deployed by the lake, opponents will not be able to surround the expedition from all 4 sides at the same time. At first, it was extremely necessary for them to competently divide the entire detachment into 3 specialized groups. The first is a reliable protection detachment that will take a solid circular defense. The second group is, aimed crossbowkers who will skillfully restrain the advancing enemy with distant fire. And the third detachment is a shock group led by the hero himself, who at a critical moment will begin a decisive attack. Persistent shy carriers and experienced crossbowmen will not allow bloodthirsty enemies to break into the center of the camp. At this time, the military detachment will concentrate all its power and deliver a crushing blow to the left flank of the opponents. Combining with the central defensive forces, they will surround the bewildered enemies and win a brilliant victory. Experienced Gillen and Kaor instantly understood that if the defense center withstands the original onslaught, then this was a completely real and feasible option for a successful victory. However, the quick-witted Valand immediately interrupted them. She was worried about the recent words of Ghislain that it was completely useless to attack these creatures, and sincerely did not understand how to fight them at all. Everyone immediately shut up warily, exchanging glances among themselves with confusion. And then the experienced Kaor carefully suggested using the destructive mana for attacks. The young hero calmly asked the worried girl not to worry about anything. Indeed, it was for such critical situations that they were stocked up with special magic scrolls. So soon from the pitch darkness to the persistent detachment of defense began to rapidly advance countless crowds of ominous monsters. When the last protective lantern finally went out, the long-awaited attack began. The young hero calmly approached the positions, mentally recalling valuable notes in the secret diary of the Duke of Dolphin. The man only then learned from historical chronicles that the Hunters of Darkness could not tolerate bright light. When this destructive light was directed at them, they immediately manifested themselves in their true guise. Therefore, all the assembled mercenaries immediately began to blow up the pre-prepared magic scrolls of the first circle. The dazzling bright light, similar to festive fireworks, was rapidly rushing high in the night sky. after which he brightly illuminated all the hidden monsters with radiance. Thus, their previously impenetrable shadow body was seriously affected by a magical effect. Their terrible true appearance manifested itself in all its glory, and from frantic anger they began to fiercely approach the hated enemies. And the protective detachment immediately resolutely prepared to courageously reject this massive attack. At the same time, experienced crossbowmen quickly charged their deadly arrows, and in the end the intensive shelling of the enemy's positions began. All participants in the expedition were ready to stand to the last person, protecting the camp. Now there has been a long-awaited line to act as a combat detachment led by brave Gislin. Finally, they clearly saw the frightening true appearance of their deadly enemies, which means they could effectively defeat them in honest battle. So the whole cohesive combat detachment with a clear warlike enthusiasm resolutely moved into the battle. The detachment moved forward, leaving behind him, begun with the felted heads of the Hunters of Darkness. The main character of the protagonist carefully studied the defeated Fowlers. These demonic creatures possessed an ominous ability to merge with the darkness, and their physical power surpassed the human one many times. That is why each of them had to be destroyed at all costs, not leaving a single creature alive. At the height of the battle, the clever Gillen seemed to dance between the claws of enemies, skillfully evading their deadly attacks and thereby distracting the attention of the monsters on himself. Meanwhile, the inexorable Kor methodically dealt with every creature that dared to stand in his way. His blade did not know the miss. Valanda was indispensable support. Her blades created gaps in a dense system of the enemy, allowing the allies to break into the thick of the battle. When the brave warrior burst into the ranks of the monsters, his sword demolished several heads of monsters at once with one lightning, fast movement. Thus, this four formed an ideal combat vehicle, a team equal to which was not in the entire kingdom. The crossbowkers under the reliable protection of the shields continued to conduct a methodical shelling. Their bolts found a goal for the goal. However, a critical moment came. The monsters became more and more, as if darkness itself gave rise to new creatures, and the arrows were coming to an end. The thyroid shields closed the ranks, desperately restraining the onslaught of demonic creatures in anticipation of the help of a combat detachment. When the monsters began to break through the defense, the remaining defenders were nothing but to stay until the last sigh, not allowing any of their comrades from the fangs of darkness. And at this decisive second, the hero came to the rescue with his invincible team, like an angel mostizer who descended from heaven. A noble warrior thanked the faithful mercenaries for their resistance and courage, and those, in turn, praised their employer, thanks to whom they were once again saved from faithful death. Then the wise Gislin ordered the fighters to expand the system and surround the monsters from all sides in order to finally overcome them. However, at this moment one of the Hunters of Darkness piercingly howled, raising a combat cry which echoed through the entire forest. After this ominous signal, the monsters began to hastily retreat, following their leader. The hero immediately understood the insidious idea of the enemy, although with a delay. But the Hunters of Darkness realized that they were in a fatal trap. The young gentleman immediately commanded Valinda to find their leader, that with characteristic horns on his head, because it was he who gave a signal to retreat. It seemed reasonable for the girl to just allow the creatures to escape, but the wise Gislin reminded the important truth. The hunters are obsessed with their prey. If they retreat now, they will relentlessly pursue the detachment until they kill everyone to one, and the heroes definitely cannot withstand another full-scale fight. Therefore, it was necessary to deal with the demons right now. If you catch their leader, then hunters who have lost contact with the leader will be very confused and will become easy prey. The girl did not argue anymore. Taking out a thin rope with a hook, she made a hook on a tree, and he rushed forward to her enemies, like a predatory bird, rushing to prey. Soon, the brave warrior saw that very horned leader of the monsters, and aptly threw her hook into him. The rope turned around his powerful neck several times, after which Valin loudly called the young master, pointing to the caught monster. The hero, having accelerated and gaining maximum speed, struck this demonic creation of a crushing attack of his blade. The creature loudly yelled in pain, but the warrior was already twisted in a deadly dance, cutting the enemy in half with one powerful movement. Then loudly announced that from now on the leader of the monsters is dead. All crossbowkers and thyroid shields with a war cry rushed on the attack on confused monsters, eager to avenge the fallen comrades. The heroes understood that the Hunters of Darkness were bitterly regretted that they dared to come into the light and open a hunt for people. Their arrogance will be punished by death. The chief warrior at that time ordered Kyor to assemble his mercenaries and not to lag behind Gillen, relentlessly following him in the persecution of the enemy. By morning, the last enemies were finally destroyed. Gislin praised everyone for excellent work and congratulated everyone on a brilliant victory. The mercenaries screamed loudly, lifting their weapons to the rising sun, rejoicing in salvation and triumph. The close ones began to praise their master for such an expertly operation. The wise Ghislain asked the faithful maid to count people, and Kaor instructed the fighters from the Cerberus detachment to scatter the corpses of these creatures around the camp with Gillen. As you know, the stench of dead flesh scares away other monsters, and the Hunters of Darkness were considered one of the strongest creatures in this damned forest. Gillen calmly explained to the baby Cerberus that, having scattered corpses, they would ensure the complete safety of the camp for a long time. Kaur, obviously angry with the provocations of the old man who ran into the conflict, retired away. Looking at these two, the hero remembered that about 10 days had passed since they entered this gloomy forest. Now that they overcome the Falors and figured out all the monsters in their path, it remains only to get runic ore. Therefore, contemplating the Scarlet Dawn, Ghislain understood. Soon the end of this dangerous mission would come. By this moment, diligent Valand carefully counted everything. They had 141 fighter from the Cerberus detachment, and there were 126 mercenaries, 3 people less than initially. Kaur only rejoiced at such a result, because with such an outstanding captain like him, his warriors simply could not bear serious losses. However, the guy was still worried about the dead contractors, whose bodies were not found among the remains. At this time, Gordon with his friends lost sight of their panicked colleague Manus. However, everyone understood. Most likely, the coward was alive and simply decided to slip away from mortal combat in the turmoil. They were right. Grabbing his 2 accomplices, Manus ran away from the bloody lake. Frightened by the scale of the battle, they had to save their own skins, so as not to die in a meat grinder. The treacherous Manus had already drove friends, explaining that while these brave men distract the monsters, they need to get out of the damned forest as soon as possible. Therefore, he persistently asked his comrades to speed up the pace of running. However, at some point, looking at their companion, the deserters stopped fearfully. Manus was very angry, considering his comrades crazy because they decided to make a stop in a dangerous forest. However, the frightened warrior, almost crying, pointed to something behind the traitor. There they saw a gigantic snake body and 2 ominously luminous eyes. Obviously, soon this ancient snake figured out his light prey, killing the fugitives and slightly quenching the hunger of Klikov. While the underpants paid for their cowardice, the rest intact and continued to work. The fighters still chopped trees, cutting the way to the treasured mines. Even the harsh potassium was pleasantly surprised. Mercenaries began to work without unnecessary questions and bickering. For the first time, he saw such loafers to work so harmoniously and efficiently. In addition, Kaor was a little sad because after the mission of all the mercenaries would be discharged home. It was even a pity to let such skillful fighters. However, the captain understood that there was no reason for experiences, because he planned to hire the best of these people as his personal guard. It is believed that inorganized mercenaries cannot defeat the regular army in large-scale battles, but these guys have already surpassed the average level thanks to the invaluable experience gained in the forest of monsters. With their help, it will be easier to expand the influence of the Birdium House in the future. At this moment, members of the Cerberus detachment returned, reporting to the captain that they successfully scattered corpses throughout the district. Gillen realized that Ghislain's tactics really worked without fail, because since they left the camp, not a single monster had met. He expected to see at least some lost predator, but no one followed. Ghislaina himself, such a lull, was very bothered. He hoped that the anxiety was in vain. However, at that moment alarmed maid hastened to him. She was sent for reconnaissance to find a mine or something indicating his whereabouts. Looking at her excited face, the hero realized they were very close to the cherished goal. For this reason, Ghislain ordered the mercenaries to continue to move forward, but at an accelerated pace. Soon the detachment reached that part of the forest that was illuminated by a delicate bluish radiance. It was a mystical light emitted by the highest quality runic stones. Contemplating this magic color, the hero explained to his comrades that this was precisely the purpose of their dangerous mission. In front of them, there was a runic stone of the highest quality, more precious to which not to find in the whole kingdom. Kor could not even believe that something so priceless was hiding in this wild forest. Valanda began to rejoice, hugging the hero and trying to understand how the master managed to find out about this place. Mercenaries could not believe that they saw such treasures with their own eyes. They could become rich and live in luxury until the end of days. However, at this solemn moment, they heard a human voice, warning that they would not allow them to go further. Peering into the silhouette of a stranger, Ghislain recognized the face of Manus with surprise, the very coward that escaped from the battlefield. After that, a small explosion occurred, and a dense haze enveloped all the fighters, like an ominous fog of death. Gordon immediately rushed towards his comrade, not understanding what he had planned. However, Ghislain blocked his path with his blade with lightning speed. Then, preparing for the battle, he ordered the mercenaries to retreat back. Next, a noble warrior was inflicted on a powerful cutting blow that pushed a dense fog away from the allies. Then everyone saw that many human skeletons and bones of cattle scattered throughout the clearing were hidden by this sinister veil. Everyone froze in a daze, not understanding what happened here and where such a monstrous number of corpses came from. Ghislain realized they obviously have to sweat pretty much in order to get to the cherished stones. Judging by the scale of the massacre, there was the lair of the highest rank monster. Among the remains there were fresh bones, which means that this place was not abandoned. The hero did not immediately notice them because of the poisonous cadaveric fumes mixed with thick fog. In fact, the guy was worried, because there was not a word about such deadly dangers in the veins in the records. Therefore, turning to the mercenaries, the brave warrior ordered to prepare for the decisive battle. However, at this critical moment, a demonic snake appeared behind the fighters. Having revealed his monstrous mouth, dotted with dagger-shaped fangs, he immediately attacked the hero. Seeing the approaching monster, Ghislain ordered the fighters to be dispersed so that the attack would not hurt them either. The fearless warrior himself deftly climbed onto the head of the monster, intending to attack his most vulnerable place and end his ancient predator once and for all. However, only a small scratch remained at the site of the attack. The gray-haired warrior Ghislain and his comrades had no idea what these scales were made of. Even magic could not break through such protection. The furious snake tried to swallow his daring enemy. Then he released a stream of deadly poison into it, capable of melting the human body in a matter of seconds. Fortunately, the young Bertium managed to evade. The whole poison hit his cloak without touching his body. Then the gigantic creature tried to attack with a sharp tail, trying to pierce the hero's body through. It seemed that the future Count managed to defend himself, but the snake pushed and simply drove his powerful tail deep into the ground, burying a brave warrior. After which the monster began to wriggle with its huge body, attacking the mercenaries. Those began to run frantically, trying to evade the blows of a huge viper, which could crush them with one movement. Fortunately, at this critical moment, stronger comrades came to their aid. The faithful maid of Valand, with the help of her threads, carried people to a safe distance, and the red-haired Captain Kaor covered the retreating with secretive attacks. The future Count at that time was in the very center of the monster den. Now it became clear to him what owner the runic veins belonged. This monster was called a bloody python. He was one of those creatures with which the expedition definitely did not expect to face. Usually the pythons live in the very depths of the forest, so the young Bertium did not think to meet him here. In addition, they had very little chance of surviving such an enemy. In normal conditions, they could retreat, prepare, and return later. But the heir simply had no time for this. After all, if they retreat now, then everything that has been done before this moment will lose its meaning. Therefore, he asked Python not to interfere with him, because there was a huge responsibility on the shoulders of the young aristocrat. And now, once again preparing for the next attack of an evil creation, the future Count aroused his third core of mana. Then his attacks became much stronger. He even managed to injure one eye of the gigantic snake, at the same time, in parallel, evading the blows of his heavy body. Obviously, the brave young man understood that his chances of victory are negligible. However, he knew there are battles that simply cannot be stopped. After all, his duty as the aristocrat of the great family of Bertium was like that. And now it's time to fulfill this sacred duty. After some time of the continuous battle, the young gentleman was already enough exhausted. In addition, looking at the one-eyed enemy, he saw that he was not going to attack yet. However, it was too risky for the heir to use the third core. Mana could run out before he defeated this creature. After making sure that the bloody python was temporarily calmed down, the close ones immediately came to the rescue of their master. Having examined him, they were convinced that the noble warrior was not injured. The young maid begged the master to retreat while they detained this monster. However, intercepting the blade stronger, the brave Bertium asked friends to leave here as soon as possible. It seems that even faithful Gordon did not understand what the employer was going to do. The courageous old man Ghislain wanted to know what plan the young master has. However, he calmly explained to his comrades and mercenaries that he was not able to ensure their safety from a monster of similar sizes. But he could not afford to lose all of them here. For this reason, looking at the worried face of a faithful maid, the future Count explained that he himself would be able to deal with this creature. The girl looked at him scared. The fact that they were still alive was already considered a miracle. Therefore, she did not understand why her master intends to go so far. At this tense moment, the bloody python opened his monstrous mouth, dousing all those present by deadly poison. The young Bertium immediately screamed, ordering everyone to immediately run away. As a result, the fighters managed to raise the shields, defending themselves and comrades from this murderous attack. As soon as the chemical attack ended, the mercenaries explained that they would fight side by side with their hero. They had never before met such a noble employer as a young master who saved their lives so many times. Therefore, everyone decided to unite, kill this damned snake and pick up the treasures. The gray-haired Jilin decided to fulfill the key role, to distract the enemy and create a gap in his defense. The hero clearly doubted this regard, but the fighters recalled that all this time they unconditionally believed in him. Now the time has come to the heir to trust them. Despite these enthusiastic words, the future Count remained extremely serious. He remembered that the viper, in addition to enormous sizes, had a fatal poison. In addition, the incredibly strong blood-red scales protected the monster even from blades soaked in mana. If they miss at least one attack, they will die a painful death. But he explained the snake already an open wound and one eye was damaged. It was these places that were his weak points, along which the decisive blow should be delivered. After that, raising his sword high, the brave warrior reminded his comrades that, at the end of this expedition, they should all be whole and unharmed to return home. Everyone immediately became inflamed with enthusiasm, completely forgetting about fear. Then they prepared for battle. After all, a huge python was already preparing to incinerate his prey. As a result, everyone perfectly fulfilled their role. Some fighters from below attacked the body of the creature, while the rest attacked with the help of mana spells, constantly knocking the enemy to the point. At some critical moment, as promised, the masterly Jilin managed to tie a snake to the ground. Then a young Birdium appeared, who inflicted the perfect blow to the enemy to the last intact eye. Despite this, he understood that even with an ideal strategy, there was always a chance that everything would not go according to plan. However, at the same time, if he showed weakness, all the people who trusted him will die. And he could not afford like that. After all, only the future Count knew what these lands awaited in the future, and he carried full responsibility for them. Therefore, when Python once again attacked, the brave heir allowed the snake to swallow himself. Then everything calmed down. Only frightened comrades continued to call the name of their master. And he responded. With his blade, the young warrior from the inside began to methodically cut the body of the snake. As a result, despite the fact that he was all covered with poisonous mucus, he managed to cut the enemy's body in half with one powerful movement. Thus, the future Count proved that he was worthy to become the heir to his great family. So the dangerous expedition ended. The runic stones went to the Birdium family. Of course, the news that the heir disobedience to his father quickly reached Svalter Birdium and his subordinates. They did not know what to do with this boy who ignored the ban on the master and entered the forest of monsters. The manager recalled the Sheethouse character of the young master. Even while his father was on military campaigns, the heir imagined himself with a full-fledged lord. But they had no sense to be indignant, because the young gentleman had been in the monster forest for 2 weeks. In addition, he somehow even lured the captain to his side. Because of his persuasion, they failed to stop the stubborn heir. Obviously, everyone was perplexed. They did not understand what the captain thought about when the young master helped. After all, because of this, he could even deprive the knightly status. Therefore, the nobles decided after the boy returned to be severely punished. Even the Svalter himself barely restrained the rage of what his son had done this time. However, at this intense moment, an excited Randolph entered the negotiation hall. He asked everyone to immediately go out, because something that could not be described in words happened, and it was necessary to see with his own eyes. But the most important thing, the young master returned whole and unharmed. At this moment, the young Birdium was just passing through the main gate, approaching the family castle. Soon he was already sitting in his father's office, along with his close ones. Looking at their harsh looks, the heir only with a smile explained that he had returned from his campaign. Svalter reminded his son that he forbade him to enter the monster forest, and the young count apologized, but explained that going there was his sacred duty. The assistants believed that this was a disrespectful reason for disobeying a direct order. Randolph added that the entrance to the Forest of Monsters is a serious crime, because it was not only about the safety of the heir. If the monsters left the forest, they would attack their lands. However, the future count explained, he is alive, and the monsters did not invade the territory. It means that there should be no problems. The treasurer, who was silent for some time, with amazement noted that what was happening seemed to amuse their young master. Of course, this time everything worked out, but they could not close their eyes to such self-will. However, the main problem was not an excuse. He laid a letter to the heir from Raid. Albert began to worry very much when he found out about the visit of the young Birdium there. So they learned that he occupied 20,000 gold from Lady Amelia Rayfold, who regularly sent money to maintain the mansion. Thus, he angered her father. Count Reifold decided to stop all support of their lands and terminated the engagement with Lady Amelia. Obviously, this mistake could significantly affect the well-being of the entire estate. The young Bertium understood that the letter did not look fake. It was personally written by Count Radum. Despite the bad relations between him and Amelia, as you know, to manipulate the emotions of people obsessed with money is not so difficult. This meant that the girl was ready to unite with the enemy to destroy him. He could have assumed that the mercenaries sent were her last move. In this case, all the levers of influence on Amelia have now become meaningless. Any secret transactions or trade agreements will be regarded as an attempt to hide the situation. If he had been late, he would be trapped inside the mansion, and time was clearly not on his side. At this moment, the treasurer decided to hear excuses from the boy, insisting that he return 20,000 gold. Randolph only sighed heavily. After all, this amount would have been enough to forget about the costs of the knightly order for a long time. However, the heir explained that he had already spent all this money. They went on an expedition to the Forest of Monsters, which he recently completed. An awkward silence hung from the herd. The treasurer could not believe that the young Bertium spent such a fabulous amount, and he only dutifully bowed his head. He had no excuse for the situation with the County of Reifold. However, at that moment the knight grabbed the heir behind, calling him a villain. He did not understand which of the young man the heir, since he with his own hands sells the future of the county. Even Homer recalled that from that moment the young Bertium could not be considered the future count. He was a criminal who should be thrown into prison. However, the young count reassured everyone, explaining that 20,000 gold would pay from his own funds, and henceforth he will personally allocate money for the needs of the mansion. Father first gave a voice, not understanding what the words of his son mean. Then the future count asked his faithful maid to enter. Valand calmly explained that her master went to the forest not at all for a walk, and she demonstrated the find, placing a chest on the table. These were high-quality runic stones. Even the treasurer shook, not believing that it really was the very legendary treasure. It seemed to Randolphu that the heir bought these stones at those 20,000 gold. However, the young Bertium explained that he had discovered the vein of these stones in the monster forest. The frightened Albert understood. If these are real runic stones, their price will be huge. But even this is not enough to completely contain the mansion. The future count understood that the treasurer corrected everything correctly. However, this was not all that the young gentleman prepared. Soon they headed to the place of production of stones, and saw a whole army of mercenaries that mined jewelry, transferring them into the carts. It seemed unbelievable that they had produced all this in just 15 days. Father did not even believe what he saw. However, the faithful maid confirmed. The master personally prepared her everything necessary and personally led people. At the end of the expedition, they obtained the bodies of the Hunters of Darkness and even brought the remains of the bloody python. The runic stones were only a small part of everything they obtained. Valand calmly explained that all the actions of her master were aimed at the benefit of county, and of course, all this would go to the content of the mansion. Albert confusedly explained to his master that according to preliminary calculations of all funds, it would be enough to finally stop fighting for survival. The manager, along with Randolph, went up to the young heir in amazement, praising him for such an excellent act. They understood that he should be very tired after this expedition, and were ready to fulfill any of his whims. And the future count really had several conditions. The first, they must free the captain of the Chipper and his knight Ricardo, because they were just executed by his orders. The second, access to the Forest of Monsters should be closed to outsiders, because extra rumors could only harm them. And the last, Bertium heir will personally lead the security service and engage in a set of mercenaries. If each movement of the troops will require permission, they will only waste precious time. However, the manager with the captain challenged the hero's desire to form a personal army. After all, they did not know what goals the young man pursues. Albert, on the other hand, reminded the young count that now he, despite all his achievements, should humbly ask for permission. Instead, the heir demanded complete freedom of action without any intervention. However, Albert was very mistaken in the true motives of the young master. The future count just created conditions under which they no longer have to depend on the support of Count Reifold. In addition, the heir recalled that such small obstacles that they had just voiced could significantly delay his work. And this will negatively affect the finances of all county. As a result, the bewildered Albert no longer knew what to say, so he turned to his master for help, begging him to somehow influence the self-willed son. However, at this tense moment, his faithful warriors, the red-haired Captain Kyor and the gray-haired Jilin, approached the tenant. They reported that they had already completed the indicated work. The loading of runic stones was almost completed. Therefore, the The fighters were waiting for further orders from the young Birdium. In addition, as the arrogant captain said, the bark and the shell of all forest monsters were stored without additional processing, which significantly saved the funds. But it was also necessary to decide what to do with the remains of a bloody python. The future count reassured them, explaining that the python's carcass would soon be completely cut. Meat, bones, and precious skin were necessary to separate from each other in order to avoid decay of valuable materials. Even Randolph was surprised at the number of mercenaries, led by a young gentleman. He did not understand how this young guy managed to rally such skillful warriors. Even the father was amazed. After all these people looked like an elite detachment of the Royal Guard. Svalter was shocked that the heir coped with such a difficult task as to force unmanaged mercenaries to obey orders. However, the young Birdium calmly explained that without the help of all these brave people, his expedition would become completely impossible. Hearing these words, the head of the house turned calmly and ordered the close to return to the castle. He also explained to his son that this time they would close his eyes to everything that he did. However, he warned, if the heir disobeyed a direct order once again, he must prepare for serious consequences. Looking at his son with a penetrating gaze, the powerful warrior reminded, once this young man will inherit the mansion. And now he really saw in him the spirit of the Northern Wolf. The Northern Wolf is a sacred title that is assigned to the Counts of Birdium, which protects the northern border of the Kingdom of Lutania throughout generations. Throughout his life, there was no one next to Svalter Birdium. The military power of the family was insignificant due to a difficult financial situation, but he continued endless battles on the northern border, devoting his whole life to the protection of the clan lands. Left without a wife, without a daughter, seeing only her own son from afar. In the end, only a miserable death could become his reward, which no one would even remember. At that moment, the pleased corps sighed with satisfaction. After long laid, they will finally be able to relax properly. The faithful maid of Valand invited her young master to head to the mansion to restore forces. However, the future count asked his comrades to prepare. They had to be ready to advance at any time. And even the wise Jilin believed that the master needed to recover, because his body had not yet been completely healed. It was a real miracle that they survived in a fight against a bloody python. The faithful girl reminded how much strength they invested in order to remove the poison from the air. However, at that moment, the brave hero laid his hand on the maid's shoulder, explaining that in the future he is very counting on her help. The thing is that the news about the deposits of runic stones found on the territory of County will quickly fly around the district. Naturally, she will not bypass those who long to get these rich lands. Therefore, they already need to strengthen their power, to become so strong that no one even thought to attack them. However, when the hero was going to go to complete his affairs, his mind was clouded. He suddenly lost consciousness and fell his face directly into the mud. Soon, the ominous news reached the Council of Aristocrats. There was a letter in the postal pigeon, which reported that the partial development of Monsters' Forests was finally confirmed. It was necessary to untie the war with the House of Birdium and destroy this ancient clan in order to take possession of wealth. After receiving this message, it became obvious time has come. In the future, the duchy itself will determine the new owner of the territory. Therefore, the head decided to find out how many people were left on enemy lands. There were few remaining, only 2 scouts and 1 knight. Therefore, he ordered to send a messenger to the lands of Birdium. The fact that their heir, considered missing, died on the lands of Birdium gave an excellent reason for the territorial war. Victor was appointed responsible for this insidious operation. Everyone immediately sighed in surprise. They did not think that so soon they would have to reveal the strongest trump card of the duchy. In addition, many were indignant. If Frank had done everything correctly, Birdium would destroy themselves. Most still instructed that it was too early to reveal such a card. After all, they acted extremely carefully until then, so the decision seemed very hasty. The nobles did not understand why the duchy, which initially acted as secretly as possible, decided to directly intervene in affairs. But soon everyone recognized the true reason. It was in the Forest of Monsters. All decisions were made by the Duke himself, so Grafov was asked not to doubt his wise orders. After that, a powerful intrigue without delay ordered his people to prepare for war. He also decided to find out whether someone else is in the know, except for them, the current situation. Somewhere at the same time, news about the successes of the hated hero flew to Lady Amelia herself. She could not believe that this upstart got the vein of runic stones thanks to those 20,000 gold that she lured from her. Even the scent killers could not kill him, and she herself had to humiliate herself in front of her own father so that he stopped supporting Birdium's house. Now she looked like a real idiot in the eyes of the courtiers. However, soon the prudent girl calmed down, realizing that emotions had prevailed over her. In any case, the deed could no longer be corrected. Then the faithful Bernard asked his mistress to give him new orders. The lady herself understood. With the opening of the veins of the runic stones, Birdium will soon get out of the financial crisis. But the main thing is that they had not yet managed to sell jewelry. Their spies discovered huge stones just a couple of days ago, which means that the time for the establishment of trading channels was clearly not enough. This circumstance certainly should be used. It was obvious to whom the enemies wanted to sell the treasures. Amelia knew. In the north there is only one place where runic stones of this quality can be saved. The greatest magic tower of the north, which was ruled by the Archmage of the Seventh Circle. It was called a Crimson Tower. The runic stones were vital for magical research, and the magic towers have always seriously treated the supply of rare materials. Therefore, it was necessary to ambush with the hired killers on the main routes leading to the tower. Their goal is not Ghislain itself, but caravans transporting precious stones. They use combat magic to isolate protection and disrupt the transportation. Then the runic stones will go to them. Bernard warned. In the north there was still a tower of scarlet flame in the lands of Brian. He doubted whether it was worth focusing all his strength only at the Crimson Tower. However, the cunning Amelia had reliable information that the things at the Scarlet Flame Tower are going badly since it lost its former greatness. The obsessed with money Ghislain will not contact the impoverished magicians when there is a Crimson Tower, ready to pay much more. Therefore, Lady Amelia Ryfold understood. Having calculated all the actions of the hated enemy, she will take everything from him to the last gold. Somewhere at this time, after severe wounds, the young Birdium still rested unconscious in his chambers. In his painful nightmares, he again and again experienced that terrifying moment when a huge snake swallowed him. Before the predator absorbs its prey, it emits the deadly poison from the inner shell of the stomach. This is necessary for a better softening of the victim and accelerated digestion. Mana of the third nucleus, pulsing the hero's body, did not allow toxin to penetrate the vital organs. But the poisonous evaporations formed in this process created a deadly air environment. As a result, most victims lost consciousness or died already at this stage. However, the future Count ordered himself to hold on. After all, if he had lost consciousness, everything would be over. Not only the expedition, but also everything that is dear to him is his future, his family, his land. The heir understood that if poisoning cannot be avoided, he must take control of the process. As a result, the brave young man tried to deliberately absorb the poison into himself, concentrating him in the nucleus of mana, and then neutralize a destructive effect. Such insanely risky actions and such subtle control over their own body were available only to a few chosen this world. But he managed to turn fatal poison into alternative fuel, capable of withstanding an explosion of concentrated mana. That is how he managed to win. Soon after the torment experienced, the future Count returned to himself. He ended up in his room, and the last thing he remembered was a conversation with a formidable father. However, looking around, the young Birdium saw the worried Elena sitting at his bed. The girl immediately rushed to her brother's shoulders, almost crying from relief. He was unconscious for 2 whole days. At first he disappeared somewhere, and when he returned, he lay like a dead. Of course, the heir was surprised that the younger sister was so sharply softened by him. However, the next second, the girl already pushed her brother back to the pillows. Then she ran to the maid in order to report on his awakening. The hero understood that he was recovering quickly enough, given the circumstances. Having visited the mouth of the ancient python and receiving only minimal medical care from Valinda, he continued to work for another 5 days in a row. The brave young man tried to hold out to the sale of runic stones, but the young body could not withstand such an overvoltage. Even despite exhaustion, the state of the body remained surprisingly good. It was strange that such serious damage was restored in just 2 days of sleep. In addition, the regeneration improved markedly, and the total volume of mana has also increased. Having focused on internal sensations, the future Count realized, even the very nature of magical energy has changed. Perhaps with neutralizing the poison, his mana mixed with the energy of the bloody python. In a past life, he did not know that you could become stronger in this way. This, of course, was unintentional, but the risk of life was definitely worth it. Therefore, the heir intended to conduct a couple of checks. If his guesses are true, he could become 10 times stronger than the previous one. However, now his priority was the sale of runic stones. The young Birdium understood that in 2 days the news probably spread throughout the district. Therefore, he needed to urgently collect his faithful mercenaries. At that moment, they knocked on the door of the room. It was a rather strange behavior for Valinda, which usually burst just like that. However, it turned out that his father himself came to visit his son. Pandalter clearly looked relieved when he realized that the heir woke up. The maid told him that the young gentleman jumped into the mouth of Python and suffered from the deadly poison. Therefore, the powerful warrior wanted to personally verify how the son feels. Obviously, he was glad, realizing that the offspring remained relatively unharmed. The faithful maid herself looked anxiously a hero, still frightened by how unexpectedly he lost consciousness and scared everyone to death. However, at that moment, Svalterberdium turned to his son. With a serious expression on his face, he had a special request for the boy. After this conversation, they went to the training ground. The future Count did not remember that in a past life he had ever met his father in this place. Perhaps because then the young Berdium was too busy to avoid a formidable parent, just not to run into another angry reprimand. Svalter apologized to his son for calling him neither light nor dawn. However, the heir already slept for 2 days and felt excellent. Then, looking at his father seriously, he decided to find out what the request was. Then, looking awkwardly at his son, the harsh man uncertainly looked away. The hero remembered that in childhood the late mother said something to him. Perhaps this is what she had in mind then. She admitted to little Gislin that his father was not the most open person. Svalter believed that it should be an indestructible support for all residents of the estate, constantly making other people's needs above their own, and hiding all feelings deep inside, with the exception of the only moment when he confessed her love. Therefore, the wise woman explained to the little hero, even if his father seems to him cold and detached, it would be better to understand him. After all, he simply did not know how to express his true feelings. At this moment, a serious man raised his blade, asking the heir to do the same. Then they stood opposite each other, preparing for a duel. A real battle began between these 2 generations of warriors. Father's blows were really powerful and heavy, despite the fact that the young Berdium managed to withstand them. Until that moment, the hero did not know what kind of sword his parent owned. This harsh man, squeezing the blade, was so powerful that he could crush the whole hordes of gross barbarians of the north. At the same time, his sword remained accurate enough to protect what was truly expensive for him. At some critical moment of the duel, the hero even managed to catch his father by surprise with an unexpected attack in the blind zone, after which both warriors stopped, because they directed their swords to each other to the throat at the same time. Only then, the title really understood how much the battle skills of his son grew. However, he made it clear when the heir crosses the blades with someone, he needs to restrain his pressure a little. The boy had excellent reflexes and sufficient power to fight with large monsters of the forest. But, according to an experienced warrior, with such an aggressive style of battle, his intentions became too obvious to the sophisticated enemy. Thinking about this advice, the future Count realized that in battle, he also always tries to predict the enemy's movements. In addition, he suddenly realized for the first time someone officially teaches fencing. All his skill was entirely forged in deadly contractions, in other words, instinctive. Given that the heir never underwent full-fledged training with the masters of the sword, there were things that he unconsciously missed. It was at them that the father pointed to them, instructing his son with the wisdom of an experienced warrior. The young Berdium always thought that he could only rely on himself, and as a result, died alone in a past life. And yet it was surprisingly pleasant when someone sincerely tried to teach him something. Therefore, having comprehended everything that was said, the hero sincerely thanked his father. However, he explained that this was not an instruction, but rather a reproach. Regardless of the achievements of the heir, violation of the rules remains a violation. If everyone begins to neglect laws only because of their merits, this will lead to a complete chaos in the kingdom. Nevertheless, Svalter was glad that his son had changed so dramatically. Unlike those who create problems, trying to get to be leaning, he felt. The heir's gaze became much wider and wiser. Therefore, he asked that the boy would continue in the same spirit and would not forget about Berdiums and people around, fulfilling his sacred duty of the heir. The future Count understood that everything he did was only for the sake of these lands and their inhabitants. However, stopping the outgoing father, I decided to find out what kind of request was. The harsh man only awkwardly asked if Gislin had some money. Soon after this touching conversation, the heir returned to the camp near the monster forest. All his faithful mercenaries immediately lined up in the line, welcoming their employer with enthusiasm. The hero was even surprised how vigorous and full of strength were all today. The close ones immediately surrounded their captain in order to find out how he feels. The young Berdium only awkwardly apologized for making them worry in vain. Then the future Count decided to find out from his faithful warrior how his daughter feels. And the gray-haired Gillen honestly admitted that even in the most daring dreams he could not imagine that the girl would ever be able to walk. Obviously, bowing with deep gratitude, he thanked the future Count, realizing that all this was exclusively thanks to him. Obviously, the heir could not but rejoice that the faithful daughter of an old warrior feels better. Then he explained to Valinda, the wise Gillen and Red Kaor that they need to urgently discuss something. Their estate was in mortal danger right now, As a result, a brave young man told everyone about the attack on his younger sister, about how they tried to kill her to use this as an occasion for the war. He talked about how he discovered the dying Prince Degred, as well as the existence of dark forces aimed at capturing this territory. All the enemies closely watched their every movement. Enemy spies have long settled in the estate. The defenders did not have much time to stock up on resources and prepare a counterattack. Finally, faithful Valand realized why her master was in such a hurry. She thought they could relax a bit after the extraction of runic stones. However, the war awaited them immediately after stripping the forests of monsters. The wise Jilin understood. If the truth said by Mr., then Birdium was an ideal target. A weakened and impoverished estate, unexpectedly enriched with precious runic stones. The enemies understood this perfectly and will not leave them calmly. Velen believed that Ghislain should have devoted them to this business much earlier, and suggested immediately to notify the vassals and the head of the family. However, the future count understood that it was still too early for this. His sister tried to kill the closest knights, which means that there are most likely spies among vassals. They did not know who was a friend and who was a traitor, so they had to keep plans in the strictest secret. Since Elena managed to survive, enemy plans were already broken. The defenders had little time, but after the discovery of runic stones, opponents will definitely not hesitate. Therefore, the heir warned everyone. They are waiting for a very harsh and bloody battle. As a result, the whole company fell silent, comprehending ominous news. The red-haired captain calmly asked the master to give them an order. It seemed to him only the joy that it was impossible to get bored with their new employer. The gray-haired Jilin recalled that they all unconditionally believed Ghislain with all their souls, and are ready to follow him until the very end. And Valine became inflamed with a fighting spirit, rising from the place and saying that it was she who should protect her master at all costs. The future count could not believe that he was really surrounded by such loyal and courageous people. As you know, the most important enemy was the Duke Dolphin, as well as those who were under his immediate command, Count Zmond and insidious Amelia Rayfold. However, the heir could not allow their sinister plans to be realized. Therefore, he told the team that they would go to the Scarlet Flame for the sale of jewelry. Kaur was glad that finally they could make a lot of money. Valanda did not understand why the choice fell precisely on the Tower of Scarlet Flame. After all, the Crimson Tower was closer and always offered the most favorable prices. She remembered that with a Tower of Scarlet Flame they were waiting for less money and more unnecessary problems. The wise Jilin also understood that the transportation of valuable cargo often attracts uninvited guests, especially when it comes to runic stones. You always need to think a few moves forward. The future count knew that since Delman from the Trunk Tower became the respected Archmage of the Seventh Circle, the Tower of Scarlet Flame fell into decay. So, it is now more profitable to sell the runic stones of a prosperous Crimson Tower in the north. The Tower of Scarlet Flame tries to restore former greatness with all his might. The task is not easy. However, there was another important reason why the choice fell on it. Events moved to the Tower of Scarlet Flame. There, trembling with despair, a young girl was sitting in the middle of a huge number of old magic folios. Holding onto the whiskey, she cried, realizing that her teacher was right. The light that he spoke about was finally spilling on their fading tower. Soon the hero, along with his faithful team, arrived in the territory of this magic tower. Many mercenaries were heard about her, but never saw their own eyes. They were amazed. The standard of living here was completely different compared to the territory of Birdium. Then the fighters saw where magic scrolls were usually bought and sold. They also noticed magicians who conjured, putting the tower territory in order. Mercenaries rode with mouths widely opened with surprise. After all, they had never seen magic before the use of scrolls. However, the wizards seemed very wary and even contemptuously reacted to simple mercenaries. After the close views of the soldiers, magicians put on the spell of invisibility in order to hide from prying eyes. The mercenaries were surprised, not understanding where the wizards suddenly disappeared. The young Birdium quickly opened the hiding spell and realized that they were not particularly happy here. The maid realized that although things were not very good, she still corresponded to her high status, perhaps because she was on one of the richest lands of the kingdom. At first glance, everything really looked prosperous. No one could have thought that this majestic tower would soon fall. Finally, travelers arrived at the main gate. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, because the territory of the tower was so huge that even an eternity had to get to the entrance. However, to the surprise of Valinda, she did not notice anyone guarding the gate. The armor of the guards simply lying on the ground as plain. At that moment, the magician looked out from behind the wall, ordering strangers to move back. Suddenly, knightly armor seemed to come to life, starting to gather in human silhouettes. After that, with their axes, They blocked strangers to the entrance to the magic tower. The magician upstairs explained that outsiders could not enter here. Therefore, he ordered them to name the names and goals of arrival. Valand was amazed to learn that the armor was controlled by a similar magical way. The red-haired core was indignant. Magicians were famous for cowardice, never substituting for direct blows. At this moment, the future count loudly gave a voice, introducing himself as Mr. Gieslin, the heir to the county of Burdium. Then he asked to call the one who was responsible for trading transactions, because they had something very valuable. However, magicians only contemptuously reminded that they were not going to buy anything from the poor. Valanda only got angry and offered to start looking at the goods, but the wizards immediately refused. The sorcerers were well aware of Burdium, the poor land somewhere in the north. They did not understand what these people could offer them. Skins of animals or simple elixirs. After that, the magicians ordered a group of people to retreat immediately. The faithful maid was clearly angry that they were considered poor beggars. The wise Jilin decided to find out from the master how to do it better in this situation. The heir for the last time seriously glanced at arrogant magicians and decided to find out whether they were not going to inspect the goods. Then he showed them a runic stone. Like true magicians, they should definitely know what it was. And indeed, the wizards immediately learned that the most precious material was in the hands of the young master. They realized that all the wagons covered with protective bedspreads were loaded to the top with these priceless crystals. The future count only smiled, watching how their arrogant faces instantly changed. Soon the magicians already bowed humiliatingly, apologizing to the master for not recognizing how much great guests he was. After that, the merchant manager of the magic tower Sylvan respectfully greeted high guests, declaring their readiness to fulfill any of their order. The young Burdium calmly explained that they brought a large batch of rare goods. He needed someone who could take responsibility for such a large-scale deal. Someone no lower than the level of the Lord of the Tower. Sylvan was first surprised at such an impudent request. However, he immediately ordered the servant to hold venerable guests to the reception, while he escapes permission. Valand was clearly disappointed that they now behaved so respectfully with them. It was worth immediately negotiating, and not insulting their lands. When they passed along the vast corridors of the tower, they heard some strange, alarming sounds, like a rumble or a lingering howl. The hero was surprised at this. However, the magician explained that this is a common thing. Similar sounds often occur during complex magical studies. At this time, court magicians left the research laboratory. There they noticed the same crying girl and reminded that she was forbidden to come here. She did not even know how to conjure, but at the same time persistently claimed the place of the researcher. In addition, the girl managed to ignore the direct order of the heir to the magic tower of the third circle. His minions only indignant. Which teacher took a similar unhealthy girl into a student? She should be grateful for the fact that she was generally accepted into the tower. However, the girl timidly recalled that she has the right to visit the laboratory, because she is also considered a magician. The heir barely restrained himself so as not to laugh at the beauty directly in the face. However, I decided to assume that she was really a magician. Then the young sorceress should be able to block the basic attack with a protective spell. Therefore, he prepared to attack her with fire, asking to defend himself. A spell of the first circle flew into the face of a frightened girl. He was also called Flash Sling. However, the poor thing, stammering with fear, could not think anything. She has already prepared for the fact that the flame would leave ugly burns on her face. However, the future count intervened in time, scattering a fiery attack with his sword, reinforced by mana. Finally, the heir realized what kind of alarming sounds he heard before. And with disappointment, he realized what cruel teaching methods were practiced in a Scarlet Tower. Somewhere at this time, events moved to the gym of the Lord of the Tower. He was indignant that the runic stones are completely ending. At such a pace, the gap between them and the prosperous Crimson Tower will only increase. The harsh magician reminded his servants that he asked to buy precious stones in reserve, but the elders seemed to be doing anything but that. However, every time they tried to establish trade relations, they were refused. After all, merchants could find the best use of their money. After that, one of the magicians tried to explain that the runic stones are important, but the Lord of the Crimson Tower is still a magician of the 7th Circle, and their lord is only 6th. The man was obviously angry that the elder again touched on this painful topic. He recalled that if he had more runic stones, it would have long become a magician of the 7th Circle. The lord was worried. If the stocks of runic stones finally run out, they will not even really be able to. Suddenly, the doors of the office swung open, and an excited Sylvana burst into the room. His face burned with haste, and the importance of news brought in his eyes was red. The Lord of the Tower flashed a righteous anger, reminding the impudent servant that there was an important meeting, and no one gave him the right to break into without an invitation. However, Humbly apologizing for such an unceremonious invasion, the envoy blurted out the incredible news. They brought them a truly colossal part of the runestone. At the same instant, an exciting battle unfolded in the courtyard. The heir to the tower violently attacked the mysterious enemy, bringing down the cascades of fiery magic on him. Flame spells dissected the air, leaving the red-hot traces, but each attack met the perfect opposition. The young Birdium with amazing ease reflected magical blows, as if they were not deadly spells but children's toys. The heir could not believe his eyes. His crushing attacks were cut with such a careless simplicity. Suddenly around the stunned magician, the nets began to be rapidly wrapped. This devoted Valand masterfully entangled the daring youth with its ropes in order to stop his reckless attacks. A caring mentor severely reported the insolent for the fact that he dared to raise his hand on their precious young master. The menacing shout of the Lord of the Tower thundered, forcing everyone to freeze. The imperious voice demanded to immediately stop this disgrace. The powerful magician did not understand that for the chaos turned into his possessions, and the hero immediately ordered the maid to free the prisoner. Valinda obviously obeyed, and the frightened guy immediately rushed to his patron. He began to make excuses plaintively that he had just fulfilled his duty. He did not allow Vanessa to get into the research laboratory, and unknown strangers attacked him. The young man warmly argued that the girl looked too fragile and weak, and in her own interests it was to stay away from a dangerous place. Valanda only snorted mockingly, offering the kid to also put a tear for the pattern of theatricality of the performance. The mysterious Vanessa herself calmly explained that she really needed to get to the laboratory. Looking at the girl more carefully, the future count realized that his intuition did not fail. This person in his past life was a real nightmare in human form. He could hardly believe that even such a monster of talent had difficult times. Meanwhile, the angry lord was already preparing to punish the impudent violators who dared to threaten his students. Valinda strained, preparing to defend his master from a possible attack. However, the young Birdium greeted the owner of the tower with laid-back elegance. Then he introduced himself as the heir to the lands of Birdium. With a disarming smile, he explained the true goal of his visit, the sale of obtained runestones. The lord of the tower was literally petrified with amazement. Is it really the same legendary gentleman in front of him? Even the heir to the tower could not believe his ears, and the young aristocrat, meanwhile, calmly continued, explaining that faithful mercenaries waiting for invaluable prey were waiting outside. He kindly suggested a high-ranking magician to personally evaluate the wealth brought. When the procession entered the courtyard, even the views of the elders were speechless. In front of them, a truly incredible amount of runestone extended. Dozens of heavily loaded carts, each of which was melting a whole fortune. The bewildered magicians were looking for support in the gaze of their lord. The heart of the head of the tower rejoiced from an incredible gift of fate. He perfectly understood. With such an arsenal of magic stones, he will be able to once and for all surpass the hated Crimson Tower. However, masterfully hiding the seething emotions, the lord made a contemptuous face and said that there are not so many stones, and their quality leaves much to be desired. Furious anger boiled in the chest of young Kyor. How this pompous magician dared to relate to prey with such neglect, for which his people almost paid lives. Even the mysterious Vanessa could not hide the amazement. She knew perfectly well that a single wagon would be enough for a tower for several comfortable weeks. But Vladika angrily ordered the girl to shut up and get out of sight. According to him, she did not mean anything in the high art of magic. He was infuriated that the teacher generally decided to accept this useless person and complicate his life to everyone. If she is not able to benefit, even if she is silent. Then the powerful magician turned to his elders for support. The venerable elders hastened to confirm the opinion of their master. They busily stated that during a detailed examination, the mediocre quality of the gownstones becomes obvious. However, it was not surprising. Where did the rare rune of the highest quality come from in the provincial lands? Even the unflappable Veland could not withstand such frank hypocrisy. She recalled that her young master went through incredible trials to get these treasures. How do these people dare to blame the noble young man of fake? However, the cunning old people calmly retorted, no matter what difficulties the young count survived, though it remains true. They cannot blindly believe the words of an unknown guy. The insightful Birdium instantly understood their game. These hypocrites were clearly not going to honestly buy its goods. With icy calm, he ordered his people to turn off. Since the Tower of Scarlet Flame does not need their stones, they will easily find another, more grateful buyer. The frightened Vladika immediately looked at each other with his minions. The elders hastily stated that they were ready to purchase a party. After all, their respected guests have made such a long way. It would be brutally sent home with empty hands. The Vladika himself with high-use ostentature announced that today he was especially generous, and was ready to redeem even all of low-quality goods. True, he warned with a malicious smile, the price will be significantly lower than the market. But the young aristocrat abruptly cut off his outpouring. He did not need the condescending mercy of the Lord. The young man ordered the tower to sell only one wagon, while the rest ordered to turn back to the palace. In the end, initially they planned to realize only a small part of the cargo. Vladika and Elder swallowed scaredly, hearing these words, and the cunning Cerberus only mysteriously smiled, watching their reaction. Then he ordered the mercenaries to cover the goods with a tarp and prepare for departure. The frightened lord instantly turned out to be next to the young man, not understanding what he was planning. The future count with impeccable politeness apologized for the misunderstanding that arose through the fault of his subordinates. He explained that their ultimate goal was a Crimson Tower, and here they simply jumped up to earn on road expenses. Hearing the name of the sworn competitors, the lord barely restrained his rage that torn out. He hastily explained to the dear guests that they should not go to these upstarts at all. They could again discuss the terms of the transaction. After all, everything that happened was only a test of the reliability of the new supplier. The insightful hero expected such a reaction because he favorably agreed to negotiations. Soon, all the drama participants were sitting at a massive table in a luxuriously furnished room for negotiations. Vladika with proper pomp introduced the elders of the Tower of Scarlet Flame, not forgetting to emphasize that each of them reached the 5th circle of magic. The young Bertium was indeed impressed. As the second largest magic tower of the north was subordinate, local wizards held a high bar of skill. The head of the tower, Vityavato, apologized that false rumors reached the respected guest, and hastened to assure that their organization was unshakable to hold the leading position in the north. However, for the young count, this did not have the slightest meaning. Valanda watched with anxiety as her master continues to skillfully provoke potential buyers. Finally, Vladika decided to get down to business. He asked how much the heir to the lands Bertium wishes to receive for his goods, promising that he would not be offered to him in another place the best price. However, the young man's answer made all those present startle. He demanded a double cost, more precisely, 2 times higher than the market price. Naturally, the greedy elders did not like such an offer as the lord himself. He condescendingly remarked that he did not know who taught the young man such inept bidding, but this is fundamentally the wrong approach. You should agree on a mutually beneficial price, and not stubbornly bend your line. But the impudent aristocrat retorted, the Tower of Scarlet Flame herself deserved to pay a double price. Vladika barely restrained boiling anger. This impudent boy clearly did not understand where he had come, and dared to mock the greatest magical organization. Through his teeth, he asked the young man to be more careful with the words. From one species of a daring puppy, thoughtlessly opening his mouth, he literally twitched. However, given the youth of the guest, he generously is ready to lower this behavior this time. But in the future, he urgently recommended behaving more seriously. Vladika was ready to pay just above the market value for the entire goods brought. However, the young count coldly noted that he did not see their sincere interest. He has already offered an exclusive transaction at a double price, but if it does not suit them, well, he will just go to the Crimson Tower, which will probably be happy to accept its conditions. The Vladika was alarmed again and asked the noble young man not to rush with conclusions. He did not say at all that he was not ready to purchase goods at the requested price. Therefore, he asked the guest to return to the negotiating table. Such a change in tone clearly satisfied the cunning aristocrat. His companions froze in amazement, not understanding what their master intends to achieve. Vladika realized, you can't take this young man for fright. Since he brought the goods to them, it means that they were ready to buy it even at a double price. However, the insidious Bertium recalled that at a double value he was ready to sell them only one wagon. Vladika hastily assured that she wants to purchase absolutely all the goods. But the young strategist calmly remarked, since the Scarlet Flame Tower is ready to pay a double price, the Crimson Tower will probably agree to the triple. So why should he miss the benefits? The Vladika brought to despair realized that the young man was experiencing the limits of his patience. When the heir again tried to leave the hall, the head of the tower finally surrendered. Gritting his teeth, he agreed to acquire everything at a triple price. The young count shone with a satisfied smile. Finally, they reached mutual understanding. As expected from the most powerful magical organization of the North, they knew how to do business. Vladika hastened for money, asking a dear guest to wait for his return. In fact, the proud magician himself did not even understand how he reached such a humiliation. He obediently danced under the tune of some kind of village upstart. But the runestone was too necessary for him to implement ambitious plans. However, he does not intend to endure more such insults. However, the insightful young man asked him to linger. He had not yet voiced all his conditions. Vladika instantly exploded, not believing his ears. "Is the triple price this insolent is not enough?" But the young aristocrat calmly announced his last requirement. He wants to receive their student at a personal disposal. The mysterious girl should become his personal magician. At this moment, bright paintings of a past life surfaced in the hero's memory. He remembered how he and a combat comrade fried meat right on hiking swords. The conditions of the mercenaries were far from royal, but the atmosphere reigned truly fraternal. It was then that his friend decided to discuss with the captain one very curious person, a scarlet disaster named Vanessa. Comrade stumbled upon information about this person during his investigation. The story was truly exciting. The entire northern part of Lutania was incinerated to the ground with a single magician. And this magician was precisely Vanessa, who had already reached the 7th circle. Of course, it sounded very impressive, but the hero did not immediately understand what his assistant was driving at. It turned out that at some point the girl finally flew off the coils. Being a powerful magician, she suddenly began to study the forbidden cultivation of mana. In general, she sowed death and destruction everywhere, leaving a lot of noble lords without shelter. Recently, an official request for its elimination was even received. The young captain was amazed to learn about the existence of a magician who reached the 7th circle through heretical cultivation, and not a traditional way. To get such a unique person in his ranks sounded incredibly tempting. Alas, their daring plan was not destined to be realized. Vanessa never learned to control her destructive magic, and when the detachment finally found her trace, the girl was already dead. And yet, despite the tragic finale, she would definitely have enough talent to achieve incredible heights. With a little help and the right mentoring, she could show off the brightest star. Therefore, this time the young Bertium firmly intends to recruit her into his ranks. It has not yet been too late. The assistants of the young count were perplexed by what this inconspicuous girl liked their master. She did not make the impression of a particularly powerful sorceress. The elders considered this proposal very profitable. The girl still did not know anything worthwhile. They could easily give it, at the same time strengthening the relationship with the influential family of the heir. As a result, Vladika graciously agreed to transfer the girl to the service of a noble guest, presenting her as a worthy magician of the Tower of Scarlet Flame. However, the insightful heir Bertium put forward another condition that forced all those present to strain. His family is acutely necessary for combat magicians of the 3rd circle and higher. Very soon the territorial war will break out on their lands. Hearing these alarming news, the respectable elders sighed doomedly, anticipating the impending problems. The young aristocrat clearly outlined his requirements. In addition to the triple price behind the runestones, he needs several magicians of the 3rd circle for an annual service life, as well as the mysterious Vanessa as his personal magician. If the tower fulfills all these conditions, the precious stones will go in full. Unable to withstand such impudence, the angry Vladika released his murderous power, filling the room with a strangling aura. With undisguised contempt, he looked at the arrogant boy sitting in front of him with a calm look. It seemed to a powerful magician that this upstart was looking down on him. Through his teeth, he muttered a reminder. Magicians assigned to the magic tower have no right to participate in territorial wars. This ignorant young man not only did not know the elementary laws of the empire, but also demanded key magicians for his miserable war. It was an unheard-of insult to the Tower of Scarlet Flame. For this they burned alive. Even the hardened subordinates of the future of the Count rose under monstrous magical pressure. They fully felt the crushing power of the magician of the 6th circle. However, the young Bertium himself did not even move. It seemed that he was not at all afraid of a demonstration of power. On the contrary, the young strategist calmly explained to the furious lord that he would bitterly regret his decision. In the territory of Bertium, impressive deposits of the runestone were discovered. There it is 10 times more than in today's delivery. This explosive information has already begun to spread throughout the north as a forest fire. The insightful young man emphasized the obvious. Soon the hordes of those who crave easy profit will come to them. He was not going to untie the war. Bertium lands are desperate to help the tower to strengthen positions. If magicians help to survive the upcoming storm, it guarantees exclusive supplies of the runestone exclusively for their tower. With such support, it is only a matter of time when the Scarlet Flame Tower again draws at the top of the magical world. This tempting offer finally broke through the armor of the Vladika arrogance. He looked at the young man without his previous contempt. Then he held out his hand, fastening the deal with a handshake. Then the head of the tower called his heir and outlined the whole plan. The young magician was clearly worried. Why exactly he was sent to this mission when there are many other court magicians? But Vladika explained his calculation. He sends the greatest talent in the history of the Tower of the Scarlet Flame as a group commander. This is done for the general good, and such an experience will definitely come in handy when the time comes to lead the tower after the Lord. The main task is to make sure that the cunning Birdium does not sell the runestones left and right. And if fighting really begins there, you can just run away at the first danger. It is only necessary to tolerate a year, and then they will easily surpass the Crimson Tower and take their rightful place at the top. The heir clearly liked this insidious strategy. He readily accepted the order of the Lord and went to fulfill the mission. However, when a detachment of magicians arrived in the territory of Birdium, what he saw deeply disappointed the arrogant heir. Of course, he tried to hide his contempt, politely noting that the castle was sustained in a classic style, although it was not impressive with luxury, but retains a certain harmony. In fact, the spoiled aristocrat saw here only a miserable landfill in the backyard of civilization. He was in this hole exclusively out of respect for the personal request of the Lord. Nevertheless, bitterness overwhelmed his heart from one thought. His, the heir to the powerful magic tower, was sent to such a wilderness. As a result, the arrogant young man introduced himself. His name was Alara. He was a magician of the Third Circle, and the direct heir to the Lord of the Tower of Scarlet Flame. He was instructed to lead the magical detachment in this mission. However, the young count, without even listening to the magnificent tirade, casually asked the guy to quickly start work and remain vigilant. Obviously, such an appeal has infuriated the spoiled Aliro. This village considers him his servant. The heir to the tower mentally vowed that as soon as he became a lord, the first thing he would deal with this arrogance. At that moment, the insightful Birdium looked around and did not find Vanessa nearby. Alara contemptuously said that this worthless girl weaves somewhere in the tail, perhaps unloads luggage. And indeed, a fragile figure soon appeared, carrying many heavy suitcases. As soon as the exhausted girl approached, she immediately bowed respectfully, welcoming my lord. Her slowness even more strongly broke the anger of a spoiled heir. At that moment, the hero ordered the girl to immediately throw all the suitcases and approach him. Alara condescendingly asked the new owner not to stand on ceremony too much. She was used to such a black work, because she still really does not know how to conjure. After these insulting words, the future count threw a heavy bag straight into the face of the presumptuous heir. Obviously, he was in complete shock, not realizing that this madman allows himself. But the young Birdium reminded in an icy tone. The girl no longer belongs to the Tower of Scarlet Flame. She obeys exclusively to him, and no one dares to offend her. He is ready to lower this trick from his hands only now, but if this is repeated, the insolent can pay with life. The mysterious Vanessa, although she did not show, was deeply touched by the noble act of her new master. Alara was finally convinced that he was in front of him crazy village. He could not comprehend how someone dares to treat him, the heir to the Scarlet Flame Tower and a magician of the Third Circle, in a similar way. The furious young man recalled that at least a young count and an aristocrat, but if magicians want, they will equal this miserable landfill with the ground in the blink of an eye. Then he ordered his subordinates to demonstrate the abilities of true magicians. However, at the same moment, hardened mercenaries surrounded by their dense ring. The harsh warriors were outraged that some pampered magicians dared to direct the weapon to their master. The fiery-haired Kaor with a grin reminded the arrogant guests that the owner of these lands should be treated with proper respect. And the young Birdium only sharply ordered the presumptuous heiress to close his mouth. He did not care how temporary subordinates relate to him. There is a contract. During the year, he has the right to dispose of them as he wants. These were the terms of the transaction with the Lord of the Tower, in exchange for exclusive supplies of the runestone. The insightful strategist asked which side the Lord would be on if someone dares to violate the sacred agreement, and coldly recalled that the role of the heir here is nothing more than a spare magic unit. If he craves respect, let him deserve it first. The noble magician was furious from the fact that they dared to call him a reserve. However, the future count did not even listen to his indignant cries. He ordered the gray-haired Jilin and to show the bold Kaor to show the pampered magicians, as everything was arranged for them. The fiery leader of the mercenaries burst out laughing, anticipating how these delicate flowers from the tower recognized the harsh truth of life. In the tower, they lived much easier and more comfortable. But now they will have to get used to it. Completely different orders are acting on the territory of Birdium. As a result, everything that was furious Aliro remained to rage from the shamelessness of these provincial geeks. Vanessa silently watched his tantrums with an absolutely unseemed expression on her face. At this moment, a young count approached the mysterious girl. He gently recalled that from now on she does not listen to anyone's orders except his own, because now she is his personal magician. The girl awkwardly looked down after these words. And then with bitterness she admitted that the words of Elira were pure truth. She really did not know how to conjure. Then an encouraging smile blossomed on the young strategist's face. He asked the girl to follow him. He has a way to help her reveal a hidden magical talent. After that, they retired to the personal training site of the young heir. When they were left alone, the insightful Bertium decided to find out how deep Vanessa's knowledge is in magical theory. The girl admitted that she recently studied the formulas and spells of the Fifth Circle, but only in theory. Such a level of knowledge sincerely delighted the young lord. The girl was moved by his reaction, but with sadness explained that her extensive knowledge did not change anything. Unfortunately, it is not able to independently use even the simplest spells. The future count was extremely curious to find out which, according to the girl herself, there were reasons. As it turned out, from childhood she did not feel Manu, but still stubbornly believed that she would succeed. She studied every day without respite, and the more she studied, the stronger the despair grew in her. She simply did not have a gift for practical magic, and then the only teacher who believed and supported it died in it. It was because of this that she was sent here to serve the young Bertium. The hero, carefully studying the girl, thought about her true power. The Fifth Circle was a really impressive achievement. Judging by the power of spells, they are comparable to the spells of the Elders of the Magic Tower. But magic is not just a set of formulas for thoughtless cramping. It is necessary to understand the deep principles of activation of the charms, to have intuitive insight for their proper application. She brilliantly understands all this with reason, but her body does not keep up with a sharp mind. She must have passed through incredible trials, trying to overcome this innate flaw. And her titanic efforts were not in vain. She was simply forced to go in a more difficult way. He again remembered the prophetic words of his combat comrade Claude. In a past life, this girl reached the Seventh Circle and burned the entire northern part of Lutania to the ground. For this reason, she was called a crazy witch. After all, she began to study the forbidden cultivation of mana. The memories of the fallen friend again forced the hero to smile sadly. Then he announced the amazed Vanessa that from this day they would begin to study cultivation. The girl in shock reminded that she is a magician by education. Representatives of their profession do not practice such techniques. However, the insightful strategist objected. Magic circles, cultivation itself, all these arts are based on the same original mana. He was sure that until that moment the girl did not try such a radical approach. The frightened Vanessa considered it madness to conjure through cultivation. If something goes wrong, it can remain a magic cripple forever. Nevertheless, the young count asked the girl to trust him, and at least try. For some inexplicable reason, looking at his confident, full of determination, Vanessa ceased to doubt. She was inexpressibly pleased to think that finally appeared a way thanks to which she could conjure. As a result, the desperate girl decided on this crazy risk. In the end, until now she did not work out anything familiar methods. There was nothing to lose. After that, she carefully exposed the graceful back through which the hero was supposed to direct the streams of mana. The young lord carefully looked at her disheveled hair, and he recalled that Vanessa had exactly the same eyes in his last life as himself, full of regrets, rage, and hatred. She desperately strove for power, for magic, and this obsession carried her deeper into the abyss of madness. Having mastered the technique of cultivating mana of unknown origin, it became a walking disaster, led only by primitive instincts of destruction, and simply burned everything to the ground. But now the exhausted girl has a reliable support in the person of the young Bertium, and he will not allow her to collapse into the abyss again, as in a past life. Therefore, the noble young man handed her a saving hand of help and began to carefully nourish her body with streams of his mana. Obviously, the sensations were far from pleasant, as if molten fire spread over the veins. However, the mentor strictly ordered his teeth to clench, otherwise she would drive a fragile mana root. Now his energy circulated in her body, and she had to cling to this elusive sensation. It is necessary to fully focus on the stream of mana and concentrate only on it. The girl felt a foreign stream of mana spills throughout her being, capturing every cell of the body. And after complete circulation, he returns back to her sleeping core. Finally, Vanessa's eyes opened wide in amazement. Now the body of the exhausted girl itself has begun to radiate dazzling light. She fell into a trance of memories. She remembered how her beloved teacher fiercely argued with the Lord of the Tower when he wanted to cut out financing their research. The old mentor warmly argued that his student has incredible talent. This girl helped identify the most important patterns of turning the particles of mana into magical power. Vladika reluctantly recognized her theoretical merits, but she was disastrously lacked in practice. And the teacher himself had to understand this. No matter how brilliant she is in theory, if she cannot conjure, a real magician will not come out of it. Therefore, the cynical lord believed that no matter how much resources they pour into her training, everything was useless. And now, adult Vanessa, as if from the side, saw a little herself. She remembered how, after that conversation, sobbing, she apologized to her beloved teacher for her failure. She knew perfectly well, if she had at least a little more talented in practical magic, he would not have to leave the tower. However, a wise mentor did not leave his student. He simply went on a long journey to find a way to awaken her dormant abilities. Leaving, the old man asked her to always hold her head high and looked into the sky. No darkness in this world can last forever. He made a sacred promise. Once a saving light would be spilled on it. And now this young birdium was this embodiment of light for her, extending a helping hand at the darkest hour. She realized her teacher did not lie, he told the pure truth. Meanwhile, somewhere in a distant tavern, lost in the wilderness, selected warriors arranged a grandiose fun. They decided to have fun by arranging a duel with a really worthy opponent, a warrior of gigantic height, capable of defeating 4 alone. In addition, even sharp weapons were not afraid of him. The giant only contemptuously suggested miserable wimps to try to even scratch him with his pieces of iron. And when one of the daredevils dared to approach, the mighty fighter easily threw impudent opponents through the whole tavern. As a result, he measured everyone, without even sweating. For him, this was not a worthy fight, but with a slight scum. The warriors enthusiastically praised their leader. As one would expect from their older brother, he was the greatest warrior of his time. The giant punished the worms who dared to prevent their feast. They were absolutely sure no one in the nearest district had a force to challenge them. Soon, having achieved the desired silence, the mighty warrior decided to go down to the shore and relax a bit after entertainment. A long-time combat comrade came up to him, asking how training is going on. But in fact, he came with important news: to transfer the order of the Count. Hearing this, a warrior named Victor instantly became serious. He realized that the time of carefree rest came to an end. The mighty fighter reached for his frightening metal helmet, who almost never took off, hiding his face from prying eyes. Having hoisted the ominous mask, he suggested immediately to fulfill the task set by their master Count. Anyway, in this provincial place where there was not a single worthy enemy, the powerful warrior literally languished from mortal boredom. At the same time, the head of the noble family Birdium sat in his office, studying an alarming message. The letter claimed that the young Giselin dared to kill the heir to Degrad, and now the enemies intended to brutally take revenge. As a result, Birdium had no choice but to urgently call all the combat-ready soldiers to be urgent. They had just declared war. Upon learning of these news, the devoted Randolph believed that the Degrades finally survived the Mind, once they accused their heir of murder. It was a height of stupidity to unleash a bloody war on a deliberately false offer. Such a treacherous betrayal was especially shocked by those with whom they were in the indestructible Northern Alliance for many years. No one could understand what the benefit of Degrades from this meaningless war. However, the insightful Giselin calmly explained the true reason. The enemies needed their runestone. He recalled how 2 of their allegedly faithful vassals went with a delegation to the Degrades, while the young master was in a magic tower. Most likely it was these traitors that leaked secret information about changes in the territory of Birdium. It was difficult for the elders to believe that devoted servants could have betrayed so vilely. In addition, they wanted to know on what basis the young heir makes such serious assumptions. The wise father perfectly understood. The runestone is really the greatest treasure. Sometimes even a good discovery for land can turn into a complete collapse for their owners. He had a persistent sensation, as if his son of something similar expected and prepared in advance. Calming his excited advisors, Randolph asked them not to panic ahead of time. After all, they had more combat power than the Degrades, and incomparably more military experience. He suggested simply to teach the impudence, forcing the head of the enemy kind to prove his innocence in a court of honor. However, at that moment a frightened knight burst into the hall. It turned out that the enemy hordes were already hiding near their borders. All of them went led by the very legendary Victor. The number of enemies was truly stunning. No one expected such a scope. Of course, everyone understood. It was probably a carefully planned conspiracy. After all, the enemies could not only declare war, to be at the very gate. At that moment, the breathless messenger reported shocking numbers. The enemy army totaled about 6,000 tempered soldiers. Another 1,000 warriors were busy with the delivery of supplies. The enemy also had a lot of formidable siege guns, which they have already begun to methodically arrange. The rest of the advisors could not believe that such a nightmare is in reality. The difference in forces was catastrophically great. Although the Degrades were not richer than Birdium, where could such an armada come from? Even the wise Randolph could not understand what happened. but the imperious voice of Svalterberdium called everyone to silence. He recalled that such fruitless quarrels only take away precious time from organizing a worthy rebuff. Therefore, the Count ordered to live alive all the combat-ready army along the fortress walls. Peaceful inhabitants had to immediately hide in the castle behind reliable walls. All the gates should have been locked tightly. The soldiers were obliged to take defensive positions. On this fatal day, a destructive war began. On his combat horse along the enemy positions, Count de Grad himself traveled. He bitterly recalled his son, who was a useless loafer and shame of the family. However, his father was sincerely grateful that with his death and worthless offspring gave him a legitimate reason for the war with Berdiums, to capture their majestic castle and myriad wealth. Then he suggested that the formidable victor go into battle. It was necessary to toughly talk with their annoying brother from the Berdium clan. However, at that moment, the thunderous voice of Svalterberdium forced him to stop. The noble lord wanted to know what his friend and ally conceived, and he only explained with ostentatious calm that he could not call it some kind of tricky idea there. His dear son was meanly killed on these lands. This atrocity was committed by a young Gislin, and he, as a loving father, craves fair retaliation for the child taken away. However, he added hypocritically, if the Svalter surrenders right now, a lot of bloodshed can still be avoided. Of course, everyone perfectly understood that this vile liar is lying in a dumb. The advisors tried to convince their master that further negotiations did not make any sense. The hero understood with bitterness. Although he managed to save his sister, the heir to the degrades was really dead. Such a tragic outcome was inevitable. Since the enemies dragged powerful siege tools, it means that they intend to equalize the castle with the ground. Everything went exactly as he expected. However, at that moment, Svalter loudly, so that everyone would hear, said, "His son did not kill anyone. This will be the final response of the Berdium genus. If de Grad does not want to say goodbye to his miserable life, he must get away." From the powerful roar of the northern wolf, even at the hardened Count of de Grad, breathed breathing. Victor respectfully looked at the unbending Svalterberdium. His fighting spirit was worthy of the great general. What is not surprising, given how many years he persistently guarded the northern borders. Count de Grad only sighed heavily. He expected such proud behavior from the legendary northern wolf. He warned that a lot of innocent blood would be shed due to his unreasonable choice, and he asked that his brother-in-arms would not regret such reckless words. Then he turned the horse and galloped away, giving the troops a signal to the offensive. At this critical moment, the ardent Randolph asked his brother to entrust him with the command of the troops. In his opinion, the opponents were just untrained rabble, even not really trained. He could tear them into pieces in an open battle. However, the cautious treasurer considered this pure insanity. No matter how strong their warriors are, the difference in numbers is too catastrophic. One wrong step and their impregnable fortress is the end. At the same time, they could not just sit back. Therefore, they began to feverishly ponder the plan of action. Maybe leave the castle and hide in the northern fortress? From the chaos of what was happening, even the thoughts of the wise Count began to gradually confuse. He did not expect such a sudden declaration of war, and that the enemy would be in complete combat readiness. In addition, their overwhelming numbers. Obviously, someone generously sponsored in this war. However, the young strategist calmly invited his father to prepare the fortress for a long siege. Degrades had about 7,000 soldiers. As you know, the defenders have only 2,000. The difference is more than 3 times. Opponents are armed to the teeth and full of morale. 15 days later, as soon as the siege tools are completely ready, they will hit with crushing power. The best option is to request the help of the allies and try to hold the lock before reinforcement. Of course, usually the wise Svalter would have done so. However, he did not understand who agreed to help them in such a desperate situation. And then the cunning hero, mysteriously smiling, began to whip something in his father's ear. The Count understood. It really was their only risky chance of salvation. The hero, having prepared for decisive actions, was firmly convinced. Very soon, until 2 weeks, the situation will radically change in their favor. So, fully armed, the young lord met with his devoted subordinates. Everyone was silent, not knowing what to say at such a gloomy hour. It was especially difficult for the faithful Velen to accept that the war, as predicted, still began. The penetrating strategist immediately decided to indicate their further actions. As a result, he invited his warriors to conduct a daring sabotage attack. They will hit enemy supplies until it is too late. Without supply, it will be extremely difficult to continue military operations to the enemy. However, cautious Valand objected. This is almost impossible. The castle is densely occupied by the army of degrades, around too many vigilant eyes. They will be noticed right away. For this reason, the young count turned to his best captains for help, Jilin and Kaor. As the Lord ordered in advance, the fiery leader of the mercenaries has already deployed selected troops in the secret outposts of the forest. They can move secretly so that they are not found. The gray-haired warrior reported that special capes from the cortex of trees and hides of forest monsters were already distributed to their best soldiers. Dark fabric was perfect for night sorties, but the penetrating strategist understood the main problem. If you put forward a large group, it will be easily noted. But small detachments of elite fighters in natural camouflage will easily conduct a sabotage. The only problem is that they did not know the exact arrangement of enemy supplies. For this reason, he turned to Valind with a request to find out their whereabouts. The girl was not at all surprised at the dangerous task, and with iron determination promised to fulfill the order. The hero understood very well. This mission was deadly. It was necessary to seep into the ranks of the enemy, risking life every second. But he sincerely believed that it was the cunning Valanda that would cope with this better than anyone. Now the matter remained small: to lay out a trump card on the table, capable of putting an end to this bloody war. Events are transferred a few days ahead. In the camp of the Degrades, the former vassal of Berdiumov, the traitor Pablo, was only happy that the war had finally began. Soon even he, an eternal servant, will get his tidbit, a piece of land. He understood. To the side of the Degrades was his best decision in life. Thanks to the patronage of the new owners, he received a warm position in the rear. So he only had to patiently wait until Berdium falls, and then part of their lands will become his reward. At this time, a brave hero with his best fighters was already making his way straight to the camp. It was the perfect time for a sudden attack. In addition, even the weather favored. A cloudy night hid their movements. The sentries literally did not see anything in pitch darkness. Obviously, these were ideal conditions for a lightning attack. The young lord gave a tough order: not to take prisoners, kill everyone to one. So, when the opponents least expected a blow, the faithful knights of the hero fell on the camp as a punishing sword of fate. Obviously, the enemies panicked. How their supposedly vigilant sentries did not notice such a large-scale attack. However, the guards did not have time to raise the alarm, as the young Berdium and its elite warriors killed them in a matter of moments. After which, the strategist ordered his tempted mercenaries to act according to the plan and not ceremony with anyone. At that moment, Pablo came running to Baron with a panic report. They were suddenly attacked. The traitor tried to maintain the appearance of calm, reminding the fighters not to panic. After all, they have a whole 1,000 soldiers here. However, the situation was catastrophic. With a sudden blow, the enemies have already destroyed 70% of their strength. Then the cowardly Baron realized there is definitely a reason for panic. He invited his assistant to immediately escape from here. At such a pace, they will all be left without goals. He already did not give a damn about the promised lands. But unexpectedly, his accompanying knight pierced the throwing blades. They were masterfully released by Valinda. After that, the insidious maid with feigned surprise greeted a vile traitor, the former vassal of Berdiumov Pablo. Soon, all supplies and the remnants of the enemy garrison were already burning in hellish fire. When the young count came to check the work of Valinda, he saw that she grabbed the very Pablo, one of those whom they sent to the Degrades as an ambassador. The bastard not only sold secret information, but also headed the enemy supply squad. Now this vile worm was repented in mud, praying for mercy. However, the penetrating strategist wanted to know who specifically bribed this traitor. He immediately cooled that it was a powerful Count Desmond. He threatened his family and he had no choice. The hero supposed something like that. Count Desmond transferred his army to the Degradum for this war. A miserable Pablo was lying on the ground, sobbing and apologizing for stumbled. He reminded how many years Berdium was correctly served. The traitor was sure. If the Count de Grad offers a generous ransom for him, for a young master, this will be a profitable deal. Then, with a gracefully dismounted, the young lord ordered the man to raise his head. The man immediately thanked the heir and swore that for the saved life he would serve Berdium's with even greater devotion. The fool did not even have time to understand how the hero blew his head with a sharp blade with a lightning-fast blow. The young strategist had an iron principle. He does not conclude transactions with similar discharge. Anyone who betrayed his native land deserves only death. So, having won a complete victory and leaving behind a flaming devastation, the knights returned home. The hero ordered them to rush to the castle. By this moment, the enemy most likely had already begun the main offensive. Now their attention will be completely focused on the fortress. It's time to hit them in the rear. This will violate combat constructions and cause panic chaos in the ranks of the enemy. The young commander clearly ordered Valanda and Fire-haired Kaor take over the left flank. He will lead the right. He instructed his loyal captain, a gray-haired warrior. He instructed to defeat the base camp of enemies. The attack should be lightning and crushing. Ghislain knew that earlier the old man had to cope with small detachments alone, but against the whole army. To begin with, he wanted to make sure that the warrior would have enough abilities for such a battle. However, he only smiled encouragingly and promised to fulfill any order of his lord until the last breath. The hero smiled pretty while Kayor was amazed at how insanely brave was this gray-haired warrior. The practical Valinda was more worried who would get the most dangerous task, the assault on the main gate. However, the young strategist, spurring the horse, asked for now to forget about the gates. Then he looked back at his excited comrades and asked them to relax a bit before the battle. In fact, he perfectly understood. Now in front of them is a fateful battle. This war will open a new glorious chapter in the history of the Birdium genus. At that moment, Count Zvalter already led the defense, preparing for an enemy attack. They opened a hurricane fire from all guns, not letting the invaders close to the walls. But the enemies began to furiously climb up. There were incredibly many of them. Therefore, Zvalter enlisted the support of his brother Commander Randolph, ordered the soldiers to enter into close battle in order to prevent the enemies of the walls. Looking at this bloody massacre, Count Degred only laughed gloatingly, reveling in his triumph. The spectacle was really exciting. He could forever look at the agony of enemies. Then he ordered the soldiers to prepare catapults for the second crushing volley. It was necessary to break through the gap as quickly as possible. The formidable victor himself regretfully understood. This is the end for the legendary Northern Wolf. Frankly, in the beginning he doubted success. However, it is obvious, despite the valor of the defenders, they cannot cope due to the overwhelming numerical superiority of the enemy. At this critical moment, Zvalter Birdium and his brother were surrounded by hundreds of bloodthirsty enemies. Despite the fact that the walls were still heroically holding the defense, the main gates could fall at any time. However, remembering the words of his son, the Zvalter growled the order to forget about the gates. The main task is to keep the walls at all costs. After that, the exhausted Count turned to Captain Skovan to find out about the long-awaited reinforcement. However, everyone they turned to for help cowardly refused. Zimbar and the Rayfon cynically stated that they have enough their problems, and the ambassadors did not return to Count Logis. There was neither an answer nor the slightest news from them. Randolph was clearly struck by such ungrateful geeks that at such a critical moment managed to overcome their superior forces. Suddenly, at that moment, a messenger with bad news ran to Count de Grad. It seems that their supplies were unexpectedly attacked. The soldiers who were supposed to deliver supplies have not yet returned to the camp. Perhaps something happened to them. Count Degred considered it as impossible. He could not believe that the rats from the House of Birdium, standing in a deaf siege, were able to calculate the location of the camp, break through their defensive lines, and hit the supply. Nevertheless, in the distance, the ominous smoke rose from where the supply camp was located. The insidious Lord Victor realized smart heads still remained in Birdium's house. However, such miserable attempts seemed only funny to him. At this moment, the frightened Count decided to find out from Lord Victor what they would do. After all, the war has just begun, and they were already left without supplies. However, Victor only patted the man on his cheek, asking not to worry. They will no longer need supplies, because by the end of this day they will capture the enemy's castle. It was surprising that although the attack on the flank began for a long time, the walls were still holding on. It seems that they were protected by the true forces of Birdium at home, including the Northern Wolf itself. But the central gate, on the contrary, remained practically not protected. For this reason, the cunning Victor sent all his best warriors specifically to the central gates. They had to break through them and penetrate the fortress. After that, he called one of his faithful knights, Aiden. The Lord explained that he himself would break through the gates. Subordinates should stay here and continue to hold positions. At that moment, new waves of fighters continued on the walls of the castle. The mercenaries rejoiced from their successes, but the elite warriors of the House of Birdium continued to methodically kill the attackers. However, suddenly the defenders saw siege towers that enemies rolled up to the walls. It was amazing that the enemy managed to build such high structures. In addition, this created a serious obstacle, given that the defenders were already in the minority. For this reason, nothing was left except to prepare catapults. By this moment, the warriors just finished their configuration. Therefore, the shelling began, in order to prevent siege towers from reaching the walls of the castle. Obviously, the enemies were amazed when they saw the throwing shells, because they did not even know that the Birdium house had catapults. However, at that moment a spear flew into their shell, because of which the whole sky sparkled brightly with sparks. It was amazing that someone managed to knock down their throwing shell. Therefore, Zvalter began to look for a warrior capable of this. And finally he recognized the horseman in the corporate helmet. Lord Victor made it clear that the resistance from the side of the Birdium house was useless. Their fall is inevitable. Then he ordered the troops to roll out a ram and beat on goal. As a result, the attack on the most unprotected place of the fortress began. The worried father only hoped that his son would soon come to the rescue. As it turned out, tied captives sat right under the gate, whose magic did not let the enemies, despite the mortal danger. Frightened by Alara nearly cried, recalling that there was no need to exchange their life in some miserable battle for this damned territory. However, the old man Fergus only recalled that this was the order of their young lord, and asked the young man to sit quietly. He only got even more angry, recalling that he was an heir, and not a dog who would obediently sit. Alara pointed to a ram, which was already very close to breaking the massive gates. The fate of the castle was obvious. Everything was over. However, the faithful Vanessa asked her comrade not to worry about anything. She believed that the young master would soon settle everything. But the captive was only angry, demanding not to mention this moron, because of the desires of which they were tightened into real hell. Now they will all die. Vanessa tried to object to the words of Aliro, but he ordered her to close her mouth, considering the girl crazy because she believed in such a psycho. However, the girl understood. Her master was not crazy at all. She remembered events a couple of days ago. She trained in the use of magic, then she finally managed to create a small magic shell. She was very ashamed that her forces were so miserable. But the young Birdium, it seemed, was only proud that she managed to apply a spell. The lack of mana could be overcome with time and constant training, after which he decided to show something to the young lady. Right on the territory of the palace, the court magicians began to bury magic stones in the ground. Obviously, Aliro was interested in what the master was doing. He had a lot of soldiers for such work, and he used magicians. In general, he did not understand why he was hiding stones here, because it was better to do it outside the fortress. However, Gordon only grabbed a miserable jerk, ordering not to be distracted by empty conversations. The future count calmly explained to Vanessa that it was his preparation for the siege. As you know, the simplest tactics are to crush the enemy in numerical superiority. No matter how the defenders fight against an endless onslaught, they can't survive for a long time. Sooner or later the gates will fall, but this does not mean that victory is impossible. Then Vanessa began to guess what the gentleman was about to do. The most responsible mission was entrusted to Vanessa. For this reason, she hit the staff on the planned magical circle. It was a spell of the transmission of mana, which began to absorb energy from the magician of the third circle. The girl understood that she had to cope, because the young master hoped for her success. Just at that moment, he was already approaching the walls of his own castle. The soldiers panicked, but still held the defense, realizing that they had not yet been given a signal to retreat. Soon the defenders noticed the enemy reinforcement on the horizon. However, peering at the thick of the battle, Zvalter Birdium recognized his son. He rode on his combat horse and rushing straight to the enemy. At that moment, Lord Victor received an alarming report. An unknown detachment suddenly went on both sides. In addition, these warriors were quite skilled, literally instantly taking the lives of dozens of their soldiers. Obviously, mercenaries from Degrad were panicked, not expecting an ambush, because they heard that no one began to send reinforcements to the almost fallen family. As a result, they had nothing left but to open fire from bows in order to try to throw the swordsman from the saddle. However, the body of the hero and his horse was protected by a fabric made using a special technology that prevents the arrows from getting to the target. After that, his faithful horse jumped high, knocking enemies with hooves. It was difficult to count how much such a jump the future count struck opponents. At that moment, the hero raised his blade high, turning to the soldiers of the House of Birdium. He asked them to permeate, because now he has returned. It's time to give the proper to the arrogant enemies. As you know, everyone received his own role, which he acted in the future. Meanwhile, in the main camp of Degrad, everything was also not very good. The warriors were clearly not ready for an unexpected attack on their fortified camp. The gray-haired Jilin warned his fighters that he would distract the opponents to himself, and they should disperse and beat on key points of supply. The opponents themselves saw. Their enemies were completely disoriented. While they get to their positions, there will be nothing left of the supply base except ash. Count Degrad was frightened, not understanding what was happening. They did not notice how they themselves were surrounded. At that moment, I was already ranging on enemies, armed with its crown axe, courageous Jilin. He warned the enemy commander so that he would not worry much because the old man would leave him alive for interrogation. However, at that moment, the knight Aiden entered into defense of the count, unexpectedly attacking the gray-haired warrior. After only one collision, Jilin realized this enemy was really very strong. At this time, Aiden himself praised the opponents for such a sudden attack. He appreciated the courage of the enemy. Therefore, he even decided to reward the old man with the honor of saying his name and asked to introduce himself back. However, he explained that he had no name. He was just a punishing sword of Bertium's house. Events move on to the left flank of the siege. Veland fought along with the red-haired Captain Kyor. Her role was to immobilize the enemies with magic wagons. The leader of the Cerberus detachment himself was engaged in killing the insolents in the fastest and most cruel way. The faithful maid, of course, was indignant because of the inaccents of a fighter who was so reveling in the massacre that he did not notice how he sprayed her with enemy blood every time. However, when the impudent Kor asked the girl to calm down, it enjoyed her even stronger. Meanwhile, the future Count continued the bloody massacre on the right flank. Enemy fighters began to gradually realize, if they do not overcome the young Bertium and his soldiers, everyone will die. Therefore, many rushed to run from the battlefield. The hero went in pursuit in order to finish each who dared to raise a weapon on them. After that, having figured out most of the panties, he put the remaining showdowns on his soldier, and he decided to do the siege tower. As a result, the soldiers followed the orders of their captain to catch up with all the escaped enemies. The enemy captain was indignant, not understanding how these indecent Cretans turned their backs to the enemy in the midst of the battle. Therefore, he ordered the spearmen to expose the barrier, not letting the horsemen. Then the future Count calmly warned his horse so that he himself would somehow avoid copies. As a result, opponents attacked the horse. But to their great surprise, not a single spear managed to hurt her. And when the enemies looked around, they understood. The young Bertium took advantage of this turmoil to get to them from the back. As a result, with one sweeping blow, he demolished his heads at once to several fighters. The brave warrior looked at the siege tower, which was already attached to the walls of his castle. Of course, the fortifications suffered stronger than the heir expected. Perhaps, due to siege towers, and at such a pace, the walls could fall even before the enemy is broken. It was evident that their cavalry also held on with the last forces. There were too many enemies, but if the defenders give slack, they will be closed on both sides. At that moment, the enemy captain sent his people to detain the hero, not to let him get to the siege tower until it breaks the walls of the castle. The future Count understood that he had time for a cut. You need to use the moment and turn the course of events. Therefore, he tried to deal with all the daredevils rushing to him as soon as possible. At that moment, the shelling began to be carried out from the siege tower in order to prevent it from getting closer. However, the hero quickly dodged all arrows. Then he attacked the enemy who commanded the offensive. He also stuck his blade into the wooden compass of the siege tower, hanging over the faces of the warriors standing there. And then he used the magic of attraction in order to tighten his sword to himself. As a result, in this way he reached the siege tower in a moment and had already begun to fight inside it. With one technique, the heir killed several fighters, and also destroyed the siege tower under the root. It was hard for Lord Victor to believe that an ordinary person could have such inhuman power. The enemies considered that perhaps this warrior was an enemy commander. First of all, the Lord decided to find out in what condition the enemy gates were. However, the fortifications there were more serious than expected. In addition, the intervention from the outside slowed down the assault process, but they will break through in 10 minutes. However, the Lord did not suit the Lord. He ordered to meet 5 minutes. At that time, he himself decided to engage in an enemy commander personally. Leaving, Victor warned. If subordinates cannot cope for the set time, he personally abides their heads. However, not allowing Lord Victor to leave, an impudent red-haired warrior approached him and called him a tin can with wings. Then he calmly explained that he would not go anywhere until he dealt with him. Seeing the contemptuous gaze of the enemy, the arrogant captain so much decided to introduce himself as the commander of the mercenaries Cerberus. Then he suggested that the Canbone have some fun, dancing with swords. Kor did not expect the enemy's horse at that moment attacking his horse, which was why he began to fall from the horse. But at the last moment, he jumped out, trying to attack his enemy in a jump. However, Lord Victor managed to block his blow. After a few more unsuccessful attempts, the red-haired warrior realized the enemy blocked absolutely all his attacks. As it turned out for Victor Kor, he was only an ordinary soldier, of which there were many around the world. It seemed that he was annoyed that such miserable mercenaries imagined themselves with great warriors. Then he decided to attack the enemy for the last time, hoping to kill him. However, Kyor was lucky. He managed to block this attack, and his sword withstood the blow. However, at the next moment the blade fell apart. Although he managed to slightly weaken the blow, yet the captain's shoulder was very wounded, and he could no longer hold the weapon in his hands as before. Victor calmly explained that there is nothing easier than dealing with the beast that acts only on instincts. Only at that moment did the quarrel realize that this geek was very strong, as his captain said. He knew that Victor would come here, the secret trump card of the Duchy of Degrad, one of the forces aimed at Bertium's house. The young Bertium warned Kyor that this man is stronger than all with whom he had previously met, not counting the hero himself. The enemies pressed the numerical superiority, forcing the defenders to make every effort to the defense of the walls. They, in turn, were waiting for the gate to break through in order to start a full-scale offensive. Everything happened exactly as the future Count suggested. However, if you cross out of this plan of Victor alone, then the Count de Grad will surely lose. Therefore, the young Bertium asked Kaor to help him in this task. The Red Captain did not need to try to kill the Lord. He had to restrain him for a short while. Therefore, the impudent warrior immediately grabbed the fragment of his sword and laughed slyly. He did not understand why the owner decided to appoint him against the enemy, which even theoretically seems impossible to defeat. The gray-haired Jilin still continued the deadly duel with the knight Aiden. The worried Count de Grad asked his subordinate to retreat, but he could not. Otherwise, the courageous old man would have grabbed him. At this time, mercenaries led by Jilin tried to kill as many enemies as possible, while trying not to fall by the arm of their furious commander. The gray-haired warrior was clearly angry that the enemy was so strong. He did not have time to bother with one enemy for a long time. However, Aiden's massive shield reflected blows from all sides and was simply impenetrable. The courageous old man had not seen such a strong nut for a long time. However, despite this, he was not going to mess with the enemy. Therefore, he tried to cut the enemy's defense in half. Aiden explained that it was useless. Even though the blow was not bad, such a shield could not be pierced. Then he counterattacked the old man, but hit his combat horse. As a result, Jilin fell to the ground while the enemy intended to crush him with his shield. As a result, Aiden managed to press the gray-haired warrior straight into the ground. Then he brought his weapon in order to kill the enemy. Kaor's situation was no better. At this point, the massive doors of the Bertium castle were demolished with a bang. The future Graf saw it all perfectly. Everything went in accordance with his daring plan. At that moment, Alara ordered the girl to do at least something, since she had already swallowed all their mana. However, it was too early. Vanessa was waiting for a signal from her master. Lord Victor, as soon as he noticed that the passage was open, immediately ordered all the troops to go to capture the castle. He himself ordered him to bring Count de Grad while he would deal with the enemy commander. However, the redfish from again prevented him from leaving. He could still fight despite serious injuries. Victor only recalled that at the place of the mercenary it was time to understand where to die and where to retreat. He did not understand what such a crazy zeal for. At this time, Aiden noticed that the gate has already been broken. He did not understand why the old man continues this unthinkable resistance. Of course, their daring attack was unexpected, but it did not affect the outcome of the battle. The thing is that the enemies underestimated the elite detachment of knights. No matter how skillful the mercenaries are, they will not defeat trained knights. In addition, the death of these two could not change anything globally. However, Kaora, like the old man, did not bother all these arguments at all. He didn't care, a knight in front of him or a mercenary. After all, as you know, only victory or defeat is important on the battlefield. Preparing to kill the gray-haired old man, Aiden recalled that all this was a miserable justification for their inevitable loss. He obviously did not expect Jilin. Filled with determination, he would be able to hook his sword and throw a warrior to the ground. After that, the courageous old man inflicted a couple of crushing blows with his crown axe on the enemy, who even dropped the weapon from his hands from shock. Obviously, Aiden was amazed that some miserable mercenary dared to do so with a noble knight. However, Jilin himself did not worry his methods. Continuing to apply accurate blows with his formidable axe, he recalled, no matter how powerful the defense seemed, the gap can always be found. In addition, the gray-haired warrior added that he devoted his whole life to his master. He was his faithful weapon. Therefore, the only outcome for him is to bring victory to the young master. After that, he killed the impudent with a blade, which planted him straight into the hole for the eyes of his magnificent helmet. At the same time, the red-haired captain gradually approached Lord Victor. He understood that this fighter was much stronger than him, and also realized that he could die here. However, he remembered that the young Bertium trusted him and asked him to detain this fighter. Therefore, Kaor was looking for a chance for a single blow to knock a man out of the saddle. He remembered the recent conversation before the offensive, when he discussed with the heir the way he managed to defeat him in their camp, using the maneuver of the deterioration and incision. The impudent captain awkwardly asked the master to teach him something like that. The young Bertium only smiled at how the mercenary was embarrassed to ask him for something, and he calmly explained, "The movement itself is not so important, but if the enemy fights with you for the first time, it is quite possible to conduct a similar maneuver." Victor was struck by the behavior of Kaor. He was like a wild beast that rushes ahead. Just about this mercenary, the heir warned. With such an insolence, the enemy will definitely begin to underestimate. Therefore, the red-haired warrior began to rush at the enemy. He showered him with many blows, after which he threw his weapons. However, Lord Victor easily beat him high into the sky. He explained, Fools always make rash decisions, believing that they have nothing to lose. They do not even realize that this will be their last mistake. Then he directed his blade straight into the mercenary's face in order to kill him. Then the Kaor recalled the main advice of his master. In the face of death, if you connect a little acting, you can hide your true nature. At that moment, he managed to evade the rushing deadly gun. Jumping, the impudent captain grabbed the fragment of his blade right in flight, and he joined Victor, exactly as the hero taught. He had a chance to deliver at least one good blow. And this blow came straight along the horse, on which the enemy warrior was sitting all the time. After that, the exhausted Potts fell to the ground. Victor was surprised at such an unusual move. He did not expect that the mercenary in the air, even in a disadvantageous situation, would lay the basis for the fracture. Only one who is ready to die could decide to do this. So this guy was not just a brainless animal. Looking at the exhausted enemy, the Lord even praised him. He knew that sometimes a person was able to surpass himself on the threshold of death. Victor even felt a relief that the core missed himself. For this reason, he decided to reward the brave man, allowing to say the last words. However, the guy was only happy that he still managed to strike. At that moment, the throwing knives of the faithful maid rushed towards the enemy. Thus, Velen managed to scare the man, forcing him to retreat a couple of steps. Then she threw her throwing hook into Kaora to pull the wounded to a safe distance. So, having thrown it on the horse, she finally rode away, not letting Lord Victor catch up with them. Obviously, Victor was surprised that the purpose of the mercenary was to deliver only one blow. This battle took all his strength from the red-haired warrior. If not for this woman, he would be a corpse. But still, the captain was clearly not so stupid as to risk his life for the sake of one blow. Therefore, Victor began to guess what the real goal was behind all this. Then he looked at his dead horse. Then he looked at the crowds of Degrid warriors advancing inside the castle. Finally, he understood what was the impudent idea of opponents. At this moment, Vanessa just finished the spell with the accumulated mana. And Victor realized, all this time the enemies tried to detain him. The girl recalled the last words spoken by the master. When the gates are piercing and the enemy burst into the passage, its magical power in an instant will be able to change the course of the battle. Of course, Vanessa doubted that you could count on her so much. However, the future Count was sure that it was she who would cope with this decisive task. As a result, the young sorceress in an instant applied her strongest spell of the fire volley. A huge stream of flame burst over the destroyed gates, incinerating everything around. Absolutely everyone, even in the distance. Some enemies died immediately, and some received strong burns and were no longer able to escape. There, the hero was just waiting for them to finish everyone who was still on their feet. Then he ordered his fighters to immediately surround the gates, so as not to allow anyone to leave alive. Victor himself also got significantly. All his clothes were burned by a flame. At that moment, the speaker came running to him and said that most of the soldiers burned alive. He asked to give an order to retreat. Understanding your own failure only enraged Victor. This carefully planned war was carried out in complete secrecy. He blocked the Birdium house all the ways to salvation, and still they could not win. All thanks to the sudden attack, the crazy selflessness of the dogs and magic of the highest level, which burned 1,000 soldiers in an instant. All these factors coincided too perfectly to be a simple accident. Then Victor realized that he had handed himself in a skillfully placed trap. Of course, he gave the surviving order to retreat. They needed a new plan. There were no reinforcements nearby. As soon as they leave the fire zone, they will be able to regroup. The war will drag on longer than the insidious lord expected, but they had no choice. Victor also ordered to immediately call him Aiden. However, at that moment a gray-haired old man, carrying the head of a defeated knight in his hands, approached him. Looking at the formidable warrior, Gillen quickly recognized the commander of Degrad in him. Then he calmly explained, he lost, his army and the main base came to an end. Therefore everything that he had left was just to give up. Looking around, one could say that what was happening for the invaders was extremely disappointing. But despite this, Lord Victor only laughed, not used to giving up to the enemy. He made it clear that the war will not end there. He personally shreds them and puts everything to the end. After all, perhaps the war for Degrad was over, but his personal war was just beginning. When Count Svalter Birdium saw the wounded enemies, he immediately ordered his crossbits to attack from the height of the walls. After all, now the opponents were blinded by fire and driven like rats into a trap. For the same reason, they surrounded enemies from all sides with knightly and hired forces. The future Count immediately reminded everyone that it was a turning point in the war, so they could not allow anyone to stay alive. However, at that moment, an worried maid jumped to the master to make sure that the lord was not injured. Then she pointed to a rather rumpled Kaor. He only calmly raised his finger up, making it clear that he was still alive. Valen began to scold him, because if she hesitated at least for a moment, the guy would have come to an end. Therefore, she was convinced that she thought correctly. The hero's plan was really crazy. In addition, the future Count understood that it would be necessary to generously reward Vanessa, who helped him a lot, thanks to all the runic stones that they collected. However, suddenly among his comrades, the hero did not notice the gray-haired old man. According to the surprised look of Valinda, it became clear that she also did not see Jilin for a long time. Therefore, the young Birdium immediately pulled the reins and went to the aid of his faithful captain. At that moment, Jilin just fought with the Lord Victor himself. The courageous old man felt the enemy had incredibly heavy blows, even heavier than that of Aiden. In addition, among other things, the enemy was also incredibly mobile. At some point, Victor managed to find a gap on the defense of the old man, and in the end, with his sword, he cut a metal shoulder from his shoulder. It was simply unthinkable. At the same time, there was not a single weakness in his defense of Victor. Victor fought and was more and more angry at these dirty hired rats, which spoiled all the plans. He allowed himself to play with them, and they seemed completely insolent. At that moment, fighting off the enemy's onslaught, Jilin did not notice how the enemy captured his axe. After that, Victor disarmed the old man in one motion. And then he sent a blade to him in order to finally punish a geek that crossed the line. The gray-haired warrior understood that he could not be saved from this blow, so he began to think feverishly what to do. However, in the last second, he grabbed the blade with his hands to avoid a deadly wound. Then Victor realized the old man's victory over Aiden was not just a success. Only such a master could take his blows so skillfully. He understood. To come to him immediately after a heavy battle was a stupid decision of Jilin. However, for sure, his deceased friend did not regret that he fell by the hands of such a skilled fighter as this old man. But still, the Lord could not allow him to continue to walk on the ground alive. Therefore, I decided to finish off the enemy. But at this critical second, a hero's blade appeared between the two fighters, stuck into the ground. Then Victor began to look around in order to understand who dared to intervene in his duel. As if the answer to his question, the future Graph itself finally appeared. The young Birdium calmly raised the weapon of his faithful comrade. At that moment, Victor recognized this ominous black armor. The heir applied his true power, the release of the third nucleus. He instantly attacked the enemy, showering that crushing blows of his gun. After that, a decisive duel ensued between the greatest warriors. Lord Victor decided to attack from a height. A fatal mistake that the young heir immediately took advantage of. Grabbing the enemy behind his feet by the neck in a dead grip, the future Count with unexpected force tumbled the enemy to the ground. Even an experienced warrior had to retreat in the face of such unpredictable maneuvers. The slightest loss of vigilance in this battle could cost him life. The young Birdium hit a real monster of martial art. In addition, he said that he thoroughly studied Lord Victor. Each of his strengths, favorite strategies, and even those who commanded him. The heir knew absolutely everything about his opponent. The Lord felt something was wrong. Perhaps it was a trap. But pride did not allow me to believe that such a young man managed to spend it so easily. He sacredly believed that not a single living soul from the House Birdium could not know about this supernatural operation. In addition, Victor himself was a hidden trump card, which they cherished for years. Did he really fall on such cheap stunts of the enemy? While the arrogant lord was ranting, the young warrior quietly intercepted the initiative and threw the enemy away with a powerful blow. In a rapid jump, the heir brought down his weight on the enemy, relying on a huge, heavy gun. Under such a furious attack, even the glorified sword of Lord Victor began to be covered with cracks. In desperate attempts to break out of the iron embrace of death, an experienced warrior was seriously injured, and his helmet flew off his head with a roar, revealing his face skewed with rage. At that moment, the young Birdium returned to his faithful blade. He always knew that the axes are excellent weapons for destruction, but his native sword was much more convenient in the trained hand for accurate, deadly blows. Lord Victor, looking at his young enemy with his eyes burning with fury, longed to find out who was hiding under this mask of skill. The future Count calmly introduced himself as the heir to the House of Birdium. Then he took off his combat helmet, demonstrating the noble features of his face radiating unshakable confidence. Lord Victor could not believe his own eyes. He, the greatest knight of the North, lost to this Molokossos, whom he considered a loafer and shame of his kind. However, the young heir decided to clearly show which of them truly deserves the title of greatest warrior. Victor only contemptuously laughed in the words of such an arrogant jump. He did not even ask how the young man managed to think of such a cunning plan. In war, all means are good. This is an iron rule. The process does not matter, because the history is written exclusively by winners. Having accepted the combat rack, the warrior released the maximum amount of his mana, preparing for the decisive battle. The young Birdium answered the same thing. The energy of the third nucleus was built over his veins with fiery streams. Two irreconcilable adversaries in full force began the deadly dance of blades. The enemy gradually received accurate and powerful blows from the young master of the sword. Despite the desperate attempts to block attacks, an experienced lord steadily began to give up his positions. No matter how much he tried to intercept the initiative into his trained hands, nothing happened. All that he awarded the heir was only a few superficial scratches on his strong armor. However, the warrior's face was visible. Even this already seemed almost a victory for him. No matter how the lord wriggles in attempts to evade, the young Bertium could not catch him. Then the heir himself resolutely approached the enemy, and they agreed in close combat, where every blow could become the last. Soon the situation for the mother warrior became critical. Therefore he resorted to a vile trick, blinded the young man, raising the puffs of mud as a maneuver of distraction. Then he sent his blade at him, allowing the young enemy to make sure his true, indomitable strength. The hero was amazed at this force. Between him with the strengthening of the third nucleus and the lord himself, the difference in the relics was small. When Gislin in his last life began the war and attacked the Count's house, then Victor also stood in his way. But the hero managed to win, taking revenge on all the insults caused. However, he escaped with Victor then for too long. The help arrived. It is obvious that with such dangerous enemies, Bertium's house was doomed to defeat. Therefore, on that black day when the heir saw a destroyed home, he made an iron decision: to kill all those who dared to raise a hand on his family and land. At this decisive moment, although the young Bertium allowed himself to hurt an enemy blade, he mortally wounded Victor into vital organs. The dying lord collapsed to the ground and coughed with scarlet blood, and the young warrior calmly headed away. However, a weak, barely audible voice stopped him. The enemy finally wanted to ask the hero one single question. He longed to know who this young man is actually like that. The Gislin, whom he remembered from the past, was the shame of Bertium, the discharge of the North, unworthy of his noble name. Although the dying person understood that the answer was no longer so important to him, he was pleased with such an exciting sight in the last moments of his life. Having dealt with a dangerous enemy, the future Count helped his wounded captain get to the fortress walls. The palace survived under the onslaught of the enemy, and the heir saw. His warriors are exhausted, but meet him with genuine admiration in his eyes. The young commander smiled and decided to find out if everyone survived in this bloody battle. Immediately after these words, faithful mercenaries and close warriors rushed to their young master. Everyone spoke at once, laughing and telling that for their entire long mercenary life they did not see such epic battles. In addition, they were struck by the magical spell with which they defeated enemy forces. The future Count was sincerely grateful to everyone who supported him, and sincerely thanked the faithful associates for the impeccable work. Valanda was worried, not understanding what happened to the gray-haired warrior. At first, the faithful maid considered that the old man had only a pair of superficial scratches. However, she noticed how dark blood was whipping from under the edge of the wound, and immediately decided to inspect the wound better. The young Bertium asked the devoted girl to tell where the sorceress Vanessa was now. It turned out to be excessive use of magical power. She lost consciousness, so the wise older Fergus attributed a fragile magician to the castle to the rest of the spells so that it was in full security. At that moment, the heir was heard by the familiar voice of the commander of Randolph. He ran to the young hero, hugging tightly and praising him for such an excellent job. He did not expect less from the true heir of Bertium. However, the young count praised the brave captain for his own successes, and he drew attention to his approaching father. At this touching moment, something in the image of a strong man cracked. A strict mask melted. Count Svalter rushed to his son and enclosed him in strong father's arms. He sincerely praised the young man because he had tried fame. As soon as his father heard his son's impudent plan, he first considered him crazy. However, he was glad that he trusted the heir. After all, everything was played exactly as he planned. The young Bertium understood. Everything was possible only due to the fact that his father managed to hold the walls of the castle. But Count Svalter was well aware. Without a brilliant plan of his son, they would definitely die under the onslaught of the enemy. Therefore, he raised the young man up and shouted loudly that this brilliant victory was won solely thanks to the wisdom and courage of his son. All the warriors who fought at their native palace began to deafeningly rejoice, praising their young master. The heir finally understood why all these inhuman efforts and suffering were. For the sake of this moment, he returned from the clutches of death. But the young strategist knew his main enemies are still alive, which means that this is far from the end of their history. The young Bertium reported to his father that he would go to check the condition of the soldier, but the count asked his son to relax while there was a similar rare opportunity. But the future ruler explained, they have no time left to rest. They needed to immediately present the requirements for surrender to the daring degrades. Even tomorrow it will be too late. The enemy can come to their senses and prepare new trump cards. The heir immediately went to the enemy's lair with his detachment of faithful mercenaries and asked his father to endow him with the necessary powers. Count Zvalter clearly did not understand why such a feverish rush, especially when all the soldiers were so exhausted by a brutal battle. However, the young Bertium only calmly looked at his father, making it clear that the war was not over. Count de Grad announced the rupture of the Holy Alliance to take their tribal lands. They cannot wait until he realizes and repent. Otherwise, they may be in the eternal expectation of the next treacherous blow. They needed to hit right now and impose their harsh compensation conditions, so that the enemy would not even occur to them to return to them again with the war. The Count was amazed. His son had already calculated all the further moves a few steps forward. He endowed the young man with all the necessary powers, to do as it is necessary, and asked to defeat the enemy so that he would never rise from his knees again. But he also warned Count de Grad was once their ally, an aristocrat who swore in fidelity to the crown. Therefore, the only thing the father asked is that the son would try to at least maintain the appearance of politeness. Then the young commander recognized his faithful assistants if they were able to move on. Then he commanded to sit on the horses. They needed to hurry. So gallop with the soldiers who survived in battle. They went to the lands of their insidious enemy. Soon, a castle appeared on the horizon where the city was located, and inside the walls the loser clearly panicked. He concluded with a secret union precisely because he was known for his invincible force. But in some unthinkable way they took and lost to these despicable puppies from Bertium. It was literally impossible to imagine. The faithful servant tried to somehow reassure his master, but he could not maintain composure when everything flew to hell with a dog. The Count immediately ordered his assistant to prepare for humiliating negotiations on surrender, and ordered to immediately start collecting money for reparations. He knew very well that these Cretans were obsessed with the northern traditions of honor, so that they would easily lead to negotiations. The House of Bertium always had difficulties with money, so it would be easier to pay off, and then they simply write off all the expenses for the unfortunate House of Desmond. But the devoted assistant reminded his master to severe reality. All funds were already spent on this damned war, and there was nowhere to take the required amounts. However, the enraged Count just began to strangle his stupid assistant with an iron grip. He ordered not to stupid anymore and just squeeze a little more money from commoners, as they usually termed it. Perhaps his assistant did not suit this, because he himself was among these very poor people. Therefore, the ruthless master forced him to choose between the same as him, pigs, or a noble highlight. After that, the Count threw the faithful servant away, reminding that he no longer dared to argue with his master. The servant himself was crystally clear that he would be forced to continue to serve this damned house, but could no longer endure such glaring tyranny. He perfectly understood. This time the matter would definitely reach the people's rebellion. At this intense moment, the knight rushed to his master with anxious news. The forces of the Bertium house, armed to the teeth, were rapidly approaching the castle. Soon, all the formidable mercenaries were already lined up in battle order, clearing the way to their young master to the negotiation table. The Count de Grad himself panicked from the fact that the enemies rushed so lightning speed. Around the inevitable reckoning reigned around. But he could not just give in to, so he was preparing to meet with the formidable Count Zvalter Bertium face to face. What was his great surprise when, instead of the noble gray-haired Count, his allegedly uncontrollable son appeared. The young heir only calmly asked whether de Grad was ready to talk about unconditional surrender. Then he calmly explained that his father was busy restoring the affected territories and instructed him to conduct all negotiations. Then he ordered his people to drag a man better. Events return a few hours ago. While they galloped with a gallop over rough terrain, the Red Leader of Cerberus was convinced this degrade was a rather agile rat. The fiery commander despised the Lord who so cowardly abandoned his people and shamefully fled. Gordon only apologized for missing such an important prey. But Kor calmly reminded his friend that it was their old man who could not grab the fugitive, and his guys coped with his task 100%. The young Bertium did not even know how to react to the fact that his faithful Cerberus was so impudent, every time trying to surpass the venerable mentor in the art of war. But approaching the hero, the red-haired impudent decided to find out why the future Count was going to leave this bastard de Grad alive and even ready to negotiate. However, they all perfectly understood. De Grad is an ordinary piece of shit, trying to appropriate foreign lands. But on the other hand, he had a formally legal reason for the war. After all, his heir died. If the young Bertium begins to demand too much from the enemy, then he himself may be fools. It is most likely that the cunning Graf will just slightly bargain and leave everything as it is. The fire-haired leader clearly did not like all these aristocratic things. Negotiations, bidding, political games. In the place of the future Count, he would simply take enemy territory and interrupt all the rebellious without unnecessary ceremonies. However, the faithful maid reminded that the war of noble aristocrats is not at all the usual showdowns of street gangs. An explicit warrior clearly did not like such neglect from Valinda. He explained to the devoted girl that aristocrats are not at all gods. They are all the same people from flesh and blood. In addition, it was on Bertium's house that they attacked the first, so they should not worry about keeping their face in front of someone. However, the young strategist patiently explained to his associates the essence of his plan. If his father went to negotiations, he would really just agree to monetary reparations and material compensation. However, the future Count was obviously a completely different person. He was going to declare the lands of Degrad with his vassal territory, forever subordinating them to Bertium's house. At this decisive moment, the faithful warriors of Cerberus grabbed the trembling hands of Count Degrad, ruthlessly pulling him away from the negotiation table. He, of course, was indignant that some dirty paws of commoners dared to touch him. But at the same moment, the assistants had already set the disgraced Count before the young winner on his knees. Velen seemed that it was definitely not worth doing with the captive aristocrat, and she asked the young Count to stand up for her when his father would scold the maid for allowing this. Count Degrad himself reminded of his high status. He swore allegiance to the kingdom, and they have no right to handle the crown with the subjects. He demanded to show his due respect to his noble origin. However, the young Bertium in response only assigned the tip of his blade to the throat of the enemy. Then he calmly explained the stern truth to the trembling Count. He was a traitor who violated the Sacred Union Agreement and tried to take away the lands of Bertium, bought on the sweet speeches of the insidious enemy. And as everyone knows, those who want to take the lands of the Northern Wolves are waiting for only painful death. The cowardly Count could not believe that this young man was really going to kill him in cold blood. However, the future ruler did not see good reasons not to do this. Since the Count was so easily scattered by other people's lives for the sake of a meaningless and cruel war, he must be ready to put on the con and his own worthless life, or to pay the appropriate, truly huge price for his betrayal. After these chilling words, the decrepit old man was convinced. The real ruthless crazy one sat in front of him. And the young Bertium did not joke at all when he brought his deadly blade over the enemy's head. As a result, there was no choice scared to half-target, except to grind plaintively, begging to stop. He was already perfectly guessed what a monstrous price this merciless young conqueror would ask him. Therefore, almost crying from humiliation and fear, he promised to give the future Count all his birthlands without a trace. So easily and gracefully the young strategist achieved the desired result. He initially knew that a cowardly man would utter these words when he was in the face of inevitable death. However, in order for him to inherit possessions, it was necessary either to belong to the family, or to have legal inheritance rights. Otherwise, such an act contradicted all established laws. He recalled that Degred, being an aristocrat of noble origin, was supposed to understand anyone better that land grounds could not be exchanged like ordinary clouds in the sky. However, the cunning old man knew that he could put Gislena to power, introducing his relatives, and promised they will prepare all the necessary documents, and the young heir will only remain to take power into their own hands. He immediately ordered his faithful assistant to immediately bring paper and a feather to decorate important papers. The young hero was still in doubt about this risky venture. An experienced man patiently explained that he would also compensate for the entire damage. Perhaps now he did not have the required amount, but he will collect tribute from subjects and pay every coin. All that he asked in return was that the valiant warrior spare his life. The young man was sincerely amazed at how expensive the aristocrat appreciated his own existence. As a result, the future Count agreed to give the defeated enemy a chance for atonement. However, he immediately grabbed him by the collar and resolutely dragged him away from the walls of the majestic palace. Then he called ordinary citizens and threw their own ruler at their feet. Ordinary inhabitants, of course, did not understand what a noble master was doing here and what events unfold before their eyes. Even the Count felt deep humiliation from the fact that Gislin was going to commit such an act in front of ordinary commoners. However, the young Bertium ordered the defeated enemy to bite his tongue, because he was in front of people, on whom his further fate now depended. After that, the future lord politely turned to the gathered people of Degrad and introduced himself as the legal heir to the lands of Bertium. The young warrior also explained that their current rulers unleashed a bloody war for the sake of blind revenge and suffered a crushing defeat. Now he announced his intention to pay military reparations at the expense of his own people. Gislin wanted to find out whether one of the audience was ready to voluntarily make such victims. Of course, all the inhabitants unanimously protested. They were already torn off to the thread because of this ruin war. They rightly believed that the Count should independently deal with their own problems. Then the young heir, acting as an authorized representative of Bertium, decided to show a loophole mercy and give the people a choice. Residents could pay impressive compensation and thereby save the life of their master, or kill him with his own hands and go under the management of the new ruler. Then as a subject, they will not have to bear responsibility for defeat in the war. From such words, Count de Grad almost erupted with bitter tears, not believing that this ruthless geek dared to humiliate him so much. However, at the same moment, the first stone flew into the head of the villain. The following shells sprinkled behind him. Enraged residents looked at this heartless tyrant with genuine hatred, which all of them, even the last crumbs of the food of their children. The Count clearly did not understand how many people were injured because of his ambitions, so the angry crowd began to beat him with his feet and hands, everything that came to hand, trying to take revenge over the years of suffering. The wise Ghislain allowed the people to independently deal with their former ruler. Therefore, he retired from the scene of reprisals, after which he ordered his faithful people to return home. On this, the bloody war was finally completed. Also, the valiant hero decided to warn Valinda that it was necessary to inform his father about the events. However, the wise girl did not worry, perfectly realizing that Ghislain carefully thought out in advance and acted according to the plan. Soon, the young warrior met with his father and close advisors to tell in detail about the results of the military campaign. The future Count explained that they correctly understood the situation. Count de Grad was really dead and no longer posed a threat. Svalter only awkwardly reminded that he asked his son to show respect for the defeated enemy. However, the young heir did not forget the father's order. He simply decided that such an outcome would be more fair based on circumstances. If they allowed the Count to pay off with gold, he would not leave an attempt to attack their lands in the future. The treasurer and the manager considered such a development of events almost impossible. However, the insightful Ghislain recalled that de Grad was attacked by Bertium with an army of 7,000 soldiers. They had to understand that the Count himself could not collect such an impressive army. The House of Desmond provided this formidable army with additional forces. In addition, the Wraithhold clan secretly imported military supplies. It was difficult for everyone to believe that two influential aristocratic houses aimed at their possessions at once, given that the Desmonds always adhered to strict neutrality, and the representatives of the Wraithhold even wanted to engage their offspring with children of other noble families. However, the wise Ghislain understood the true cause of what had happened. The Wraithholds did not send reinforcements, since they organized the murder of messengers in advance to block the transfer of critical information. Similar tactics of insulation of the goal were their favorite warfare method. But now that the young warrior has taken the lands of de Grad, the entire strategic situation has changed dramatically. Given that the new territories bordered on the possessions of potential opponents, enemies will not be able to suddenly attack Bertium's lands. And if they still try, he can give a worthy rebuff to their insidious plans. Finally, the wise head of the clan understood the true motive standing behind the decision to kill Count de Grad. But the experienced ruler made it clear that even if the hostile lord died, this does not mean that the land will immediately go to the winners. After all, possessions should be inherited by direct relatives or legal descendants. Then the prudent Ghislain invited his father to look at pre-prepared documents. This important scroll confirmed that the young warrior was a distant relative of the deceased, and the first in the queue for the inheritance of possessions. The future Count received these priceless papers from the hands of Count de Grad himself. With similar documents, most claims and claims regarding the legality of inheritance automatically disappeared. However, hearing such news, all those present fell silent in amazement. The caring father tried to warn his son that it was far from being as easy to manage vast lands as it might seem at first glance. Svalter wanted to find out if the heir had reliable people who could cope with such responsibility, but the insightful young Bertium assured his father that he had nothing to worry about. After all, he already had an excellent candidate for this important role. History smoothly moves to the kingdom of Seiron, to the territory of the city of Austin, where measured everyday life went on its usual turn. Locals leisurely dinner and talked quietly, and at the neighboring tables, gambling players enthusiastically indulged in their favorite entertainment. Some spectators even made bets on those daredevils that this time will defeat the skilled croupier. The dealer, masterfully owning his craft professionally, made the distribution of cards in a tense game. However, his attentive opponent calmly warned what would happen to Claude if he decided to fraud at the gambling table. The young boy only laughed carefree and asked the gloomy client to stop frowning. Then he asked what exactly he wanted to bet on. Meanwhile, a solemn ceremony took place in one of the majestic temples. This was a rewarding of a valiant hero in recognition of his outstanding merits. In the name of the king, Svalter Bertium solemnly proclaimed his son by the owner of the land Fenris. From this historical moment, Ghislain Fenris began to dignify him. In this way, After the end of the destructive war, the young heir became the full owner of the territories instead of the deceased ruler. When the young lord explained his ingenious idea to his father, he pointed to a detailed map of new possessions. The extensive territory was divided into 5 prosperous barriers, not counting the royal lands in the center. The far-sighted Gislen planned to establish his main base in the very center of Venice Baronism. The decisive warrior did not even ask anyone's opinion. He simply set out a carefully thought-out plan and announced his intention to act as he considers necessary. Someone still needed to take responsibility for the management of these lands. After that, the caring father somewhat awkwardly mentioned that their tribal possessions suffered serious financial losses due to a long war. An experienced ruler delicately hinted to Gislen that now it would be very nice to pass precious runestones to replenish the treasury. However, the guy calmly explained that they no longer had such magic artifacts left. The entire accumulated supply was spent in order to endow Venice with the ability to stop numerous enemies near the borders of their possessions. However, he asked his father not to worry in vain, because they will still have time to get these priceless crystals at the right time. At the moment, a faithful maid ran joyfully to the solemnly rewarded hero. A caring woman invited the young man to go to eat, while the rest of the guests congratulated him on the fact that he now became a full baron of vast lands. For the devoted Valinda, everything that was happening seemed incredibly exciting and significant. Of course, she felt that a considerable part of the merit belonged to her caring ward. The red-haired leader of the mercenaries' corps only laughed mockingly, because only thanks to the upbringing of Valinda there were so many troubles with the young master. However, for such an impudent head of the Cerberus detachment, he immediately received a contemptuous kick from an angry mentor. At this solemn moment, his younger sister came running to congratulate his older brother. The girl rushed joyfully, leading an unfamiliar baby. Then she laughed playfully at her brother, admitting that she did not know what it is now better to call him in accordance with the new high title. Then the caring Elena explained that the girl she brought with herself was the same Rachel. The little guest immediately politely greeted Mr. Gislen, and he immediately asked Rachel to seek help if his younger sister suddenly began to tease her in any way. After that, the newly made baron with satisfaction noted that the girl feels much better than before. Since all his faithful subordinates at that time noisily celebrated his appointment to a high position, the decisive hero slammed his hands loudly, attracting the general attention of the audience. The noble warrior slyly praised the valiant fighters for how perfectly they showed themselves during the bloody battles, and also solemnly announced that from now on he was a full-fledged lord of the Fennes lands. Therefore, in the future they will be based exactly there, and not in the Clan Bertium. The far-sighted ruler also wanted to hire all those present not just as ordinary mercenaries, but as a personal professional army, so that they become the official military of his army. And of course the young lord intended to train them as real noble knights. Of course, the courage that they demonstrated during the war was already worthy of the honorary knightly rank. They were more than suitable for such training. To properly teach them, experienced mentors and a significant amount of gold will be needed. Realizing the scale of the upcoming tasks, the insightful hero turned to the gray-haired warrior, wanting to learn about the state of his wounds after recent battles. Then he suggested the old man to take the rest of the experienced fighters and go to Finesse the First. He needed to drop in another important place in order to settle several pressing issues. After all, the war has just ended. Because of security issues, the local population may have serious problems, so the young lord wanted his faithful captain to put the proper order there and ensure stability. After hearing such an order from Gislen, the venerable old man frowned slightly, feeling the severity of the assigned responsibility. However, the future count patiently explained that he could entrust such a delicate matter only to him. That is why the young ruler turned to Gislen with a similar important request. After these sincere words, the grateful man immediately bowed respectfully in front of his master, giving sincerely for the trust rendered. The devoted Valand and Kor had to go on a long journey with him. They were heading to the lands of Austin in the kingdom of Siron. Such a solution, of course, could not but surprise the red-haired Kaior. Why did they go to the city, which was famous for widespread gambling and dubious entertainment? The impudent leader of the mercenaries believed that they were going exclusively to have fun and unwind after the burdens of the war, and the wise hero decided not to disappoint his companions with premature explanations. At this intense moment, the persistent Vanessa pestrated the court magicians in order to absorb their precious mana. The ambitious sorceress made it clear that if she could absorb the magical energy of Lord Alero, as last time, she would be able to create any magic that can imagine. Alara was only angry because the girl shamefully uses it as a magical battery for her own needs. However, such a direct decree of Mr. Gislen was such a direct decree. It was Alara who was supposed to supply her with the necessary mana for spells. At that moment, the young lord himself joined them, hearing loud conversations outside the door. An irritated Alara immediately demanded that Ghislain do something with his unbridled magic after all. She sucked in his magical energy like an abnormal vampire. But as if not hearing his indignant words, the unflappable hero completely ignored the complaints of the heir to an influential kind. The calm lord sincerely praised Vanessa for how excellently she coped with her first real battle against serious opponents. The young ruler also thanked Aliro. He was sincerely glad to see that he successfully coped with the task allocated for him. After such cold and formal words, the arrogant guy got even more angry and promised that he would certainly avenge as soon as he returned to his native magic tower. Then the insightful hero calmly interrupted the angry young man, explaining that he was going on a long journey with him. So soon the whole company was in the noisy gambling house Kraken. The red-haired Kayor clearly liked the atmosphere that reigning here. A similar pleasant mood and heady aromas. He definitely missed this special place with his unique spirit. The generous Ghislain immediately handed Kaoru and Aleri weighty wallets with money, so that they could have fun and relax from military hardships a little. The arrogant magician only looked at the proposed wallet with contempt. With such miserable money you do not really go ahead, and you will not feel a real scope. After these arrogant words, the experienced Kaor only smiled slyly. He suspected that perhaps their cute, innocent magician knows only how to spectacularly let stars and light effects. But about how the harsh real world works does not have the slightest concept. Therefore, the entrepreneurial leader of the mercenaries decided to teach the arrogant young man the art of playing gambling. He will be able to receive real money by making thoughtful rates. Then the insightful Valand realized that Ghislain really decided to have fun after a long war, and with the understanding reminded that for his outstanding merits no one would condemn the young hero for his love for gambling entertainment. However, in fact, the far-sighted Ghislain was looking for a specific person who could skillfully control new lands. For a number of good reasons, this talented person lived here in a noisy casino. The young lord was extremely necessary to find him among the regulars of the gambling house. The faithful maid could not believe that the hero was going to entrust the management of the vast possessions of some gambling player of a dubious reputation. However, the wise Ghislain patiently recalled that this mysterious person had his good reasons to be in a similar place. It was also not worth worrying at all, because the person he wanted really had outstanding talents in management. At this intense moment, they heard a loud noise and screams near one of the playing tables. The angry man rudely knocked Claude on the table, accusing that all his recent winnings were the result of arrogant crook, and threatening to chop off his hand for deception. The leader of the angry bandits only gloomily recalled that he had previously warned the arrogant Claude, so that he would not fraught with their table. The guy replaced his playing bones with special weighted ones, although the use of such fake devices was strictly prohibited by the rules of the institution. For a very long time they patiently demolished his arrogant antics, but this was the last straw that overwhelmed the bowl of patience. The accused Claude desperately insisted that he had no idea what this enraged man was talking about. He did not replace or fraud. Surely it was this type of tried to insidiously substitute him and blame him. It seems that the bald thunder was not going to prove anything with words, so he ordered his muscular fighter to immediately chop off this insolent hand as a fair punishment. Claude immediately closed his eyes, preparing to experience a painful pain from the blow. However, the expected pain never followed. He only heard the young, confident voice of a stranger who decided to join their cheerful company. It was this mysterious young man who put the sword across, masterfully blocking the attacker's blade. After that, the unflappable hero calmly introduced himself to people at the gambling table like Ghislain from the Kingdom of Luke, after which he solemnly called his official aristocratic title, Baron Ghislain Fenris. Obviously, none of those present expected to see such a high rank in such a dubious place of a foreign aristocrat. Therefore, the leader immediately ordered his assistants to stop and no longer rage. After that, he respectfully greeted the unexpected guests in the Kraken gambling house, but politely asked them to refrain from creating riots in the institution. He also demanded that all the newcomers donate weapons according to the established rules of the house. As soon as the formalities were safely completed, a curious man decided to find out what brought such a respectable guest to such a seedy place of dubious reputation. However, the purposeful Ghislain was looking for one specific person. Therefore, he ordered the shocked Claude to rise from the floor, after which he made the guy understand that he had come for him. Meanwhile, in another part of the gambling house, arrogant Alara also tried his hand at gambling. As a result, an inexperienced magician managed to earn 1,000 points, which became for him a real victory and reason for pride. A crowd of spectators was divided into two camps. Some cursed the successful beginner with envy, considering him a lucky one without talent, while others crooked themselves for the underestimation of a young player. But there were those who admired the unprecedented skill of the boy. Even Alara himself froze in amazement before such a sudden turn of fate. In a matter of hours, the future Count earned money many times more than for long days of scrolling in the cold walls of the tower. His heart was pounding with such force, as if it were ready to escape from his chest. He had not experienced such excitement for a very long time. Suddenly, the imperious voice of their master thundered over the gambling hall. Valanda, a faithful maid, could not believe that this inconspicuous youth is the same gambling player whom they have been looking for so long. The venerable gentleman explained with bewilderment that he could not even assume the true personality of this guy, but he beat them in a sacred game and now had to be punished for his audacity. The young Bertium looked at Claude in surprise, and he, as if realizing a silent hint, immediately fell to his knees in front of Baron Fenris. The tears rolled down his cheeks when he began to explain that the precious money that the master supplied him was lost due to his backward deception. Fraudsters used weighted bones, although they themselves followed the honesty of the game and checked so that no one would cheat. But as soon as he made a decisive bet, fake cubes suddenly appeared in the game. It seemed to him an extremely suspicious combination of circumstances. Valanda did not understand at all what nonsense this gentleman was carrying, especially considering that he and Claude were not even familiar. However, the future Count shut up the maid in time, explaining to Gromila that Claude all this time was his man. The man wondered for a long time where the guy got so much money, and finally found the answer to the question that tormented him. Thunder, of course, did not know what the master connected with this person, but warned that it was better not to believe the words of Claude. After all, scammers always skillfully speak their teeth. One way or another, this gambling house belonged to Baron Austin. Even if the enemy was a nobleman, such incidents could lead to serious diplomatic difficulties. Therefore, the man simply invited the warrior to close his eyes to everything that happened, and calmly return home. However, unfortunately, Jilin could not afford it. Now the opponents literally pressed him against the wall, and both parties needed this guy. The hero proposed a compromise. The man was supposed to play one decisive game against the hero. If the master wins, then Claude will take, and all the money won with him. But if he loses, he will give the enemy all his property without a trace. Such conditions clearly excited the raging crowd. Claude understood that the aristocrat plays along with him, but could not comprehend why to go so far in this adventure. However, the hero acquired the young man tightly, explaining that his presence was vital for him. The player only grinned. For a long time he did not meet such fearless aristocrats, ready for such a risk. As a result, he agreed to the duel. After all, if I already visited someone else's country and their gambling house, then it was necessary to play with local authorities at least once. The bets were dizzyingly high, and many in the crowd mocked the green nobleman, challenging the very god of this institution. The rules of the game were extremely simple. The one who would have a smaller number on the bones won. If there is a draw, the cubes were transferred again. Thunder decided to give an aristocrat a head start, and not complicate the conditions of the duel with excessive rules. The Baron quickly learned the mechanics of the game and suggested starting immediately. After that, the opponents threw the coin in order to determine which of them will walk first. The hero chose the position of the eagle, and his opponent was content with Trinka. As a result, the owner of the institution threw his cubes first. He began to mix them in a glass with the skill of the most talented bartender. Everyone around shouted with delight. Even the servant familiar to everything was surprised by such a stir around ordinary playing bones. When the man finally put the cup on the table, only 1 point was found under it. The audience only laughed. After all, the duel did not really begin, and its outcome has already become clear to anyone. Valanda vagued, realizing that the master was to be incredibly lucky at such excellent bets. Such a quick denouement seemed even sad for the intense of the atmosphere. However, the young Bertium only asked Gromil to be silent a little and give him the opportunity to concentrate on the game. In fact, Gromila believed that the enemy was in vain shaking the air with his speeches. He pretended to be calm, and being on the platoon. But no matter how the hero tried, everything seemed meaningless. His opponent had a special glass with a secret opening bottom, which had to be kept by a certain grip, and weighted bones, always falling per unit, hid between the fingers. Cubes were replaced right during shaking a glass. And no one had yet caught a fraudster by the hand on this trick, no matter how many parties he ran. The aristocrat did not have a single chance to win in an honest game. At the decisive moment, instead of the usual mixing, the future Count sharply hit the bowl in his hands and put it on the table. He reminded the rules. The one who has a smaller one wins. He also turned out to be 0 because the cube simply broke up to pieces from a strong blow. All those present gasped, not understanding how this could happen. It became clear that the eternal winner of the institution lost his own game. The man immediately accused the warrior of Juld. Such behavior was outrageous even for spoiled nobles. However, at this very second the hero grabbed the enemy by the hand. And at the same moment, a fake cube fell out of his palm. Everyone staggered, realizing that all the victories of this man were based on deception. The hero calmly recalled that the fraud in an honest game relies on a harsh punishment, especially in the holy gambling house. It became obviously an aristocrat guessed about everything from the very beginning of the fight. Therefore, he tried to hit the enemy with his sword. The hero only laughed, not understanding why this thunder builds himself offended innocence. After all, he was the most ordinary thief and fraudster. Of course, the owner of the institution pretended not to understand what the aristocrat is talking about. However, he could not let him leave alive, so he ordered his fighters to kill this impudent guy. The young Birdium readily accepted the attack, not even armed with his sword. With his bare hands, he dealt with mercenaries, after which he rushed at their leader. He tried to attack Jilin with a blade, but he did not succeed. The warrior crept up to him from the back and put the point straight to his throat. They were also joined by the Kaor, the red-haired leader of the mercenaries, Cerberus, which prevented the rest of the thugs to budge. The impudent warrior calmly warned the enemy that he should have learned to choose enemies from the very beginning. At this time, Valand, who put her small dagger to the neck of the enemy, decided to find out from the master how best to do in this situation. However, the aristocrat decided to act according to the promise, to pick up money and Claude with him. He also perfectly understood that the thug was the manager of Baron Austin and the main source of his income. Seeing the red, handed when trying to deceive the aristocrat, he risked not only his own life, but also the reputation of the entire gambling house. After such a scandal, the institution will inevitably collapse into the abyss. It was quite obvious. If a hype is rising now, the Baron will not just kill his subordinate. He will arrange real torment for such a mistake. Understanding all the seriousness of the situation, the owner of the institution had to dutifully agree with the conditions. Ghislain calmly looked at Claude and offered to follow him. However, at this very second, it turned out that while the brawl lasted, the cunning guy fled imperceptibly somewhere. Valanda was terribly angry that this crook not only fled from the reckoning, but also picked the money of her master. But if they had not intervened, he would have long been chopped off for theft. The faithful maid intended to immediately catch up with the fugitive, because perhaps he was still hiding somewhere in the vicinity of the gambling house. However, the warrior knew very well exactly where this guy could go in search of asylum. At that time, Claude himself was happy that he had barely managed to take his legs away from furious pursuers. In addition, he completely did not understand that it was wrong with that aristocrat who suddenly decided to help him in a critical situation. In any case, he received exactly what he needed. His risky mission was successfully executed. Running away, he mentally apologized to the aristocrat who saved him from his faithful death. After all, he really desperately needed this money to fulfill an important promise. The fugitive remembered the events of a year ago. Then, living in a dilapidated house, he brought home a couple of coins and proudly explained that gambling is not a deception, but a real formula for success. If he continues to win with the same success, they will no longer have to hide in the slums like rats. Then they will finally be able to live like normal people, not afraid of every knock on the door. However, she is clearly tired of the such adventurous outputs of Claude. The girl knew perfectly well that he was completely not to blame for the fact that her father, their common teacher, died at the hands of enemies. She begged him to just stop doing the dangerous business that he is engaged in now, risking his life for a ghostly chance of wealth. However, Claude continued to be tormented by the fault, boring himself for his former naivety and stupidity. Due to his negligence, the teacher became a traitor in the eyes of the kingdom, which led to tragic consequences. Soon, the Baron itself came to their wretched dwelling in order to grab the daughter of the famous theologian of the Royal Academy, and declared by the traitor to Botus Accius. This very daughter was just Anna Accios. After brutal arrest, they took her away from the house, leaving behind a heavily beaten and bloodied Claude. The Baron suddenly decided to show mercy to the guy, offering him a deal that could save the girl's life. Over the year, he was supposed to bring a ransom in the amount of 2,000 gold coins. Usually, girls like she, the daughters of the traitors of the crown, mercilessly sentenced to death in the square. But if he manages to pay the required amount, the man will graciously let the captive to freedom. It was with this winning in the gambling house that Claude finally got the opportunity to buy a beloved girl from the clutches of a cruel baron. Soon he arrived in Austin's gloomy castle with a heavy bag of gold behind him. According to the reports of the guards, it turned out that the prison has long been crowded with unnecessary captives. Useless prisoners only ate provisions and demanded constant protection. If relatives did not pay a ransom for them, then there was no point in leaving them alive and spend resources on them. Therefore, the ruthless ruler ordered his executioners to execute all prisoners, for whom they would not pay a fee within 1 week. Then Mr. Knight reminded the Lord that he had passed since the arrest for a whole year, and the Baron immediately remembered the daughter of the traitor. Also, from Claude there was neither a rumor nor spirit. He ended endlessly in gambling houses instead of honestly earn the required money. Initially, the ruler thought to make a simple maid out of a noble girl, but still she was the daughter of a traitor, and this imposed certain obligations. Therefore he ordered to execute this prisoner at the same time with the rest, but so that Claude did not know anything about her death until the very last moment. However, the knight was worried about what would happen if the guy still brings the required money on time, and the Baron asked not to worry about it. They would simply slowly get rid of Claude himself, because no one would particularly care about the death of another gambling player. However, this will only matter if he really manages to bring the entire ransom entirely. However, at this very moment, another knight with an urgent report hurried to them. Some guy named Claude made a real hysteria at the gate, stating that he had brought his savings to free the captive. After these words, he laid a huge bag on the table with 2,000 sparkling coins, and he demanded that the Baron immediately fulfill its part of the promise. Having carefully examined every coin, the man was convinced that they were not a skillful fake. Claude calmly explained that he managed to disrupt the real Kush in one of the institutions, but did not go into the details of where exactly he earned this money. But at this very second, the Baron unexpectedly ordered to seize the young man. The guards immediately began to fade him into the damp dungeon, and he screamed desperately, not understanding why the ruler was so cruelly deceiving him. After all, he honestly came and brought the entire required amount without a trace. But, as it turned out, the origin of this money caused Baron serious doubts. He needed official confirmation from the owner of the gambling establishment, and if the guy really wants to stay alive, then he will have to sit behind bars in anticipation of a thorough trial. None of those present could believe that a simple gambling player really brought such an impressive ransom. Yes, even if this is so, Baron was not interested in such little things. He had his own plans for this money. However, completely unexpectedly, the knights who dragged Claude in the dungeon suddenly collapsed on the floor unconscious. After that, the mysterious hero patted the young man on the shoulder, thanking him for all his efforts. And then the Baron, who clearly did not know who was dealing with whom he was dealing with. The stranger calmly introduced himself as a messenger from a neighboring kingdom. After that, his companions brought a strongly beaten and bloodied owner of the gambling house. Gillen sat down at the table, as if he were a true master, and demanded that the Baron immediately treat him to tea. After all, they had to discuss many extremely important issues regarding the fate of all those present.